Chapter 756. At first, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completely under Han Shua's control. Later on, Cauldron Spirit took over and Han Shua was freed from it. The Divine Guards howled and wailed as they were ruthlessly drilled in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. As time flew by, they learned more and more about the importance of teamwork. Under Cauldron Spirit's guidance, the Divine Guards would face life and death every time they were in danger. But every time they thought that their teamwork would improve and the danger they faced would decrease, they would discover how wrong they were. Cauldron Spirit kept increasing the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, putting the Divine Guards on the verge of breaking through at every critical moment. Later on, when Balance, Sanguiner and Gilbert saw that the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation had increased, they volunteered to enter the formation to train. Han Shua naturally agreed and allowed Balance, Gilbert to enter the formation. He instructed Cauldron Spirit to increase the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation a little more, and opened up a special area for the three. Time flew by and a month went by. Although the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was under Cauldron Spirit's control, Han Shua was watching from the side. Through Cauldron Spirit's telepathic connection, Han Shua could clearly see the Divine Guard's progress. He knew that they had been improving at lightning speed. In order to maximize the strength of the Divine Guards, Han Shua had a discussion with Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit revealed some simple demonic formations to the Divine Guards. Those simple demonic formations were easy to master. Most of them required 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 people to work together. Under Han Shua's instruction, Cauldron Spirit had his demon general assume Han Shua's appearance and explained the basic principles of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to the Divine Guards. As the formation was based on humans, it was very easy to understand. The Divine Guards had been cooperating with one another for the past few days. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's explanation a few times, many of them gradually grasped the basics. Cauldron Spirit continued to use the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to train the Divine Guards. The Divine Guards were slowly learning how to coordinate according to the demonic formations. They immediately realized the benefits of the demonic formations. With that, their enthusiasm soared and they put in a lot of effort to study that unique method of coordination. Unbeknownst to them, these Divine Guards were making rapid progress. Some of them even made breakthroughs to new realms under the terrifying pressure of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. This greatly excited the other Divine Guards. They devoted all their energy into the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Han Shua did not even need to urge them. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Candide sent a messenger to the valley to inform Han Shua that Erebus and Aobashi had come to Fort Lossberg and wanted to see him. Han Shua did not want anyone to know about Tanai. Therefore, Candide did not dare to tell Erebus and Aobashi about Han Shua's presence in the fort. After all, Erebus and Aobashi were potential opponents of Han Shua in the upcoming competition of Divine Guards. If Erebus and Aobashi were to learn about the 5th Corps, they would not be able to amaze the world. The 8 Desolation and Torment formation was temporarily under the control of Cauldron Spirit. Han Shua believed that with Cauldron Spirit around, there would not be any problems. Therefore, after receiving the message, he left the valley and returned to Fort Lossberg. After receiving the energy crystals from Han Shua, Candide refurbished the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg. Han Shua walked into the tallest building in Fort Lossberg. He could already see energy towers and boundary towers scattered in every corner of the building. Erebus and Aobashi were waiting for Han Shua in the guest hall. When they saw Han Shua walking into the building, they stood up and congratulated Han Shua at the same time. Now that Han Shua had been promoted to the chief of the 5th Corps, he was on equal footing with Erebus and Aobashi. In the future, even if they were to collaborate on certain matters in the City of Shadows, Erebus and Aobashi would no longer be Han Shua's superiors. They would have to discuss many things with Han Shua. But of course, given the good relationship between Erebus, Aobashi and Han Shua, there were many things that they did not have to fuss over. But the two were very happy that Han Shua had been promoted to a high position. After all, having Han Shua in the position was much better than having someone they didn't like. Is there something the two of you have come to Fort Lossberg to look for me? Han Shua looked at Erebus and Aobashi smilingly and asked, "Have you explained what happened in the valley? Did the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City cause you trouble? Erebus and Aobashi put on bitter smiles upon hearing those words. It appeared that the issue with Tanayamashita wasn't resolved very smoothly. Don't mention it. The two city lords were furious when they learned that their chief of divine guards was killed. Not only me and Aobashi, even his lordship was annoyed to death. Erebus shook his head, sighed, and explained, "It's not easy to solve such a terrible mess. His lordship has been talking to us every day for the past few days, asking us to solve the problem as soon as possible. The competition of the 7th Corps is about to begin. We've been annoyed to death. You two are so busy. How did you find the time to look for me?" Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and asked puzzledly, "It's because of the distribution of the energy mine." Aobashi glared at Han Shuo and said, "You brat, you made such a big mess and you just walked away. We've been annoyed to death." Hehe, the capable are always busy. Han Shuo forced a smile before he put on a stern face and said, "The total value of the energy crystals in that mine is at least 10 million black crystal coins. What does his lordship mean by this?" Initially, his lordship had wanted to monopolize the energy crystals in that mine. However, after the deaths of the chiefs of divine guards from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City, the two city lords flew into a rage and refused to give in. My lordship had no choice but to take a step back and divide the energy crystals into 3. "The city of Shadow's share will go to your Han family and the House of Saint," said Aobashi. "So you're saying that more than half of the black crystal coins belong to Hushvale City and Dark Soul City?" Han Shuo put on a regretful face and said, "We've gone through so much trouble to take over that mine, but we didn't gain much from it? Who told you to kill 2 of their chiefs?" Aobashi stared straight at Han Shuo as she spoke. Her eyes were glistening as though she wanted to see Han Shuo's reaction. "They died together. It has nothing to do with me." Han Shuo shrugged and said in a carefree and unrestrained manner, "Don't talk nonsense." Aobashi giggled. She seemed to find Han Shuo's reaction very amusing. She nodded and smilingly said, "All right then, I was wrong. Other than telling you about the distribution of the energy crystals in the mine, we have another piece of news for you." "What is it?" asked Han Shuo casually. "I have received news from Ralph of the 2nd Corps that Avery is currently in Hushvale City. He seems to be in cahoots with the Master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling. Both Avery and the Master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling, seem to be on bad terms with you. It is only a matter of time before they come after you. According to Ralph, they are discussing how to deal with you. I have come here to warn you to be careful." Aobashi put on a solemn face and said, "Avery is not easy to deal with, but the Master of Godswamp Pharmacy is even harder to deal with. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy isn't as powerful as a large family clan, they have pharmacies all over the Darkness Dominion. In terms of intelligence gathering, they have an advantage over large family clans. If those two are scheming to deal with you, you really have to be careful." "So Avery and Hassling are in cahoots. No wonder." Han Shuo nodded and said in a deep voice. Han Shuo did not mind Aobashi's warning. Both Hassling and Avery were enemies of the City of Shadows. They shouldn't have much influence in the City of Shadows. As long as Han Shuo didn't leave the City of Shadows, what could the two do to him? Besides, what could the two of them do to him? After mastering the Avicii God-slaying sword formation, would Han Shuo be afraid of these two clowns? The official approval for Fort Lossberg has been issued. It now belongs to your Han family. You all need to put more effort into Fort Lossberg. It will be the foundation of your Han family in the future," Aobashi reminded Han Shuo. "Don't worry, I know what to do," replied Han Shuo smilingly. "I have said all that needs to be said. Do as you see fit." Erebus thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, your 5th Corps won't be participating in the centennial competition of the Divine Guards of the 7 Corps, right?" "Of course I will. Why not?" Han Shuo immediately put on a smile and replied, "How can our 5th Corps miss out on such a grand event?" Aobashi looked at Han Shuo suspiciously, giggled and teased, "Brian, I have heard a little about your 5th Corps. Do you think you can gather enough men to form a company? Besides, we are competing in overall strength. Given the aptitude of those divine guards that your 5th Corps has recently recruited, it is obvious that your 5th Corps will rank last in the competition. Let's participate then. The most important thing is to participate." Erebus smilingly patted on Hanshua's shoulder and said, "But don't worry too much about the results. Your 5th core has just been rebuilt. It's normal that you won't get a good ranking. But when you run into me in Aobashi's 3rd core and 1st core, we will make sure you don't lose too badly. We are so familiar with each other. Although we won't go easy on you, we will at least give you some face." Aobashi giggled. It seemed that the two were certain that Hanshua's 5th core was just there to make up the numbers. They did not believe that the newly rebuilt 5th core would be able to get a good ranking in the competition. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. Hanshua was chuckling mischievously in his mind, but his face was as gentle as ever. He smilingly said, "Well then, I thank you in advance." Aobashi and Erebus did not say anything else. They bade farewell and left. Hanshua knew that the two were very busy and did not try to persuade them to stay. After Aobashi and Erebus left, Hanshua mumbled to himself with a sneer, "Avery, Hasling, if you dare to come, I won't mind killing you." Hanshua, who had planned to return to the valley to train his divine guards, decided not to rush back after thinking that Cauldron Spirit was there to look after them. Instead, he discussed matters regarding Fort Lossberg with Candide and the others. During the discussion about the territory of Fort Lossberg, Hanshua unintentionally saw the name Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain was located between Fort Lossberg and Sky Orchid Fort. It was within the territory of the City of Shadows. When Hanshua and Akeley first arrived on Elysium, they found their first pot of gold at the Demon Mountain. However, it was at the Demon Mountain that Hanshua met Rose, the spider goddess. She was the evil goddess that Hanshua had a grudge with back on Profound Continent. Back then, Rose had borrowed Adele's body and nearly killed Hanshua. Later on, she had instructed Adele to spread her faith in Brettel City. After Adele was captured by Hanshua, Hanshua had even communicated with Rose. A series of memories flashed in Hanshua's mind. Hanshua thought for a moment and felt that he should make a trip to the Demon Mountain. On one hand, the Demon Mountain was Fort Lossberg's territory, and on the other hand, he wanted to settle this grudge as soon as possible. Although Rose was a foreign race, she cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed high god strength. To Hanshua, even if he didn't borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy, using the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he would be able to contend against early and mid-stage high god experts. Based on what Hanshua felt about Rose, she should only possess mid-stage high god strength of darkness. Hanshua was confident that he could defeat her. As Cauldron Spirit still needed to train the divine guards, Hanshua did not bring Cauldron Spirit to the valley. From the outside, the Demon Mountain looked like a malevolent demon. It towered into the clouds. When Hanshua arrived at the Demon Mountain, he unfolded his consciousness and immediately discovered a powerful aura of life within the mountain. He immediately knew that Spider Goddess Rose was in there. Elysium was a material plane with many races. The foreign races on the Elysium could cultivate in the 12 fundamental forces. They also worshipped the 12 overgods. Therefore, they had the right to live in any divine dominions and were no different from ordinary people. Some of the city lords in the divine dominions were of foreign races. Legend has it that some of the 12 overgods were of foreign races. Therefore, there wasn't much racial prejudice on Elysium. It was just that some of the foreign races had different living habits compared to humans. Some of them didn't like to live in groups. For example, Spider Goddess Rose preferred to live alone in the mountain. She didn't want to take human form and live in the City of Shadows. If a foreign race like Spider Goddess Rose were to head to the City of Shadows, she would surely be put in an important position. The 4 major family clans would definitely fight over her. Hanshua wasn't afraid of Spider Goddess Rose's powerful aura. He continued to walk leisurely towards the Demon Mountain. This time, Spider Goddess Rose was not in a deep slumber like the last time. As soon as Hanshua entered the Demon Mountain, he was discovered by Spider Goddess Rose before he could even enter the mountain. "This is my territory. Please leave." Spider Goddess Loltha's voice came from the belly of the Demon Peak. Generally speaking, foreign races like Rose would have to obtain permission from their masters before they decided to live in the City of Shadows. In other words, City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows should be aware of her existence and had assigned this Demon Mountain to her. Correspondingly, Rose had to abide by the rules of the City of Shadows and was not allowed to kill gods in the vicinity. If Han Shuo and Akeley hadn't come specifically to steal Rose's divine essences, Rose wouldn't have chased after them in a fit of rage. Rose, do you still remember me? Han Shuo walked into the demon mountain smilingly. His consciousness began to transform, adjusting his soul imprint to the one he had on Profound Continent. Chapter 757. Every time one made a breakthrough in demonic arts, their consciousness imprint would change accordingly. Back when Han Shuo was on the Profound Continent, his demonic arts had yet to reach the level he was at today. Therefore, his consciousness imprint was very different from what it was now. The consciousness had infinite uses, and it wasn't difficult for Han Shuo to alter his imprint. As soon as Han Shuo entered the Demon Mountain, his consciousness imprint changed accordingly, reverting to the state he had when he fought Lolth back on Profound Continent. Rose grew impatient when she saw that Han Shuo still wanted to enter the Demon Mountain despite her warning. She was ready to kill Han Shuo right in front of the Demon Mountain. Rose had to abide by the rules of the City of Shadows. She was not allowed to take the initiative to kill any gods that passed by. However, if anyone dared to trespass on her territory despite her warning, it would be considered a provocation to her. Even if she were to kill the trespasser, it would not be considered a violation of the rules of the City of Shadows. Rose was about to send her darkness divine energy into the Demon Mountain when Han Shuo suddenly said, "Rose, do you still remember me?" She was stunned for a moment. She did not immediately attack Han Shuo. Instead, she sized up Han Shuo in puzzlement. As Han Shuo's consciousness imprint changed, Rose became more and more puzzled. By the time Han Shuo's consciousness imprint had completely reverted to its original state, Rose said in a cold voice, "So it's you." "That's right. Back when we were on the Profound Continent, we even spoke to each other. It's good that you still remember me." "Very good, very good." Han Shuo calmly walked into the Demon Mountain. He ignored the dangers in every step of the way and headed straight for the depths of the mountain. He continued, "Oh right. I remember the last time I was here. I was the one who obtained those divine essences that you collected. You should remember them, right?" Rose, who was inside the mountain, was furious. She sneered and said, "It seems that you are here to die today." One after another, small spiders crawled out from the depths of the mountain. They circled around Han Shuo's body and went straight to the entrance of the cave where Han Shuo came from. Those small spiders spat out spider silk and quickly sealed the entrance of the cave where Han Shuo came in. There was a very strong fluctuation of dark divine power on the surface. Han Shuo could clearly see the situation behind him. He knew that Rose wanted to kill him, but Han Shuo didn't care. This time was different from the past. He didn't have to hide when facing Rose. The fact that he dared to come in was a testament to his confidence. While those small spiders were weaving their webs behind Han Shuo, the extremely fast Han Shuo had already passed through the winding caves and arrived at the enormous cave where Metal Elite Zombie came from. The enormous body of the human-faced spider goddess Rose was at the center of the cave. Spider webs covered every corner of the cave. She raised her head and looked at Han Shuo with her beautiful face. Her pair of eyes were cold and emotionless. Without looking at the spider goddess' gigantic body, just looking at her beautiful face would move most people's hearts. Her face was bright and moving, her eyes were serene, and her lips were plump and rosy. No matter how one looked at her, she was a beauty. "Rose, you are also a high god. Why do you insist on staying in this cave that never sees the light of day?" Han Shuo walked in with a faint smile on his face. He first sized up the surroundings, and then asked nonchalantly. Rose's cold and gloomy eyes were fixed on Han Shuo. She did not answer his question. In Rose's eyes, Han Shuo was merely a mid-god. She didn't understand why a mid-god would come here to court death. Rose's heart was filled with puzzlement, especially when she saw that Han Shuo was so fearless. Rose, who hated Han Shuo so much, did not dare to act rashly. "This time, I'm here to settle an old score with you." Han Shuo didn't ask further when he saw that Rose didn't answer. He smilingly looked at Rose and explained, "Back on the Profound Continent, you used Adele, your divine slave, to almost get me killed. Later on, you had Adele wreak havoc in my territory. Tell me, what should I do?" "You're asking me what should I do?" Rose suddenly shrieked. She sneered and said, "On that low-level material plane, You repeatedly ruined my plans and raped and murdered my followers. After coming to this material plane, you stole my divine essences. How dare you ask me what should I do? Brat, I don't care what backing you have, but don't even think of leaving this place alive. It seems that you don't have any more divine essences in your cave. Sigh, it seems that we won't be able to get enough spoils this time. Han Shuo sighed softly after looking around. He seemed rather helpless. This guy had obviously provoked Rose, reminding her of the divine essences that Han Shuo stole from the Demon Mountain. Therefore, Rose could no longer hold back. She immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the entire Demon Mountain. As soon as she shrieked, Rose's razor-sharp claws suddenly slashed at Han Shuo. Those sharp claws glittered with faint radiance. Divine energy of darkness flowed within the claws like flowing water. At the same time, the domain of divinity of darkness suddenly unfolded. The already dim interior of the mountain was immediately plunged into absolute darkness. The element of darkness converged towards Rose's domain of divinity from all directions. As more and more elements of darkness gathered, all the light in the area was swallowed up by the darkness. Rose didn't dare to underestimate Han Shuo in the slightest. Seeing how fearless Han Shuo was, she immediately attacked with all her might, treating Han Shuo as an expert on the same level as her. Han Shuo looked straight at Rose with a calm expression. Only when Rose's sharp claws came slashing at him did he release the 17 flying swords. With a thought, 17 flying swords spread out from his back like a peacock spreading its tail, blocking all of Spider Goddess Loltha's sharp claws. The flying swords were even sharper than Loltha's claws, and they also carried terrifying corrosive acid and cold poison. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and Loltha's lightning-fast claws were retracted at an even faster speed. After just one clash, Rose could sense the terrifying corrosive power of Han Shuo's flying swords. When the corrosive power came into contact with her sharp claws, the corrosive power and cold poison immediately seeped into her body through her sharp claws. The darkness divine energy in her sharp claws that was supposed to be used to kill Han Shuo was instead used to defend against the cold poison and acid poison. She simply couldn't unleash her full potential. Fortunately, Rose had attacked with all her might from the very beginning and didn't lower her guard because of Han Shuo's mesmerizing mid-god realm. Otherwise, Rose would have suffered greatly from the very first clash. Youngster, what kind of energy are you using? Why isn't your eyesight affected at all? And why are your divine weapons so insidious? Rose immediately shrieked after the first strike. When Rose's sharp claws came into contact with the demonic yuan imbued in the 17 flying swords, she immediately discovered that the energy was very foreign to her. The corrosive and cold poison on the flying swords were even more insidious and overbearing. She immediately jumped in fright. When she looked at Han Shuo again, she found him even more unfathomable. She didn't dare to lower her guard. It's none of your business, Han Shuo put on a mischievous smile. The 17 flying swords on his back suddenly shot out and went straight for Rose. After one strike, Han Shuo confirmed that Rose's strength was indeed that of a mid-stage high god. The 17 flying swords whizzed past Rose, ignoring the space of absolute darkness created by Rose. They followed the trajectory of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation and enveloped Rose. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Without borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo had no choice but to use his full strength. The whistling of the flying swords was extremely ear-piercing in the cave. It was rather similar to Rose's shriek. However, as there were 17 flying swords in total, the ear-piercing shrieks were much louder and lasted longer than Rose's shriek. When the shrieks entered Rose's ears, she felt rather uneasy, but she didn't think too much about it. Rose's silk-like white hair fluttered in the wind. Tiny spiders floated along with her hair. After landing on the ground, they rapidly crawled towards Han Shuo. There were thousands of tiny spiders. Just looking at them would cause one's scalp to tingle. Those tiny spiders contained the divine energy of darkness bestowed by Rose. They swarmed towards Han Shuo. It was definitely not a pleasant thing to be drowned by them. After the little spiders were sent flying by Loltha's long hair, her sharp claws continuously flashed and danced, forming a black screen of light around her body, firmly blocking the 17 flying swords from enveloping her. Rose was wary of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords that possessed astonishing corrosive power and cold poison. Even when she used the tiny spiders to attack Han Shuo, she did not stop defending against the 17 flying swords. Naturally, the Avicii God-slaying sword formation was not that easy to deal with. Without Cauldron Spirit's energy, even if he couldn't deploy Avicii Hell, the Avicii God-slaying sword formation formed using the most basic formation would be very difficult to defend against. This was especially true when the 17 flying swords carried terrifying acidic and chilling toxins. A series of clanging noises rang out as the 17 flying swords landed on the dark light curtain formed by Rose's dancing claws. Under the dual effect of the 17 flying swords' corrosive power and cold poison, the dark light curtain consumed Rose's divine energy at an alarming rate. Rose suffered greatly. Rose complained incessantly in her mind. She continuously commanded the thousands of tiny spiders to bite Han Shuo to death as soon as possible. Seeing the tiny spiders charging towards him, Han Shuo sneered and said, "You are all in a hurry to die. Very well." Han Shuo casually grabbed a handful of green phosphorus sand and sprinkled it at the tiny spiders. As soon as the green phosphorus sand came into contact with the tiny spiders, it immediately ignited with faint green phosphorus fire. The phosphorus fire that was specially refined by Han Shuo could burn anything it came in contact with. The thousands of tiny spiders were already densely packed together. When the green phosphorus sand sprinkled on them, all of them were set ablaze. The green phosphorus sand was also an extremely vicious demonic weapon. It was the most lethal weapon against those tiny spiders whose life force was not very strong. Amid the crackling sounds of burning, the tiny spiders let out incessant shrieks. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Spider Goddess Rose, who was desperately defending against the 17 flying swords, placed her hopes on the swarm of tiny spiders. When she saw that the tiny spiders were engulfed in phosphorus fire, Rose's expression changed abruptly. Her heart ached. "I'll fight you to the death." Rose shrieked when she saw the tiny spiders being burned into tiny black dots by the sea of flames. The spider web that enveloped the entire mountain suddenly swayed and shot towards Han Shuo. The giant spider web was extremely large and its speed was both fast and sudden. Han Shuo could not react in time. Caught off guard, Han Shuo was completely enveloped by the giant spider web. Each strand of spider silk was incomparably nimble. As soon as it landed on Han Shuo's body, it would entangle him with all its might. In just a short while all the spider silk had tightened, trapping Han Shuo firmly. Rose, whose darkness divine energy was being depleted by the 17 flying swords, suddenly sneered when she saw that her spider web was effective. "Brat, you're dead meat." After saying that, Rose channeled her darkness divine energy into the mountain she had been cultivating in. With the help of the darkness domain of divinity enveloping the center of the mountain, her darkness divine energy surged towards the spider silk that was binding Han Shuo's demonic body. With the injection of darkness divine energy, each strand of spider silk became even more flexible and resilient. A portion of the spider silk still bound Han Shuo tightly, while the remaining strands were released and pierced towards Han Shuo's body like sharp needles. "How is that possible?" Rose screamed. She had not expected Han Shuo's body to be so strong. She was at a loss of what to do. Dang dang dang. The spiderwebs did not give up and pierced Han Shuo's body, but they were unable to truly harm Han Shuo. "Don't waste your time. The amount of darkness divine power that these spider webs can withstand is too little. They can't hurt me at all." Although Han Shuo was unable to break free from the spider silk, his expression was calm. His divine sense controlled the 17 flying swords to continue attacking Rose while he spoke coldly. "I don't believe that you are invulnerable." Rose let out a shrill shriek. The spider threads were trying to drill into Han Shuo's ears, nostrils, eyes, and other open areas. "Then I will make you give up completely." Han Shuo smiled faintly. Using his powerful control over his body, he changed his ears and nostrils. Suddenly, a small piece of hard flesh blocked Han Shuo's nostrils and ears. He closed his eyes and pursed his lips. The spider threads were once again unable to do anything. The amount of darkness divine power that the spider threads could withstand was limited. If this level of attack were to land on other gods, even experts like Erebus and Aobashi, who were on the same level as Rose, would have a headache. Once they were entangled by the spider threads and Rose used this method to attack them, even Aobashi and Erebus would be riddled with holes. it was very likely that they would be killed by Rose. Unfortunately, Rose's opponent was Han Shuo. Han Shuo's body was incomparably tough. After reaching the second stage of Omen Invincible Body, the defensive power of his body had increased by a large margin. Since the spider threads could not withstand enough darkness divine power, it was natural that she would not be able to harm Han Shuo. When Rose saw that not only was Han Shuo invulnerable, but he could also control his nostrils and ears at will, she felt as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Rose had never seen a demonic arts cultivator like Han Shuo before. She simply could not imagine that someone could cultivate such a miraculous level of control over his body. Seeing that her attack was futile, and that she had consumed a large amount of darkness divine power to defend against the 17 flying swords, Rose suddenly had the thought of retreating quickly. As she was firmly entangled by the 17 flying swords, Rose could not get close to Han Shuo at all. However, when she saw that Han Shuo was firmly entangled by the spider threads, she also thought that Han Shuo could not do anything to her. This was the best opportunity for her to leave. "Brat, I will remember you. I won't accompany you today. I will take my revenge on you sooner or later." Rose glared at Han Shuo with her cold and gloomy eyes. She then prepared to leave the Demon Mountain. When Han Shuo saw that Rose was about to leave, he exerted all his strength to break free from the spider threads entangling him. However, as the 17 flying swords required the support of his demonic yuan, he could not use all his strength to break free. Every single strand of the spider threads was imbued with Rose's darkness divine power. They were densely entangled around his body and it was not that easy to break free. "We are considered to be even today. I have consumed too much of my divine power this time. There are still a few attacks that I can't use. Next time I'll be sure to show you who's boss." Rose coldly glared at Han Shuo and left him with these words. Although Rose said that, she knew that she had lost this time. If she did not leave, she would not be able to harm Han Shuo. Furthermore, the flying swords were constantly wearing her down. Sooner or later, her divine power would be exhausted. In the end, the one who would die would be her. "Rose, you can't escape." Han Shuo sneered when he saw that he could not break free from the spider threads. As soon as those words left his mouth, a flying sword flew back to Rose and quickly slashed at the spider threads entangling her body. However, Rose's spider threads were indeed tough. With a single slash, only a few of them were broken. It would take some time for a flying sword to cut all the spider thread. However, it was apparent that Lolth wasn't willing to give Han Shuo the time to sever all the spider webs. After one of the flying swords left, Lolth clearly felt the pressure on her lesson. She no longer dared to continue talking nonsense with Han Shuo. While fending off the remaining 16 flying swords, she fled towards the outside of the Demon Mountain. Her sharp claws repeatedly hacked at the mountainside, causing large boulders to fall down, blocking the pursuit of the 16 flying swords. With a thought, he retrieved all 16 flying swords. Rays of light shot out and circled around him, cutting the spider threads one after another. Soon enough, Han Shuo freed himself from the spider threads. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately sensed the direction in which Rose fled. He immediately chased after her with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Rose had consumed too much of her divine energy today. This was the best opportunity to eliminate her. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find her again in the future. Although Rose fled quickly, Han Shuo was even faster. When she had just fled several hundred miles away, Han Shuo had already blocked her path. Without saying a word, he once again unleashed the 17 flying swords. This time Han Shuo did not stay idle. The moment the 17 flying swords entangled Rose, he charged straight for her. His avatar of destruction transformed into the Demon Slayer Edge, and was carried by Han Shuo. "Wait a minute. Actually, there is no unresolvable enmity between us. I don't want those divine essences." Seeing Han Shuo charging at her with a ferocious expression, Rose was truly flustered. She could neither defeat him nor escape. Rose was at a loss of what to do. Her tone began to soften. Han Shuo remained unmoved. He did not utter a single word as he stared fixedly at Rose. His expression was grim. It was obvious that he had no intention of letting her go. "I surrender. I am willing to be your slave." Rose immediately shrieked when she saw that Han Shuo was unmoved. Chapter 758. The 17 flying swords suddenly stopped in front of Lolth. The sharp tips of the swords were pointed at her, and the chill was bone-chilling. Lolth's body was frozen stiff, and her heart was in turmoil. Holding the Demon Slayer edge in his hand, Han Shuo walked towards Rose with a callous face. He stared into Rose's eyes and asked in an indifferent tone, "How can I trust you?" The fifth corps was short of manpower and high god experts were even rarer. An expert of Rose's level would be a target that any force would deliberately try to rope in. Han Shuo was the only high god expert in the Han family at present. If Rose were to submit to him, the strength of the Han family would surely be greatly enhanced. Han Shuo and Rose did have a feud, but when he thought about it, Rose did not really harm him or those around him. On the contrary, it was Han Shuo who had the upper hand in their battle. Facing the cold radiance of the 17 flying swords and Han Shuo's overbearing gaze, Rose appeared rather anxious. She hastily said in her clear and cold voice, "There is no unresolvable hatred between us. There is no need for us to fight to the death over a trifling matter in a low-level material plane. How can I trust that you are willing to be my slave and sincerely work for me?" Han Shuo raised the Demon Slayer edge and pointed it at Rose along with the 17 flying swords. His voice was cold and indifferent. It seemed as though he would start a massacre if there was any disagreement. Rose immediately knew that she had no choice. If she couldn't give Han Shuo a satisfactory answer, she would not be able to escape death. Rays of light flashed across Rose's eyes. She quickly racked her brains for a solution. After hesitating for a moment, Rose said, "I am willing to make an oath in the name of the Overgod of Darkness. I don't believe in oaths." Han Shuo coldly shouted and said, "Give me some practical advice." Rose's beautiful human face was filled with bitterness, and she said dejectedly, "What do you think we should do?" Han Shuo was silent for a moment, and then suddenly shouted, "Release your divine soul. We will establish a master-slave contract." Rose's face was filled with shock. A master-slave contract could only be successfully concluded if one party completely released their divine soul and allowed the other party to slaughter them. Once the contract was formed, the master-slave relationship would be confirmed. As long as the master willed it, he could use the master-slave contract to take the slave's life. Once the contract was completed, Rose would not be able to play any tricks. "You can either die, or you can completely open your soul, and allow me to march into your soul, and establish a master-slave contract with you." When Han Shuo saw that Rose was hesitating, he knew that she wasn't sincere about surrendering. Killing intent rose in his heart again. His face was filled with impatience. The Demon Slayer edge and the flying swords in his hands glowed brilliantly as he gradually approached Rose. As the flying swords and the Demon Slayer edge inched closer, the terror on Rose's face grew more and more intense. She suddenly sensed that her surroundings had been frozen. The 17 flying swords were releasing a miraculous energy that was cutting off her hope of escape. Generally speaking, high gods would prepare some means of escape for themselves. Of course, once such means were used, it would definitely cause harm to the user. They would either be injured physically or have to use a divine weapon of excellent quality. Han Shuo believed that Rose should have such means. Rose would rather pretend to surrender than use that means. This meant that once released, she would suffer great harm. As Han Shuo approached step by step, he secretly activated the energy of the 17 flying swords to cast a confinement spell. He filled the space between the 17 flying swords with chaotic energy, so that Rose would have no chance to escape. Rose suddenly felt as though she had spun a cocoon around herself. She originally wanted to pretend to surrender and find another opportunity to kill Han Shuo. She didn't expect that Han Shuo would be so insidious. He actually took advantage of the opportunity to cut off her hope of escape bit by bit, causing her to be at her wit's end. "Rose, don't waste your time. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, they are all useless now." Han Shuo's voice was cold. He said indifferently, "While you were wasting your time with me, I had already cut off your escape route bit by bit. Now you really only have two choices. You can either be killed by me and have your divine soul obliterated, or you can completely release your divine soul and let me control you." We will form a master-slave contract. Rose wanted to cry but had no tears. When she heard Han Shua's indifferent words and sensed the ice-cold killing intent coming from his body, Rose really panicked. She didn't want to be ordered around. Once a master-slave contract was formed, she would forever lose her freedom and become a tool in Han Shua's hands. But if she didn't drag out her life today, she knew that only death would await her. Rose was in a dilemma when faced with a difficult choice. Han Shua coldly gazed at Rose. He used the 17 flying swords to completely cut off her escape route while the demon slayer edge in his hand stabbed inch by inch towards Rose. He roared, "Do you really want to die?" This roar was incomparably ear-piercing. Han Shua had used the soul-assimilating demonic sound of demonic arts. The demonic sound had the wonderful power to bewitch people's hearts. It immediately surged into Rose's mind and divine soul. If it were any other time, the soul-assimilating demonic sound wouldn't have any effect on Rose. But now that Rose had lost her mind and was flustered, the soul-assimilating demonic sound immediately took effect. Rose, who was still in a dilemma and hesitating, was suddenly affected by the bewitching power of the soul-assimilating demonic sound. She immediately screamed in panic, "I surrender!" As soon as she finished speaking, under the influence of the soul-assimilating demonic sound, Rose let go of her divine soul and completely lost control of her own will. She didn't resist at all, allowing Han Shua's consciousness to directly enter her divine soul and form the most unfair master-slave contract with her. A glistening dark light flashed in Rose's eyes. Han Shua and Rose looked at each other. After a while, the master-slave contract was completed. An imprint formed in Rose's divine soul. That imprint corresponded with Han Shua's consciousness. As long as Han Shua willed it, he could decide Rose's life or death. As soon as the master-slave contract was completed, Rose immediately realized that something was wrong. From today onwards, you, Rose, are no longer a spider goddess but a loyal slave of the Han family. You better forget your original identity as soon as possible. Rose's bright and cold eyes stared at Han Shua. Her sexy and plump lips were lightly pursed. It seemed that she was still somewhat unwilling to accept her new identity. She had some instinctive resistance towards the lowly title of slave. She had always been high and mighty for a long time. Even when she faced high gods who were more powerful than her, she had never suffered such humiliating treatment. But suddenly, she was pushed down from her high and mighty altar to the mortal world. She had even become the slave of a minor god from a low-level material plane that she once looked down upon. Just thinking about it made her feel very aggrieved. Especially since Rose was very arrogant, it was even more difficult for her to accept this new identity. She instinctively began to reject the identity of a slave. Han Shua noticed the changes in Rose's expression. He knew that it would be impossible to make this high god sincerely submit to him within a short period of time. Fortunately, the master-slave contract had been concluded and Han Shua had plenty of time. Therefore, he wasn't particularly concerned. By the way, I'm very curious about your escape technique. What would you have done if I hadn't sealed that space? Han Shua turned his head to look at Rose, who was following closely behind him, and asked in an indifferent manner while walking towards Fort Lossberg. Rose suddenly became rather coy. Her bright eyes avoided Han Shua's gaze. She did not look at Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Can I not tell you?" "You can't," shouted Han Shua. Rose glared at Han Shua and said, "I can use my long hair to escape, but my divine energy will regress. Most importantly, my long hair will fall off and I will become bald." When Rose said that she would become bald, she wore a horrified face as though it was even more terrifying than the regression of her divine energy. Han Shua was dumbfounded. He asked, "Do you care more about the regression of your divine energy, or the regression of your divine energy?" "Of course it's scarier without hair," replied Rose immediately. She looked coldly at Han Shua and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so ugly without hair, I wouldn't have been restrained by you and ended up in this state. Women were women after all. Even if they were from a different race, they could not escape the nature of women." Han Shua shook his head. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had not dared to act rashly because of her long hair. In the end, she had become his slave. Women's thoughts were indeed very strange. However, other than her long and slender legs, Rose's snow-white hair was very pleasing to the eye. Her smooth snow-white hair was soft and glossy, coupled with her charming face and beautiful legs. She gave off a seductive and devilish beauty. "Where are you taking me?" asked Rose after a while as she followed behind Han Shuo. "Fort Lossberg." Han Shuo looked back at her and replied indifferently. "Can I not go?" Rose hesitated for a moment. She frowned and said softly, "I don't like crowded places. You must follow me." Han Shuo smiled and said, "Habits can be changed. From now on, you must try to change your original habits. Follow me and don't talk nonsense. Do whatever I tell you to do. If you can satisfy me, I will cancel the master-slave contract with you after 100 years. You can go or stay as you please." At first Rose was very unwilling, but when she heard Han Shuo say that she could go or stay after 100 years, Rose's eyes lit up. She was clearly excited and exclaimed, "Are you serious? You will cancel the master-slave contract after 100 years? For a god like Rose, 100 years was too short a time. When she heard that she could be free, hope reignited in Rose's heart. Han Shuo nodded and said with a smile, "That will depend on your performance. If you can satisfy me in 100 years, I will definitely keep my promise." "All right, I will go with you to a crowded place. I only hope that you will keep your promise." Rose had hope in her heart. She no longer cared about the small details and immediately agreed. "That's right. Don't worry, I will give you your freedom after 100 years. Han Shuo guaranteed with a straight face. 100 years was a short time for Rose, but it was enough for Han Shuo to do a lot of things. Even if Rose was free after 100 years, she probably wouldn't be able to leave the Han family. Han Shuo laughed inwardly. Chapter 759. ***** Fort Lossberg. The Han family. Han Shuo had not been away for long. After he returned, Fort Lossberg did not undergo any changes. Everything was the same as before. It was Han Shuo himself who had changed. When he left, he was alone. But when he returned, he was accompanied by the seductive spider goddess, Rose. Rose was not fond of socializing with others. She had been following behind Han Shuo in silence. She did not show the slightest interest in the scenery or people around her. She did not speak a single word and was as silent as a rock. Candide and the others were very busy working on Fort Lossberg. The few of them had experience in managing a city. They were all in high spirits after taking control of the fort. They used the energy crystals provided by Han Shuo to equip several energy towers and boundary towers on the city gates to strengthen the fort's overall defensive power. After staying at the Han family for a while, Han Shuo saw that everything was on track. He brought Rose to the valley where the divine guards of the 5th Corps were trained. In Tanai, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was being operated by Cauldron Spirit. Chilling winds blew and killing intent soared into the sky. Rays of multicolored light interweaved within the formation. Mournful screams could be heard from the formation. The divine guards did not relax for even a moment under Cauldron Spirit's ruthless training. Outside Tanai's 8 Desolation and Torment formation, a dozen or so divine guards were sitting cross-legged. They all wore focused expressions. Strange lights would flash across their bodies from time to time. Their domains of divinity did not interfere with each other's business. With just a glance, Han Shuo could tell that the dozen or so divine guards had gone through cruel training in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Their willpower had been greatly improved, and they had gained new insights into the energy they cultivated. In order to allow the divine guards to absorb all the insights they suddenly gained, Cauldron Spirit had driven them out of the formation so that they could calm down and carefully comprehend the new insights they gained. Gilbert was also among the divine guards. He was sitting cross-legged on a boulder with a solemn face. His usual impudence was gone from his face as he quietly comprehended the insights he gained from the formation. Gilbert had just arrived on Elysium, and had just reached early-stage Low God of Darkness. It was not surprising that Han Shuo could make a breakthrough under the training of the formation. Spider Goddess Lolth, who had been following behind Han Shuo without saying a word, was rather surprised when she arrived at the valley. Before she entered, she had noticed that the valley was covered with layers of barriers. It was not easy for those with low strength to discover the situation inside the valley. Lolth was even more surprised when she saw the scene inside the valley. She was very curious about the bizarre energy inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. She carefully released a strand of her darkness divine energy to probe it. Immediately, she discovered that the aura inside the formation was somewhat similar to Han Shua's. Han Shua turned his head to look at Rose behind him and smilingly asked, "What is it?" "No, nothing," replied Rose in a fluster. She took another look at the surroundings and asked, "What is that place used for?" "I can sense your aura from inside." "Training." Han Shua pointed at the formation and explained, "Those people are my 5th Corps Divine Guards. Their strengths need to be improved. I need them to adapt to the harsh environment as quickly as possible. Therefore, I sent them to face the dangers inside." "They can be tempered inside?" Rose was rather astonished. She could sense the dangers inside but had no idea about some of the miraculous uses of the demonic formation. Han Shua put on a smile but did not answer. He started communicating with Cauldron Spirit. "Master, those fellows are not bad. Most of them have mastered formations that work well with each other. Some of them have repeatedly made breakthroughs despite facing life-threatening dangers. It seems that their future achievements will not be low. The 3 of them in particular have made rapid progress, as expected of demonic arts cultivators." Han Shua was rather delighted to hear those words from Cauldron Spirit. He was especially pleased to hear that Sanguiner, Ballance, and Gilbert had made rapid progress. In the future, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert would be Han Shua's trusted right and left arms. Only with the strength of the 3 would the 5th Corps be able to establish a firm foothold in the City of Shadows. The strength of the 5th Corps would also mean that the Han family would be able to rid itself of its reputation as a weak merchant association. Han Shua's valiant strength alone would be far from enough. The Han family must have as many experts as the House of Saint and more high gods as possible. Moreover, Sanguiner, Ballance, Gilbert, and the others would be figures who could shoulder great responsibilities in the future. Naturally, Han Shua hoped that they would grow as strong as possible. Continue to train them. Han Shua instructed the Cauldron Spirit. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Without the 2 of us presiding over the formation, can that demon general refined from Eugene's divine soul be able to maintain the formation's effectiveness?" The 8 Desolation and Torment formation would greatly benefit those low gods and mid gods. After testing the effectiveness of the formation, Han Shua felt that Statholm, Phoebe, Emily, and the others should enter the formation to temper themselves. He believed that after staying in the formation for a period of time, they would all reap great benefits. However, it was impossible for Han Shua and Cauldron Spirit to keep watch over the formation all the time. Therefore Han Shua asked, "The formation's effectiveness will be greatly reduced if it only relies on that demon general," replied the Cauldron Spirit. After taking a short pause, the Cauldron Spirit continued, "But for some low-level gods, a greatly weakened formation can still provide them with sufficient training. If Master wishes to train those from Profound Continent, the power of the formation is more than enough." Han Shua immediately felt relieved after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He planned to have the members of the Han family enter the formation one by one after the first batch of Divine Guards exited the formation. However, the City of Shadows was more than 10 days away, and it would be rather inconvenient to travel back and forth. Han Shua began to consider dismantling everything in the formation and finding a secluded gymnasium for the Han family in the City of Shadows as the new venue for the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Time flew. Another half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the deadline for the 7 Corps competition was drawing closer and closer, Han Shua finally ordered Cauldron Spirit to suspend the 8 Desolation and Torment formation and let all the Divine Guards out. In just half a year, a few more Divine Guards had gained new insights into the energy they cultivated in. The dozens of Divine Guards stayed in the formation for more than a year. During this period of time, they experienced all kinds of dangers at every second. When they exited the formation, they wore grave, stern expressions. Their auras were calm and steady. They gave off the aura of iron and blood that had been through a long period of slaughter. In just a little more than a year, the Divine Guards had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had their strengths improved tremendously, but their willpower had also become extremely tenacious. Now, no matter how great the danger they were facing, they would not give up easily. Even if they were standing before a high god, they would not tremble. After exiting the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, the gazes in which these divine guards looked at Han Shuo were completely different. They no longer had the vigilance and suspicion in their eyes, but more sincere reverence and trust. Previously, the divine guards did not believe that Han Shuo could lead them. However, Han Shuo's 8 Desolation and Torment formation made them realize how extraordinary Han Shuo was. Even now, they still had no idea how the terrifying formations they had experienced were formed. The only thing they could be sure of was that those formations were deployed by Han Shuo. That was enough to convince the divine guards and make them revere Han Shuo. Those divine guards who had made breakthroughs in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation were especially grateful to Han Shuo. The breakthroughs of gods on Elysium were usually accompanied by a long period of time. Only they knew how much they had benefited from their breakthrough under the pressure of the formation. After Gilbert woke up, he looked at Rose, who was standing beside Han Shuo, and asked, "Master, who is this white-haired woman? I don't think I've seen her before. Is she your new woman?" A cold glint flashed across Rose's eyes. A strand of her long hair shot out like lightning at Gilbert. Before Gilbert could react, he was caught by the hair that seemed to be able to extend infinitely. He was thrown into the air. When he landed, Gilbert cried out in pain, "White-haired woman, what are you doing?" Strange lights flashed across the eyes of Sanguiner and Ballance. They looked at the apathetic Rose in astonishment. They immediately took note of this woman with outstanding looks and terrifying strength. Sanguiner and Ballance were well aware of Gilbert's strength. When they saw that Rose seemed to be able to defeat Gilbert with just a strand of her hair, they knew that even if they were to fight Rose, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. The two were puzzled as to why Han Shuo would suddenly have such an expert by his side. "My hair is silver, not white," Rose looked at Gilbert coldly and said. "And I'm not his new woman." Gilbert stood up while cursing. He knew that he was no match for Rose. He groaned and said, "If you are not my master's new woman, then who are you?" "Just like you, I am his slave." Rose hesitated for a moment before she shot a glance at the smiley Han Shuo and answered reluctantly, "Oh." Gilbert let out a strange cry and said loudly, "A slave? My master is truly blessed to have such a beautiful slave." As he spoke, Gilbert winked at the divine guards. When the surrounding divine guards heard Gilbert's words, they put on dubious and odd expressions. Rose could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Gilbert's words. She could more or less guess what the divine guards were thinking from their perverted expressions. She put on a stern face and was about to flip out again. "That's enough," Han Shuo softly shouted. He then said to the divine guards, "You all return to the City of Shadows first." "My lord, aren't you returning with us?" Barnard had gradually acknowledged Han Shuo's identity after spending a year in the City of Shadows. Barnard had gone through many trials and tribulations over the past year. His strength had improved tremendously, and he had started to respect Han Shuo. "I still have some matters to attend to and will be returning soon." "Right, you will lead the team for the time being." Han Shuo nodded. "Yes, my lord." Barnard bowed and replied. Then, he led the divine guards who were looking at the 8 Desolation and Torment formation reluctantly. To them, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation that was filled with dangers had become the most important memory of their lives. They were very mindful of what they had experienced in the formation. After the divine guards left, Han Shuo turned to Sanguiner, Ballance, and Gilbert and instructed, "Let's dismantle this place. Leave nothing behind. After we return to the Han family, we will restore the formation to its original state." Sanguiner, Ballance, and Gilbert were Han Shuo's most trusted subordinates. The three had some understanding of the demonic arts that Han Shuo cultivated in. Therefore, it was only natural that they would help in dismantling the formation. After hearing Han Shuo's instructions, Sanguiner and the other two immediately followed Han Shuo's instructions and began to dismantle the 8 Desolation and Torment formation in full swing. They did not miss a single stone pillar or rock. They even carefully dug out many special materials for fear that they would be difficult to restore in the future if they were damaged. After everything was in place, Han Shuo and the others proceeded to erase all traces of Tanai. After making sure that there were no traces of him in the valley, Han Shuo instructed Sanguiner and the other two, "You all return to the City of Shadows first. I will be back before the competition of the 7 corps begins." "Master, where are you going? Master, where are you going?" asked Sanguiner and Gilbert at the same time. Ballins remained silent, but his eyes were filled with hope. "I have to deal with some hidden dangers. It will be inconvenient to bring the 3 of you along. I will only be able to bring you into the tiger's den and dragon's den without any worries when you have the strength to hunt high gods." Han Shuo declined smilingly. The 3 were rather disheartened by Han Shuo's words. However, the truth was right there. Although the 3 were helpless, they had no choice but to follow Han Shuo's instructions and return to the City of Shadows after the Divine Guards. Han Shuo did not return to the City of Shadows. Instead, he headed towards Hushvale City alone with Rose. "What are you doing?" asked Rose when she saw that Han Shuo was not heading towards the City of Shadows. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with puzzlement. "I'm taking you to kill some people." Han Shuo turned around and grinned. He said, "We are going to Hushvale City to eliminate a few enemies who are threatening my family clan." Ever since Aobashi and Erebus informed Han Shuo of Avery's whereabouts, Han Shuo had made up his mind to eliminate Avery. Especially when Han Shuo learned that Han Shuo was with Hasling, Han Shuo's desire to eliminate the two grew even stronger. Just as Aobashi and Erebus had said, Avery and Hasling had made it clear that they would not let him and the Han family off. The two possessed extraordinary strength, and Hasling controlled the enormous God Swamp Pharmacy. With such a huge threat lurking in the dark, Han Shuo felt as though there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He wasn't afraid that Avery and Hasling would attack him, but if the two were to deliberately target the Han family, Han Shuo couldn't possibly protect everyone. Under such circumstances, the most appropriate method was to eliminate these 2 hidden dangers before the 2 of them made their move. And right now, Han Shuo indeed possessed the strength to do so. Both Hasling and Avery resided in Hushvale City. Hasling was an honored guest of Hushvale City, and was highly regarded by the city lord of Hushvale City. Han Shuo knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the 2 in Hushvale City. Although Sanguiner and the other 2 had advanced by leaps and bounds in strength, they were, after all, still not high gods. The 3 of them would not be able to help Han Shuo in Hushvale City. In fact, they might even become a burden to him. Therefore, Han Shuo couldn't bring them along. Unlike them, Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Even if Han Shuo were to encounter danger in Hushvale City, he could easily escape with Rose. With the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo believed that Hushvale City wouldn't be able to trap him. Therefore, he had the confidence to bring Rose along. Who are we going to kill? Rose wasn't a soft-hearted person. She did not show the slightest surprise after hearing Han Shuo's words. "You will know when we get there." Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He was very satisfied with Rose's performance. However, he did not tell Rose the details. Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. It was very close to Hushvale City. As Rose had no interest in chatting with Han Shuo, the two traveled at full speed. In just a few days, they crossed the vast land between the 2 cities and arrived at the border of Hushvale City. Hushvale City was similar to the City of Shadows. The main city of Hushvale City was at the center of the city, surrounded by forts and villages of various sizes. After arriving at the border of Hushvale City, Han Shuo behaved less presumptuously. He and Rose deliberately avoided the divine guards and crowds of Hushvale City in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a high god, the terrifying aura on Rose's body was too obvious. Under Han Shuo's insistence, Rose concealed her aura so that the low gods and mid gods whose strengths were weaker than hers wouldn't be as fearful. Han Shuo's ability to conceal his aura was far superior to Rose's. As long as he did not utilize the demonic yuan in his body, Han Shuo could perfectly conceal his aura with his mid-god of death and destruction avatars. Even Rose couldn't see through his true strength, much less any low god or mid-god. After traveling for 18 days in Hushvale City, Han Shuo and Rose finally arrived at the city gates of Hushvale City. Chapter 760. Hushvale City, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Han Shua and Rose strolled side by side on the streets of Hushvale City. Hushvale City wasn't much different from the City of Shadows. There were countless shops along the way. Many gods frequented the shops to purchase divine weapons, energy crystals, and divine scrolls for their cultivation. The God Swamp Pharmacy was extremely famous in Hushvale City, just like the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It was the largest pharmacy in Hushvale City. Han Shua learned the location of the God Swamp Pharmacy by simply asking some random gods along the way. Hushvale City was just as enormous. It took Han Shua 3 hours to travel from the city gate to the God Swamp Pharmacy's shop. Standing in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy's entrance and gazing at the enormous buildings towering into the clouds, Han Shua realized that the headquarters of the God Swamp Pharmacy was much more magnificent than the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Pharmacists wearing snow-white robes that were unique to pharmacists could be seen roaming in and out of some of the God Swamp Pharmacy's medicine refinement rooms. Along the way, divine guards would push carts filled with all kinds of glassware to the God Swamp Pharmacy's airships. They would place bottles of the latest medicines into the airships and transport them to other major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Unlike the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, other than Hushvale City, the God Swamp Pharmacy had branches in several other cities of the Darkness Dominion. The medicines they produced for the major family clans could only be produced in the God Swamp Pharmacy and transported to other major cities using airships. The God Swamp Pharmacy had a good relationship with the major family clans in the major cities of the Darkness Dominion. It also had connections with the God Hunters. Therefore, the long-distance trade between the God Swamp Pharmacy and the major family clans of the Darkness Dominion had never gone wrong. However, due to the sudden rise of Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the major family clans in the City of Shadows stopped purchasing medicines from the God Swamp Pharmacy. As the reputation of the medicines refined by Han Shua rose, the God Swamp Pharmacy's business was gradually affected. That being said, the God Swamp Pharmacy had been established in the Darkness Dominion for many years. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no match for the current God Swamp Pharmacy. The scale of the God Swamp Pharmacy far exceeded that of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, which had only recently developed. As he stood at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shua was not in a hurry to enter or inquire about Hasling's situation. Instead, he released his demon generals to roam around the various areas of the God Swamp Pharmacy. The God Swamp Pharmacy was just a big shop. It needed to open its doors to do business. Therefore, the security here was not very tight. Naturally, it was far inferior to some of the big families. The demon flew around the shop and did not encounter too many obstacles. Soon, the situation of the potion shop was reflected in his mind. "What are you doing here?" Rose was a little puzzled when she saw Han Shua standing motionlessly in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, neither entering nor leaving. Han Shua put on a faint smile, turned his head to look at Rose and said, "I'm here to take a look at the situation." It's indeed a little annoying to stand in front of the door. Come, let's take a walk inside." Rose followed Han Shua blindly and had no objections. When she saw that Han Shua had already entered the God Swamp Pharmacy, she did not hesitate and followed Han Shua into the shop. As the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua was very concerned about the marketing methods of the God Swamp Pharmacy. After entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, he used his demon generals to scout out some of the hidden locations of the God Swamp Pharmacy while walking around with Rose, pretending to be interested in some of the medicines sold in the shop. Rose followed closely behind Han Shua. She had been observing Han Shua with great curiosity. She could sense the murderous intent hidden under Han Shua's calm and gentle exterior. Not long after entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, Rose realized that Han Shua's target was someone in the shop. She secretly paid attention to it, fearing that Han Shua would suddenly kill someone in the God Swamp Pharmacy in broad daylight. That would put her in a very disadvantageous position. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Brian?" A delicate voice sounded beside Han Shua's ear. Then, a graceful and elegant figure walked over from a distance. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. Han Shua's goal in coming to the God Swamp Pharmacy was clear: to kill Hasling and Avery. As Hasling had never met Han Shua before, Han Shua did not deliberately conceal his presence. He did not know anyone in Hushvale City and was startled to hear someone calling his name. His heart full of astonishment, Han Shuo turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Charlotte's bright eyes looking at Han Shuo. She seemed to be very surprised. Charlotte was from the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion. Back in the City of Shadows, she had helped Portlam fend off an attack from Han Shuo. After the incident, Charlotte went to Carmelita and apologized to Han Shuo, stating that she had nothing to do with what happened to Portlam. Han Shuo did not have any prejudice against Charlotte. It was only because of Portlam that Han Shuo vented his anger on Charlotte. After Carmelita pleaded for leniency on Han Shuo's behalf and Charlotte's tactful apology, Han Shuo did not insist on taking revenge on Charlotte. However, the ill feelings in Han Shuo's heart would not disappear so easily. Although Han Shuo did not insist on taking revenge on Charlotte, he did not have a good impression of her either. Therefore, it was only natural that he would not sell the medicines he personally refined to her or her family clan. Charlotte walked over smilingly. She appeared very friendly. As soon as she approached Han Shuo, she apologized. "I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I didn't mean to offend you. It was a special situation and I had no other choice. I hope that Mr. Brian will forgive me." Han Shuo did not expect to see Charlotte here. When she apologized as soon as they met, Han Shuo merely nodded indifferently. He had no intention of having a deep conversation with her. Charlotte was a high god. She could instinctively sense the presence of people stronger than her. After she exchanged a smile with Han Shuo, she immediately turned to look at Rose in surprise. Rose's strength was a realm higher than hers. She could sense the pressure that Rose gave her. She couldn't figure out why Han Shuo always had powerful gods around him. When Han Shuo nodded and was about to leave, Charlotte took a step forward, put on a faint smile and said, "Mr. Brian, it must be fate that we met here. Can we find a place to talk? I want to apologize to you as a sign of my sincerity." As she had acted rashly the last time, Charlotte had failed to purchase the miraculous medicine from Han Shuo on behalf of the House of Brackner. She had no choice but to come to the Godswamp Pharmacy and try to purchase some commonly used medicines from them. Charlotte thought that it was a good opportunity to bury the hatchet with Han Shuo. Therefore, she had no intention of letting Han Shuo off the hook. She shook his head. Han Shuo shook his head. Clearly, he had no interest in talking to Charlotte. He waved his hand and coldly said, "There's no need to apologize. Carmelita has told me that I won't take the matter to heart." The fact that Han Shuo had said those words with an indifferent expression meant that he still did not have a favorable impression of her. However, he would not hold the House of Brackner responsible for that matter. This was different from Charlotte's expectations. Therefore, she looked a little sad when she heard what Han Shuo said. Han Shuo's indifferent attitude was there for all to see. If Charlotte continued to pester Han Shuo, she would only get the opposite effect. Therefore, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Her fair face was filled with a bitter smile. She did not intend to continue pestering Han Shuo. "Sister Charlotte, have you chosen what you want?" A sweet and elegant voice suddenly came from afar. A delicate and beautiful woman wearing a simple green robe appeared. She was a very charming beauty. She had fair skin, a tall and slender figure, willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slender eyes that gave off a tranquil and otherworldly charm. "Not yet. I just met an acquaintance." Charlotte turned around and smiled gently. She said, "Let's continue choosing and have a good talk with the Godswamp Pharmacy." Suddenly, this delicate and beautiful woman looked at Han Shuo with a pair of green eyes in surprise. She exclaimed softly, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. He sized up this delicate and beautiful woman with a strange look and asked in confusion, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, have I?" When he said this, Han Shuo frowned and thought for a moment. He felt that this delicate and beautiful woman seemed a little familiar, especially her sweet and elegant voice. He seemed to have heard it in his memory. However, looking at this delicate and beautiful face, Han Shuo thought hard for a moment, but he could not recall where he had seen her before. After the delicate and beautiful woman cried out in surprise, she seemed very happy. She walked past Charlotte and went straight to Han Shuo's side. She said excitedly, "When did you come here? I told you to find me according to the method I gave you. Why didn't you come?" Han Shuo was confused. He looked blankly at the delicate and beautiful woman who seemed a little excited and said, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you." The beautiful woman's mouth curled into an amused smile. She looked at Han Shuo carefully and chuckled. "I can't be wrong. It's you. You actually forgot about me." As he talked with her, the sense of familiarity in Han Shuo's heart became stronger. However, when he looked at the delicate and beautiful face in front of him, Han Shuo was sure that he had never seen her before. With his amazing memory for beautiful women, Han Shuo believed that he would never forget a beauty of this level even if he took a glance at her. However, he could feel that this beautiful woman had an indescribable sense of familiarity. This made Han Shuo even more puzzled. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't remember. Why don't you give me a hint?" "Oh no." The beautiful woman chuckled and shook her head. She glared at Han Shuo and said, "You actually forgot about me. That's too much." "Bichimos, you know Brian?" Charlotte, who was at the side, couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression, "Bichimos, you know Brian?" When the 4 words Bichimos came out, Han Shuo immediately came to a realization. Everything that happened in the Abyss realm was reflected in his mind. The image of Bichimos, the greatest demon king of the Abyss realm, gradually overlapped with the elegant and beautiful woman in front of him. Back in the Abyss realm, Bichimos always wore a ferocious-looking mask. She usually spoke mostly in a male voice. Only when she was absent-minded would she use a clear and melodious female voice. When she finally left the Abyss, Han Shuo had even asked her whether she was a man or a woman. It was at that time that Bichimos used a clear and melodious female voice to answer Han Shuo. It was also at that time that Han Shuo was certain that Bichimos was indeed a woman. It was just that he had never seen her face. It was no wonder that Han Shuo felt that she looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "Bichimos, it's actually you?" Han Shuo was very pleasantly surprised after learning who she was. He laughed and said, "I never thought that I would meet you again on Elysium. Aha, how are you? How have you been? You scoundrel, when I left I gave you a way to contact me. Why didn't you look for me when you came to Elysium?" Bichimos looked at Han Shuo smilingly, but his tone was full of reproach. After hearing Bichimos' words, Han Shuo recalled that she had indeed given him a way to contact her. However, after the series of events that Han Shuo had experienced on Profound Continent and after he met Donna, Han Shuo did not think about Bichimos again. Naturally, he had long forgotten about the method she had given him. I'm sorry, I forgot," Han Shuo replied, feeling rather embarrassed. "Judging from your clothes, you seem to be doing quite well on Elysium." Bichimos examined Han Shuo from head to toe before she groaned and said, "Your punishment is to treat me to a sumptuous meal at the most high-end Divine Blessing Tavern in Hushvale City. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I'm a very vengeful person." Having met Han Shuo on Elysium, Bichimos appeared rather excited. In Elysium, she was not as solemn and inflexible as she was in the Abyss realm. Without her fierce-fanged mask, Bichimos had transformed into a beautiful and elegant woman. She appeared very easy to get along with. Charlotte was extremely astonished to see that Bichimos and Han Shuo knew each other. As she listened to their conversation, Charlotte gradually realized where Bichimos and Han Shuo met. Bichimos had told Charlotte about her experiences in the Abyss realm after returning to Elysium. She knew that Bichimos had met a miraculous person in the Abyss realm and had also heard about her experiences. It was at this moment that Charlotte heard from Bichimos that Han Shuo seemed to be doing quite well. She couldn't help but smile wryly in her heart. Han Shuo wasn't just doing quite well. Now that the House of Han had officially risen to power in the City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business covered every corner of the city. Even the House of Brackner had to beg Han Shuo to purchase some of their miraculous medicines. Han Shuo had accomplished all this in just a few decades. If Han Shuo was doing quite well, then all those who came from low-level material planes would be beggars. No problem. Han Shuo agreed straightforwardly and said, "Let's go. It's my treat today." Charlotte was delighted to see that Han Shuo was so friendly to Bichimos. She immediately gave up on buying any medicines from the Godswamp Pharmacy and followed Han Shuo to the restaurant with a smile on her face. She made up her mind to improve her relationship with Han Shuo. Chapter 761. Bichimos was rather surprised to see that Han Shuo agreed so readily. The Divine Blessing Tavern in Hushvale City was extremely expensive. A single dish and a bottle of wine would cost more than 100 black crystal coins. Even the members of small family clans couldn't afford such expenses. Bichimos was rather hesitant to accept Han Shuo's offer. Why don't we go to another tavern? I don't want you to be unable to afford it. Bichimos thought for a moment and was rather uncertain about Han Shuo's strength. The Divine Blessing Tavern then. I heard that this tavern serves very good food, said Han Shuo smilingly when he saw Bichimos' hesitation. Bichimos, you don't have to worry about him. He can afford it, said Charlotte with a sweet smile. She knew that Han Shuo wouldn't face any problems with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's rise in the City of Shadows. Let's go. It's my treat. Han Shuo turned around and looked at Rose, hinting for her to follow him. Rose remained silent throughout. She stood beside Han Shuo as though she was an outsider. She had no interest in Charlotte and Bichimos. Her eyelids were slightly lowered as she silently followed them. With Charlotte and Bichimos leading the way, Han Shuo and the other three arrived at the Divine Blessing Tavern in Hushvale City. Bichimos and Charlotte were very familiar with the tavern. They found an elegant table where they could see the endless stream of people below, and the energy towers of various colors not far away. A well-dressed waitress courteously walked up to them and asked in a gentle voice, "What would you like to eat? What would you like to drink?" Han Shuo wasn't a picky person. Having cultivated in demonic arts to such a high level, he didn't rely too much on food. Han Shuo smilingly pointed at Bichimos and said, "Ask her. You seem to be doing pretty well." Bichimos chuckled and casually ordered a few dishes and a bottle of fine wine called Blueberry Fantasy. After the waitress left with a smile on her face, Bichimos asked, "When did you come to Elysium? How have you been?" "About 20 years ago. Elysium wasn't a bad place. Here I found something worth fighting for." Han Shuo did not directly answer Bichimos' question. Instead, he knitted his brows and asked, "Right, are you also from the Brackner family?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Bichimos noticed that Han Shuo's expression was a little strange when he mentioned her family. She couldn't figure out what Han Shuo meant. "Mr. Brian, I am very sorry for what happened last time. Please forgive me." Charlotte suddenly stood up and bowed to Han Shuo, solemnly apologizing again. Bichimos was even more astonished. "Sister Charlotte, what are you doing?" Bichimos stared blankly for a moment. Then, he looked at Han Shuo doubtfully and asked, "When did you start calling him Brian?" Back in the Abyss Realm, as no one knew him, Han Shuo used his original name. Bichimos was very astonished to hear Charlotte call Han Shuo Brian. A new material plane, a new beginning. Here I am Brian. Of course you can still call me Han Shuo. It doesn't matter. Han Shuo shrugged. He then looked at Charlotte and said, "Forget it. Given my friendship with Bichimos, I will let bygones be bygones. If you want to purchase medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, we can slowly discuss it in the future." After hearing those words from Han Shuo, Charlotte knew that he had truly forgiven her for helping Portlam in the City of Shadows. Her face lit up with delight. She thanked Han Shuo smilingly and said to Bichimos, "I have mentioned to you that Mr. Brian from the City of Shadows is a friend you made in the Abyss Realm." Upon hearing those words, Bichimos' pretty face was filled with astonishment. She cried out in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Charlotte had told Bichimos about what happened in the City of Shadows, especially the part where Han Shuo mercilessly killed Portlam. She also told her about the miraculous properties of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Bichimos was very astonished by what she heard. However, when Bichimos first met Han Shuo in the Abyss Realm, although Han Shuo was miraculous, his strength had not increased by a large margin. Bichimos could not associate him with the powerful expert who had forced Portlam into such a sorry state. Charlotte knew that Bichimos would be greatly shocked. When she learned that Han Shuo was that person from the Abyss Realm whom Bichimos had mentioned to her, how could she not be in disbelief? According to Bichimos, Han Shuo's strength in the Abyss Realm was even lower than hers. Yet, in just a few short decades, Han Shuo was able to force Portlam into such a state. What did this mean? It meant that Han Shuo had advanced from low god to high god in just a few decades. This rate of improvement was simply unimaginable. Under Bichimo's questioning gaze, Charlotte forced a smile and nodded heavily. She said, "You know that I won't play such a joke on you." After taking a short pause, Charlotte continued, "I believe that you have heard of the deeds of the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. You should know that this is absolutely the truth." Bichimos was even more astonished. She looked at Han Shuo in bewilderment and asked, "When you were in the Abyss Realm, have you been concealing your strength?" Han Shuo forced a smile. He did not know how to answer Bichimos. He really did not conceal his strength when he was in the Abyss Realm. However, if he were to tell Bichimos the truth, she would most likely not believe him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo summoned up his courage and nodded. "You bastard! Why are you so guarded against everyone?" Bichimos angrily glared at Han Shuo and said, "To think that I was worried that you would have a hard time after coming to Elysium. I even wanted to recommend you to join our family clan. If I had known that you possessed high god strength, I wouldn't have been so worried." After finishing those words, Bichimos suddenly let out a soft shout and said to the waitress in the distance, "Don't order the dishes and wine we just ordered. Change them to the most expensive ones." Obviously, Bichimos was angry and wanted to rip off Han Shuo right away. The waitress was overjoyed when she heard Bichimos shout. Fearing that Bichimos would go back on her words, she hastily agreed. Before long, one after another, dishes and wine that Han Shuo had never seen before were served in an endless stream. The table in front of the four was filled to the brim. Bichimos glared at Han Shuo with hatred. She urged Charlotte to gorge herself on the delicately prepared meat slices as though she was treating them as Han Shuo. Charlotte looked at Bichimos in astonishment. She had never seen Bichimos display such an unbridled attitude in front of a strange man. She started having other thoughts in her mind. Spider Goddess Lilith didn't say a word. But when the delicacies were served, she didn't stand on ceremony with Han Shuo at all. She didn't need anyone to greet her. Like Bichimos, she placed one small plate after another in front of her, lowered her head, and focused on eating. Han Shuo did not have any special feelings towards food. He tasted every dish and drank only a few cups of fine wine. He felt that the dishes and wine here were indeed tasty and probably worth a lot. When it was time to settle the bill, the waitress reported the price of 9,600 black crystal coins. Han Shuo was only a little surprised. Now that Han Shuo was rich and overbearing, he naturally wouldn't be shocked by such a small amount of black crystal coins. Under Bichimos' gaze, Han Shuo very straightforwardly threw out a bag of 10,000 black crystal coins each. Bichimos, Charlotte, and Rose had drunk some wine. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, making them appear radiant and dazzling. Charlotte was a little better. Her temperament was excellent, but her appearance was only average. On the other hand, Bichimos and Rose were extremely beautiful. The rosy glow on their charming faces greatly increased their charm, causing Han Shuo to feel stunned. Bichimos had been sizing up Han Shuo. When she saw him calmly settle the bill, she softly muttered, "He's really rich. He didn't even bat an eyelid when paying 10,000 black crystal coins. He's even more generous than my father." "Let's go." Han Shuo stood up. His majestic body towered over the many gods in the Divine Blessing Pharmacy. His extravagant spending and the graceful appearances of the three women beside him attracted many people's attention. They thought, who is this guy? Since when did Hushvale City have such a guy with boundless luck with women? Those who could afford to come to the Divine Blessing Pharmacy were all people of high status in Hushvale City. They were all very familiar with each other. When they saw that Han Shuo looked unfamiliar, they began to pay attention to him. They were secretly trying to figure out who Han Shuo was. The three women also stood up and followed behind Han Shuo. Just as they were about to leave the Divine Blessing Pharmacy, Bichimos softly said to a young man at the entrance, "Disgusting." That young man had been staring at the three women from the beginning. His eyes were filled with undisguised lust. Bichimos was not wrong to call him disgusting. However, everyone in the Divine Blessing Pharmacy was sizing up Han Shuo in astonishment. It was very quiet. Bichimos's disgusting was clearly heard by everyone. That young man should be someone of high status in Hushvale City. After being scolded by Bichimos, Everyone in the Divine Blessing Pharmacy was looking at him with great interest. It was as though they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The young man stared blankly for a moment before he realized that his acquaintances were looking at him like he was a joke. He immediately felt that he couldn't maintain his composure. With a dark face, he sized up Bichimos and sneered, "Little whore, who are you talking about?" Bichimos's charming face sank. The disgust on her face grew even more intense. She said, "You uncultured thing. Just looking at you makes me sick." After saying those words, Bichimos lost all interest in talking to the young man. She hastily left as though she was avoiding a smelly fly. She urged Hanshu, "Let's go. 3 women with 1 man. And all of them are drunk. I wonder what they are going to do next. What a wanton and lascivious bunch." The young man stared blankly for a moment before he let out a low, perverted laugh. When he said those words, the people in the Divine Blessing Pharmacy were all looking at Hanshua with eyes filled with envy. Hanshua stared blankly for a moment. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of him naked and monopolizing Charlotte, Bichimos and Rose. A strange smile appeared on his face. He smiled and shook his head. Hanshua thought to himself, "I'm really not a good person. I can't believe I'm imagining such an obscene scene at such a time." Slap. A loud slap sounded from inside the Divine Blessing Pharmacy. Charlotte coldly stared at the young man and said, "I don't care which family clan you are from. You better watch your mouth." "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" shrieked the young man. The divine guards who were eating and drinking at the table also stood up with cold and indifferent looks on their faces. In an instant they spread out and surrounded Hanshua's group of 4. It seems that this matter won't be easily resolved. Charlotte's attack was too fast. The young man was only a mid-god of death. He simply couldn't defend himself in time. By the time Hanshua came to his senses, the divine guards around the young man had already surrounded them. Hanshua wasn't afraid of trouble. However, his main purpose in coming to Hushvale City was to eliminate Hassling and Avery. If he were to expose his identity before that, it would greatly affect his plan. Seeing that the situation had developed to such a stage, Hanshua's heart sank. He began to ponder on how to quickly resolve this problem. The young man was only a mid-god. The divine guards around him were of similar strength as well. None of them were high gods. Those who were eating and drinking in the Divine Blessing Pharmacy were also of similar strength. None of them were high gods. On Hanshua's side, apart from Bichimos who had broken through to mid-god realm after returning to Elysium, Hanshua, Charlotte, and Rose both possessed high god strength. Any one of them would be able to kill the young man and his divine guards. However, this was the Divine Blessing Pharmacy. Committing such a crime in Hushvale City would certainly draw the attention of certain people. It wouldn't be easy for them to escape. If the matter was blown out of proportion, Hanshua's identity would be easily exposed. Once Avery and Hassling learned that he was in Hushvale City, they would most likely come hunting before Hanshua could come knocking on their door. Hanshua bunched his brows. This is going to be a little tricky. This is Hushvale City. How dare you outsiders run amok in Hushvale City? You are courting death, shouted the young man. Arrest them and bring them back to the 6th Corps for interrogation. Just like the City of Shadows, Hushvale City had its own divine guards. However, there were only 6 Corps in Hushvale City. Judging from the young man's appearance, he seemed to be someone of high status in Hushvale City. The divine guards around him all wore stern expressions. They were clearly well-trained divine guards. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please settle them outside. It was at this moment that a white-haired, chubby old man dressed in divine blessing attire walked over. He wore a professional smile on his face as though he was used to such situations. As one of the largest and most luxurious establishments in Hushvale City, Divine Blessing Pharmacy wasn't that simple. The young man knew the background of Divine Blessing Pharmacy. He nodded, waved his hand at the divine guards and said, "Let's go and arrest them." After saying those words, the young man coldly gazed at Hanshua and the other 3 before leading the group out of Divine Blessing Pharmacy. Those who were drinking and having fun in Divine Blessing Pharmacy were all in high spirits when they saw that something interesting was about to happen. They either paid their bills and followed the young man out of the store or went to the window to look down. The House of Granlow, the last of the 4 major family clans in Hushvale City, said Charlotte to Bichimos with a faint smile after hearing the name of the 6th core of Hushvale City. She then turned to look at Han Shua and said, "Don't mention it." Han Shua was rather astonished to hear those words from Charlotte. After giving it some thought, Han Shua felt relieved. Like the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, the House of Brackner was one of the most ancient family clans in the City of Shadows. A small family clan ranked last in Hushvale City was not something that they would take seriously. Han Shua felt relieved. He nodded smilingly and said, "I don't want anyone to know that I'm in Hushvale City." "I won't trouble you," replied Charlotte. She did not understand why Han Shua would say that, but she nodded anyway, indicating that she understood what Han Shua meant. Rose did not say a word, but her face was rather ugly. That young man's words were too offensive. She was clearly enraged. "Sister Charlotte, teach that guy a lesson," said Bichimos in a cold voice. She seemed to be very displeased. "Forget it. This is Hushvale City. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I have already given him a slap on the face. After we reveal our identities, I don't think he will dare to use the 6th core of Hushvale City to pressure us." Charlotte consoled Bichimos in a gentle voice, seemingly not wanting to escalate the matter. "Sister Charlotte, his words are so unpleasant. How can we just let it go like that?" Bichimos was rather displeased and had an angry look on her face. As they were talking, Han Shua and the other 3 walked out of Divine Blessing. Charlotte shot a cold glance at the young man and was about to reveal her identity. But before she could say anything, the young man sneered at Han Shua and said, "You have quite the luck with women, kid. Isn't it nice to have 3 women by yourself? When we get to the 6th core, I'll give you even more enjoyment and let you experience an even more wonderful feeling." The young man seemed to be more interested in Rose. His eyes impudently roamed up and down her body. He chuckled and said, "White-haired beauty, I like your type the most. We can have a good chat later." Among the 3 women, only Rose remained silent. She did not attack him. He seemed to have a good impression of Rose. His words were very bold. However, he obviously didn't know that Rose, who didn't say a word, was the real god of slaughter. Especially when he called Rose a white-haired beauty. This violated Rose's greatest taboo. When Han Shua saw the cold glint in Rose's eyes, he knew that something bad had happened. Before he could say anything, a few strands of Rose's hair suddenly shot out. Rose was very close to the young man. He couldn't even dodge a slap from Rose, let alone Rose, who was slightly stronger than him. The strands of hair shot out and sank into the young man's chest. Rose swung her hair and sent the young man flying far away. He was already dead by the time he landed on the ground. Han Shua's face changed. When he saw Rose attack, he knew that there was no way to end this peacefully. Chapter 762. The Divine Blessing Tavern was located in a bustling district at the center of Hushvale City. Many people had clearly seen how Rose killed those people on the street. It was only a matter of time before the Hushvale City Divine Guards came looking for them. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to retreat. Under the watchful eyes of the demon generals, Han Shua led the 3 through block after block of streets, purposely going to some of the more secluded areas. After a while, they finally arrived at the first district of Hushvale City that resembled a slum. Divine Guards would rarely pay attention to such places. Not many members of major family clans would come here. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Charlotte used her divine tablet to spend a few black crystal coins, and found a simple and crude gymnasium. The 4 entered the gymnasium as a temporary lodging. Charlotte and Bichimos were still somewhat astonished. They looked at Lolth with very strange gazes. They did not expect that Lolth would be so daring as to kill someone in the middle of Hushvale City in front of so many aristocratic scions without uttering a single word. Of course, they had also heard Han Shua's words. "Since you're going to do it, make it clean." They were very astonished by Han Shua and Rose. They did not understand what the 2 were thinking. If it were up to Charlotte and Bichimos, they would at most teach that youth a lesson and humiliate him a little. They definitely wouldn't kill him along with his divine guards so easily. "Hanshua, you sure are bold." Bichimos put on an astonished face and said, "That young man should have some status in Hushvale City. For you to kill him just like that, his family clan will definitely not let us off." Rose remained calm and did not feel that her actions were inappropriate. She remained silent as usual. Hanshua had seen his fair share of ups and downs. Although he felt that Rose's actions were rather rash, he did not take it to heart. He put on a faint smile and replied, "It's just killing a good-for-nothing young man. It's no big deal." After taking a short pause, Hanshua turned to Charlotte and Bichimos and said, "Hushvale City will surely investigate the three of us. The two of you should leave Hushvale City as soon as possible. You may be in danger if you stay. I know that your family clan possesses extraordinary strength, but the death of that young man and his divine guards is a serious matter. No matter how powerful your family clan is, you will still be in big trouble." "You're not coming with us?" Bichimos asked in astonishment. "I have some matters to attend to. I will only leave after a while." Hanshua looked at Charlotte and said, "I don't have any extra medicines with me at the moment. The next time I refine them, you can send someone to the City of Shadows to purchase them. As long as you can prove your family clan's identity, I will not be as unreasonable as last time." Charlotte put on a delighted face after hearing Hanshua's guarantee. She softly thanked Hanshua before she pulled Bichimos and said, "We should head back first. I can tell that Brian and this friend possess extraordinary strength. Even if they run into trouble in Hushvale City, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to escape. But for the two of us, it won't be so easy for us to escape if we are really trapped." Charlotte had a clear understanding of the situation. For Hanshua to not leave Hushvale City under such circumstances, he must have something extremely important to attend to. The strength Rose had displayed made Charlotte's heart palpitate. Furthermore, Hanshua was a mysterious and unfathomable person. Charlotte believed that it was indeed unwise for them to get too close to Hanshua under the current circumstances. Bichimos bunched his brows and seemed somewhat displeased. He shot a glance at Charlotte and softly said, "Sister Charlotte, this isn't a good idea, is it? If the two of us stay, we won't be able to help Brian. We might even become a burden to him." Charlotte's bright eyes swiveled as she softly consoled Bichimos. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Bichimos's inquiring gaze fell on Hanshua. Hanshua shrugged his shoulders and said, "I still have some matters to attend to. It's more convenient to move around with fewer people." After a short pause, Hanshua continued in a low voice, "Also, it's best that you don't get involved in what I'm doing. This will have an extremely negative impact on your Brackner family. Even if it's not for yourselves, you have to think about the interests of your family." As a descendant of a large family clan, although there were many conveniences, there were also many taboos. One had to put the interests of the family first. As a member of the Brackner family, Bichimos obviously had to think about the interests of her family. Upon hearing Hanshua's words, Bichimos's charming face was filled with a bitter smile as she helplessly nodded. Given how Hanshua and Rose had no qualms about slaughtering people at the slightest provocation, they were definitely going to do something big in Hushvale City. Bichimos was also unwilling to bring unnecessary trouble to her family. Therefore, she had no choice but to agree to Hanshua's suggestion. Charlotte and Bichimos continued to discuss with Hanshua for a while, discussing some matters regarding future cooperation. Only when the sky gradually darkened did Charlotte and Bichimos finally leave Hushvale City as soon as possible. Not long after the two left, Hanshua shot a glance at Rose and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to move to another place." The gymnasium was rented using Charlotte's divine tablet. Hanshua couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about it. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Hanshua wanted to move as soon as possible and settle his business at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Rose's killing of that young man on the street must have attracted the attention of some people. Hanshua had to get rid of Hasling and Avery before his identity was exposed and his tracks were discovered. Otherwise, the longer he dragged things out, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Rose did not say a word and silently followed after Hanshua. As the night deepened, the security in Hushvale City grew noticeably tighter. Squads of divine guards patrolled the streets at night. Their eyes were vigilantly scanning their surroundings, searching for any suspicious traces. Han Shuo knew that those divine guards were most likely looking for him and Rose. With the help of his demon general's vision, Han Shuo and Rose easily evaded the squads of divine guards and appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy's entrance after midnight. The God Swamp Pharmacy was quiet and peaceful at night. The gods were cultivating in the dark. The pharmacists, after a long day of hard work, needed to sleep. At a glance, only a few rooms in the God Swamp Pharmacy were still dimly lit. During the day, his demon generals had scouted out most of the God Swamp Pharmacy's situation. He knew every area of the God Swamp Pharmacy like the back of his hand. Only the secret chambers and some hidden areas were protected by special boundaries and seals. Han Shuo was afraid that his demon generals would cause some commotion, so he did not immediately investigate them. The demon generals refined from mid-gods and low-gods, after turning incorporeal, hid in the dark and observed the God Swamp Pharmacy from afar. The demon generals refined from Eugene, on the other hand, were assigned by Han Shuo to explore the secret chambers and sealed areas protected by boundaries. Demon generals refined from high gods were spirit demons of the highest grade. They possess greater strength and ability to conceal themselves. It would be more likely for Han Shuo to send them to explore some hidden areas. Rose was right beside Han Shuo. She could sense strange life forms flying out from Han Shuo's body. They were like invisible flying insects that spread in every direction. Just like Andrina, Rose was very curious about Han Shuo's demon generals. She, who had been silent all this time, asked in a soft voice, "What are those things flying out from your body?" "They are similar to the little spiders you control. They are used to gather information," Han Shuo casually replied. He did not intend to give a detailed explanation. "It's different. My little spiders are formed by the cells in my body using a special energy. They don't have the ability to fly or hide." After a short pause, Rose closed her eyes and sensed for a moment before she continued, "Moreover, they are far less powerful than life forms like you. You are not a foreigner. How did you do it? You're a slave. Ask less questions and do more work." Han Shuo didn't want to answer and directly slapped a label on him. Rose's eyes dimmed. She seemed to have recalled her identity. She curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What's so great about that?" Han Shuo ignored her. Under the dim light of the night, the two demon generals of the highest grade had already approached the boundary with the secret chamber. Boundaries that could sense the existence of boundaries from afar generally wouldn't be particularly powerful. The two demon generals of the highest grade easily broke through the boundary and went all the way inside. It was a secret passageway leading to the underground. The walls were covered with energy crystals, making the passageway appear brightly lit. As they went deeper, there were 7 to 8 small boundaries blocking their way. The two demon generals of the highest grade passed through safely without triggering any abnormalities in the boundaries. When they were about 500 to 600 meters underground, a black iron door blocked the demon generals' prying. The black iron door had an extremely dense boundary energy. The grooves on the door were filled with high-purity energy crystals. The boundary energy was extremely powerful. It was impossible for the demon generals to go any further. There had to be some sort of secret behind the iron and stone door. Before confirming that Avery was inside, Han Shuo didn't dare rashly let the demon generals barge in. Once the boundary reacted and alerted the people inside, it would cause them to be on their guard. This would be detrimental to this operation. Han Shuo controlled the demon generals to stop in front of the black iron door. He waited patiently, wondering if he should take the risk. Just as Han Shuo was pondering, the demon generals placed outside the God Swamp Pharmacy noticed a person wearing the uniform of a pharmacist entering the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He temporarily stopped his wild thoughts and quietly waited for the person to enter. The person did not disappoint Han Shuo. They were simply unstoppable. Han Shuo pointed at the powerful iron door and asked in a weak voice, "Are you confident that you can break the boundary without making a sound?" Rose took a step forward, observed for a moment and shook her head. She replied, "No, the person who deployed the boundary is no weaker than me. If we attack, we will immediately alert the people inside. Han Shuo bunched his brows when he heard Rose's words. Then he calmly said, if that's the case, we can only force our way in. As soon as he finished those words, 17 flying swords instantly flew out from his body. With one thought from Han Shuo, the 17 flying swords fiercely bombarded the iron door in a special trajectory. An earth-shattering noise suddenly spread from the door. Under the terrifying power of the 17 flying swords, the layers of boundaries were completely torn apart. The iron door was sliced into pieces. Han Shuo proudly strode in and instructed Rose, don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. Who's there? Amidst the flying stone fragments, a panicked shout came from inside. Han Shuo didn't say a word. His flying sword shot towards the source of the voice. The shouts turned into miserable shrieks. Rose didn't stay idle either. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Several figures were sent flying by her hair. Blood spurted out from their bodies. By the time they landed on the ground, they were already dead. Chapter 763. Along the way, any divine guards on Avery's side who poked their heads out would be slaughtered by the duo. The spacious underground chamber was filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. The divine guards who died to the 17 flying swords were reduced to puddles of blood. The bodies of those divine guards killed by Lolth were quickly corroded when they came in contact with the puddles of blood. The duo charged into the chamber like a god slaying a god. Time was of the essence and they were in the Godswamp Pharmacy in Hushvale City. Han Shuo knew that he could not stay in this place for too long. If the divine guards of Hushvale City were to gather and surround them, even Han Shuo and Rose might not be able to escape unscathed. Therefore Han Shuo showed no mercy. The 17 flying swords turned into rivers of blood. Han Shuo and Rose made their way to the innermost part of the secret chamber. While the massacre was taking place, the two demon generals had already entered the secret chamber. Avery's location had been imprinted into Han Shuo's mind through the demon generals. He did not need to spend too much time searching for Avery. He arrived at the secret chamber that Avery was in without any obstructions. Suddenly, the pharmacist from Godswamp Pharmacy named Karf screamed as he charged out from the chamber. Before he could finish screaming, 2 flying swords flashed past his neck. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out from his mouth. His body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Darkness divine energy suddenly gushed out from behind Karf. A domain of divinity was formed in an instant. The already dim secret chamber suddenly turned pitch black. A shadowy figure dashed out from the darkness at extreme speed. His divine energy caused the puddles of blood on the ground to splash towards Han Shuo and Rose. As Rose cultivated in the energy of darkness, Han Shuo's body would not affect his surroundings too much. Therefore, the shadowy figure moving stealthily through the domain of divinity did not escape the duo's sight. Han Shuo wore a calm expression and did not utter a single word. The 17 flying swords shot towards the shadowy figure as though they had eyes. They were as fast as lightning and possessed extremely ferocious power. The ear-piercing screeches of the flying swords resonated in the secret chamber. The flying swords arrived beside the shadowy figure in an instant and enveloped the shadowy figure, preventing him from escaping. At the same time that the 17 flying swords erupted, Han Shuo's figure retreated like a ghost, dodging the blood that poured down like a drizzle. He shouted in a low voice, "Avery, you will die today." As soon as he finished those words, the cauldron spirit poured its energy into his body. Suddenly, a terrifying energy emanated from Han Shuo's body. In an instant, the 17 flying swords let out ear-piercing screeches and enveloped Avery. The Avicii hell was formed in an instant. A ruthless and evil aura emanated from Avery. At the same time, Han Shuo retreated like a phantom, dodging the drizzling puddles of blood. Rose was horrified. She had planned to help Han Shuo. But the moment Han Shuo absorbed Cauldron Spirit's energy, she immediately sensed that Han Shuo was a completely different person. She turned pale with fright when she sensed the terrifying energy and the 17 flying swords going berserk. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength last time. I was planning to take revenge on him after the master-slave contract is dissolved. How laughable! How laughable! Rose felt incomparably bitter. Even Rose was intimidated by the terrifying energy within the force field formed by the Avicii Hell. She stood beside Hanshua in a daze, not daring to approach the Avicii Hell to help Hanshua deal with Avery. It was also at this moment that Rose completely gave up on avenging Hanshua. She even started to fear Hanshua. Rose knew Hanshua better than most people on Elysium. Back when she was on Profound Continent, Rose had secretly probed Hanshua's strength through Adele, a disciple of Hanshua's. It hadn't been long since Hanshua had gained such terrifying strength. Not only did Rose feel that it was unimaginable, but she also deeply feared Hanshua. Avery's strength was inferior to Rose's, and this time Hanshua had borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy. Therefore, Avery was completely powerless in the Avicii Hell. The darkness divine energy in his body was corroded by the frost and acid toxins of the 17 flying swords. In just a few seconds he had lost all hope. Hanshua suddenly dashed towards Avery and coldly shouted, "Carmelita didn't kill your children. It was me." Avery's eyes suddenly burst out with extreme hatred. He seemed to be unwilling to die just like that. He clenched his teeth and was prepared to inflict a heavy blow on Hanshua before he died. Unfortunately, Hanshua did not give Avery any chance to do so. The 17 flying swords circled around Avery's chest and severed all the vitality in his body. Before the acid toxins could corrode Avery, the 17 flying swords suddenly flew back to the side. Hanshua abruptly closed in on Avery and extended his left hand. The demonic blades burst out and slashed across Avery's neck. With a burst of cold air, Avery's head flew high into the air before any blood flowed out. Hanshua conveniently took out a glass container that he had prepared beforehand and left a trace of cold air inside it. Avery's head was placed inside the glass container. Cauldron Spirit immediately flew out and absorbed Avery's divine soul at the fastest speed possible. Hanshua looked around and saw that the ground was covered in pools of blood. There was not a single survivor. He decisively shouted, "Let's go!" Rose looked at Hanshua in a daze. She softly replied, "Oh." She silently followed behind Hanshua. Her bright eyes that looked at Hanshua from behind were filled with astonishment and fear. It took less than 2 minutes for Hanshua and Hanshua to break into the Godswamp Pharmacy and kill everyone. Those who had sensed the abnormality underground had yet to arrive at the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy. Hanshua and Rose flew through the air and returned to the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy through the route they came from. Soon enough they arrived at the entrance. It was only when Hanshua and Rose returned to the entrance that they saw the Godswamp Pharmacy's divine guards rushing towards them. Hanshua had used his demon generals to scout out the situation inside the Godswamp Pharmacy, but did not discover any trace of hassling. There was simply no one in the Godswamp Pharmacy that could pose a threat to Hanshua and Rose. The divine guards that came to surround Hanshua and Rose were courting death. The two showed no mercy. Several of the divine guards were killed on the spot. Hanshua and Rose did not stay for long. After killing a few divine guards that dared to block their way, they immediately flew away in case the divine guards from Hushvale City would come to them. The assassination had come to a clean and efficient end. Hanshua and Rose took advantage of the hazy night to escape. The Godswamp Pharmacy's divine guards could only see 2 figures. In just one day, 2 murders took place in Hushvale City. The murderers were the same bunch of people. The experts of all major family clans in Hushvale City were alarmed, especially the chief of the 6th Corps. He was frantically searching for the murderers after losing his son. He even declared that he would hack the murderers into 1,000 pieces if he found them. In the largest house of Hoffley in Hushvale City, Hoffs, the city lord of Hushvale City and the patriarch of the house of Hoffley, was wearing a dark and gloomy face. The few chiefs of Hushvale City who stood before him were as quiet as cicadas in winter. They hated the murderers to the bone. Find the murderers in 3 days, dead or alive. Although the tall and skinny Hoffs had a scholarly appearance, those who knew him well knew that he was a hot-tempered man. He was truly enraged this time. It had only been a few days since the death of Divine Guard Chief Eugene, and he had yet to find a place to vent his anger. But now, another murder had happened in Hushvale City. This had clearly exceeded the limits of his tolerance. None of the chiefs dared to say a word. Only the chief of the 6th Corps, Salahuchi, who had lost his son, shouted, "Rest assured, City Lord. All the divine guards of the 6th Corps have been mobilized. All the major city gates have received the news that no white-haired woman is allowed to leave the city. The murder at Godswamp Pharmacy happened after the city gates were sealed. We can be certain that the murderers are still in Hushvale City. As long as we increase our search efforts, there is no way that the two can escape. I don't care what methods you use. I want them dead or alive in 3 days." Hafs was extremely enraged. He asked, "Has Hasling not returned yet?" "My lord, Hasling is in fires in town. We have sent word that Hasling is currently in Hushvale City. Given the distance between fires in town and Hushvale City, Hasling will be arriving soon," replied Lordily, the chief of the 1st Corps respectfully. Why did the two insist on killing people at Godswamp Pharmacy? That secret chamber was littered with corpses. Not a single complete corpse could be found. Who are the people who died? Hafs slammed the table. Bang! The entire table exploded into pieces. Stone chips scattered all over the floor. Lordily put on a bitter face and said, "There are no traces at the scene. We don't know what happened for now. We can only wait for Hasling to come and ask him." "City Lord, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy requests an audience." It was at this moment that a divine guard reported from outside. Everyone was waiting for Hasling's arrival. Haf's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Let him in." A moment later, Hasling, who had white hair and a youthful complexion, entered the room in fear and trepidation. As soon as he arrived, he bowed deeply at Hafs and said in a sorrowful voice, "City Lord, please seek justice for me." Hafs put on an impatient face and coldly groaned, "Who are the people who died in your secret chamber?" "Avery of the City of Shadows and those divine guards of the 5th Corps of the City of Shadows. After Avery had a falling out with the House of Saint of the City of Shadows, as well as the House of Saint and I, he contacted me, hoping that I could give them a place to stay. But I did not expect that such a thing would happen. The House of Saint is too audacious to commit murder in Hushvale City. They are simply looking down on our city. Last time they killed Eugene. But this time they are even more audacious. My lord, Hushvale City cannot remain weak any longer." Hasling cried in front of Hafs as tears streamed down his aged face. "But I did not expect that this would happen. The House of Saint is too audacious to commit murder in Hushvale City. They are simply looking down on our city. Last time they killed Eugene. But this time they are even more audacious. My lord, Hushvale City cannot remain weak any longer." Hasling knew that there was no way he could conceal such a major incident that happened in the Godswamp Pharmacy. Besides, he had a personal grudge against the House of Saint. No matter who killed Avery, he had to bring the matter to the House of Saint first. It would be best if Hushvale City could go to war with the City of Shadows. But even if they could not, he wanted to infuriate Hafs and teach the House of Saint a lesson. "It's actually Avery." Hafs immediately flew into a rage after hearing Hasling's words. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Your lordship, you are very busy and the House of Saint is pursuing Avery very closely. I was planning to wait for a few days before reporting to your lordship. I did not expect that such a thing would happen. Please forgive me, your lordship. I, Hasling, have always been loyal and devoted to your lordship. I hope that your lordship will be able to see through this." Hasling hastily explained, "Your lordship, since the deceased is Avery of the City of Shadows, he shouldn't be a citizen of Hushvale City. If it really is the House of Saint, then we are in the wrong. After all, Wallace had instructed that no one from the Darkness Dominion is to protect Avery. He is determined to take Avery's head. For Avery to appear in the secret chamber of Godswamp Pharmacy, we are in the wrong," reminded the chief of 2nd Corps. "So what? Since the House of Saint knew that Avery was in the Godswamp Pharmacy, why didn't they inform the city lord in advance? Why did they barge into the Godswamp Pharmacy and kill him? Besides, not only did they kill Avery, but they killed my son right in the middle of the street just because they had a little quarrel with him. How are we going to settle this? By doing this, the House of Saint of the City of Shadows is simply looking down on Hushvale City. If Hushvale City shows weakness, they will only become more and more unbridled. Your lordship, please understand this," shouted Salahuchi, who had lost his son. Hafs listened to the quarrel between the Divine Guard chiefs and turned to Hasling. His face turned gloomy and he instructed in a low voice, "No matter what, those who have killed in my Hushvale city will not be able to leave. The few of you send out all your Divine Guards to investigate. If they are found, kill them on the spot. Those from the City of Shadows could kill Eugene, and now they dare to act so presumptuously in my Hushvale city. I don't care what Wallace says, they must be dead meat." Hafs did not change his mind even after learning about the cause and effect of the incident and gave the order to kill without mercy. The Divine Guards knew that Hafs would not change his mind. The Divine Guard chiefs who had been taken advantage of by the intruders were fuming with rage. They put on cold faces and mobilized all the Divine Guards in the city to carry out a massive manhunt for the intruders. At this moment, Han Shua and Rose, who had turned Hushvale City upside down, had found a new gymnasium in one of the most remote districts of Hushvale City. However, before they arrived at the gymnasium, Rose's long hair was completely covered by a jet-black silk scarf. After concealing her conspicuous features, the two found a new gymnasium. This time, Han Shua rented the gymnasium using his own divine tablet. After arriving at the gymnasium, Han Shua calmly sat down and did not appear to be in a hurry. However, after the massacre at Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shua noticed that the way Rose looked at him had changed. From time to time, she would crease her brows and look at him as though she had something to ask but was embarrassed to do so. After a few times, Han Shua grew impatient. He looked at Rose from afar and asked, "What do you want to say?" Rose stared blankly for a moment. She hesitated for a moment before she asked, "Back at the Demon Mountain, why didn't you kill me right from the start? Based on the strength you displayed last night, if you had used your full strength, I wouldn't have been able to survive." Back then, Han Shua had used his full strength. It was only because Cauldron Spirit wasn't with him that he couldn't kill her. Cauldron Spirit was also Han Shua's greatest secret. Therefore, he naturally couldn't reveal how important Cauldron Spirit was to him. Han Shua stared blankly at the curious Rose for a moment. After failing to come up with an excuse after a long while, he coldly said, "Remember who you are and stop asking irrelevant questions." Upon finishing those words, Han Shua closed his eyes in silence and no longer paid any attention to Rose. Rose was furious. The more she spent time with Han Shua, the more she felt that Han Shua was despicable. Despite being a mysterious person, Han Shua was tight-lipped and refused to tell her the truth. On top of that, he would order her around all day long. This filled Rose's heart with resentment, but she had nowhere to vent it. "When are we leaving?" Rose glared hatefully at Han Shua for a few more times before she asked. "After a day and night of killing, I reckon that the entire Hushvale city is in chaos. You have also asked me to cover my white hair. You should know that Hushvale city will not let us off. Under such circumstances, if we are discovered, all the experts of Hushvale City will gather here. Even if we have decent strength, we won't be able to escape from the joint pursuit of all the experts of Hushvale City." Although Rose was confident in her own strength, she knew that it was impossible for her to escape from the encirclement of Hushvale City. She wasn't even a match for the City Lord of Hushvale City. If all the experts of Hushvale City were to gather, she believed that even Han Shua wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Right now, Hushvale City is on high alert. There are more Divine Guards on the streets than there are pedestrians. All the city gates must have been sealed. It is not a good time for us to leave Hushvale City at this moment. We are most likely to be exposed, said Han Shua lazily with his eyes still closed. Besides, this matter has not been settled cleanly. Haven't we already killed them all? What else do you want? Asked Rose in astonishment. We are still missing one person. This person is even more difficult to deal with than Avery. He is the master of the Godswamp Pharmacy, Hasling. Han Shua opened his eyes and looked at Rose. He explained, putting aside the personal grudges between me and Hasling, for the sake of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's dominance over the Darkness Dominion, I must eliminate him. You still dare to make a move at a time like this? Rose was shocked by Han Shua's audacity. She cried out in alarm. So you know that Hushvale City is in a state of panic. Everyone is looking for the two of us. Isn't it a little too presumptuous to make a move now? Han Shuo put on a calm smile, shrugged and comforted Rose. Don't worry, I am confident that I can get you out of Hushvale City alive. Have a good rest. We will make another trip to the Godswamp Pharmacy at night. I believe that Hasling should have returned by now, given what happened in the Godswamp Pharmacy. Rose put on a cold face, but in her heart, she was laughing bitterly. She did not expect to follow such a lunatic. Would she be able to walk out of Hushvale City alive? Although Rose had been a cultivator for many years, she had never met someone as audacious as Han Shuo, a madman who looked down on everyone else. She was actually a little excited. She was both worried and excited about the assassination attempt. Her heart could not calm down. Chapter 764. As night fell, the streets of Hushvale City were filled with divine guards. Those divine guards wore gloomy faces and were silent. Their eyes were vigilantly looking all around. Many small family clans and gymnasiums were visited by these divine guards. The interrogations of the white-haired beauty were repeated time and time again. Most of the ordinary gods in the gymnasiums and the family clans did not know what happened in Hushvale City yesterday. However, they could guess that something big must have happened in Hushvale City. Otherwise, the streets wouldn't be filled with divine guards. Hushvale City had entered an unprecedented state of vigilance. The most prosperous streets were visited by the divine guards. As the search circle narrowed, the divine guards gradually moved towards the more desolate and impoverished districts. It was obvious that they were not going to let go of every corner of Hushvale City. It was at this moment that Han Shuo and Rose stealthily left the desolate gymnasium and headed towards the bustling street where the Godswamp Pharmacy was located. After exiting the desolate district, Han Shuo immediately used his demon generals to detect the presence of divine guards everywhere. Compared to last night, even with the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo and Rose found it much more difficult to move. They had to be extremely careful in order to avoid the endless stream of divine guards. On the way to the Godswamp Pharmacy, even Rose appeared rather nervous. As a mid-stage high god, Rose's hearing was extraordinary. She could hear the voice of the white-haired beauty coming from the mouth of the divine guards not far away. Not only was Rose furious, but she also felt rather uneasy. There were many times when Rose tried to dissuade Han Shuo from going to the Godswamp Pharmacy. She felt a strong sense of danger from the number of divine guards they encountered along the way. The more prosperous the street, the more divine guards there would be. The checkpoints would appear again and again. Recklessly entering the Godswamp Pharmacy was no different from seeking death. However, when Rose wanted to dissuade Han Shuo from going to the Godswamp Pharmacy, she saw Han Shuo's determined and confident expression. For some reason, Rose felt that the journey wasn't particularly dangerous. It was as though nothing would go wrong with Han Shuo by her side. Vaguely, Rose even felt a little excited. She was looking forward to the upcoming danger. The closer one got to the Godswamp Pharmacy, the more divine guards one would encounter on the streets. As the most important crime scene of yesterday's murder case, the Godswamp Pharmacy was naturally the place where the divine guards were most vigilant in their search. The chief of the 6th Corps was also searching the area. He was like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk, cursing and swearing all the way. If it weren't for the fact that the 5th Corps was out of sight, Han Shuo wouldn't have brought Rose to the Godswamp Pharmacy. Of course, without his demon generals, Han Shuo wouldn't have been able to get close to the Godswamp Pharmacy without alerting any divine guards. With the experience of yesterday's assassination, Han Shuo knew every corner of the Godswamp Pharmacy. As soon as they approached the area, Han Shuo started searching for any concealment he could find. As Han Shuo and Rose possessed extraordinary strength, as long as there was something that could hide their bodies, the divine guards who were weaker than them wouldn't be able to detect their auras. Rose cultivated in the energy of darkness. She deliberately released a faint dark mist. In the middle of the night, with the help of the faint dark mist Rose released, Han Shuo and Rose searched for concealment step by step. After a tremendous amount of effort, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the Godswamp Pharmacy. Unlike the day before, they were still quite a distance away from the Godswamp Pharmacy. As there were many divine guards patrolling around the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Han Shuo had no means of concealment. It would be impossible for them to pass through the Godswamp pharmacy unimpeded. Therefore they had no choice but to lie low in the distance. After killing Avery and his party the day before, Cauldron Spirit had gained a few dozen more demon generals. As Avery possessed high god strength, it would take a little longer to refine a demon general of the highest grade. Therefore he couldn't use it for the time being. Han Shuo placed Shuo, the little demon general with meager strength, far away from the chief of the Sixth Corps and the Godswamp pharmacy with the demon generals refined from Eugene's high god divine souls. This time Han Shuo didn't dare to act rashly because he guessed that Hasling should be inside the Godswamp pharmacy. Hasling possessed extraordinary strength. Even the demon generals refined from Eugene's high god divine souls would be discovered if they were to approach Hasling. Before confirming their target, Han Shuo didn't want any accidents to happen. Gradually, the two demon generals passed through the divine guards who were vigilantly looking around and entered the Godswamp pharmacy. The process was much smoother than the previous time. As soon as the two demon generals entered the Godswamp pharmacy, they immediately saw Hasling standing on top of a building in the distance. He was pondering something with his brows lowered. With such a major incident happening in Hushvale City, and the Godswamp pharmacy being the main crime scene, Hasling had an undeniable responsibility. In order to show the city lord that he was wholeheartedly working for Hushvale City, Hasling removed all the boundaries and seals around the Godswamp pharmacy. He did not hide or plot anything but stood at the most conspicuous spot in the Godswamp pharmacy, as though trying to show that he was open and aboveboard. All of Hushvale City's divine guards were on full alert. In addition, Hasling did not know that he was also Han Shuo's main target. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Although he put on a worried face, he was actually overjoyed. He had been planning and plotting for many years for the sake of dealing with the House of Saint. How could he not be excited to see the city lord of Hushvale City so irascibly declare war? As soon as the demon generals entered the Godswamp pharmacy, they immediately saw Hasling standing proudly at the highest point. His hair was white and his face was as fair as jade. Han Shuo immediately confirmed that it was indeed Hasling. He turned to Rose and said, "Found him. Where is he?" Rose stared blankly. She did not expect that Han Shuo would be able to find his target so quickly. Han Shuo pointed at the tallest building in the distance and smilingly said, "He's at the top of that building. We are too far away from him. You won't be able to see him. Right now, we should be thinking about how to approach that building stealthily and kill Hasling. The area around Godswamp Pharmacy is vast and empty. There is no place to hide. It is almost impossible for us to avoid the eyes and ears of all the divine guards. I think we should wait for a while." Rose looked around and bunched her brows. She was certain that under such circumstances, it would be impossible to approach the building stealthily. If only Earth Elite Zombie was here. Han Shuo suddenly thought to himself as he gazed at the building in the distance. He started to miss the days when he had the 5 elite zombies by his side. Given the current circumstances, he would not be able to avoid detection by the divine guard stationed in Hushvale City even if he flew there. The only way he could approach the place without alerting anyone was to use Earth Elite Zombie's ability to burrow into the ground. However, Earth Elite Zombie and the others did not stay by his side as they wished to improve their strength. "I don't want to sit around and wait for death. We don't have much time," Han Shuo shouted calmly as he stared at Hasling with his 2 demon generals. "Under such circumstances, how do you think we can approach the building stealthily?" Although Rose admired Han Shuo a little for being so persistent, she still told him the truth and told him that they had no chance. Han Shuo did not say a word. Strange lights flashed through his eyes. His brain was spinning rapidly as he tried to come up with a solution. After a long while, the corners of Han Shuo's mouth curved into a confident smile. He laughed and said, "I got it. What do we do?" Rose was startled. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She did not know what Han Shuo could do under such circumstances. "Everyone is looking for you. What do you think will happen if you appear in the vicinity?" asked Han Shuo in a faint smile. Rose's heart turned cold. She put on a dejected face and did not look at Han Shuo. She lowered her head and softly said, "You want me to lure them away?" I don't think I can escape from the pursuit of the entire Hushvale city without your help. Master, are you trying to send me to my death? Ever since Han Shuo had subdued Rose, Rose had never addressed him as master without Han Shuo's explicit orders. But now, for some unknown reason, Rose actually addressed him as master. Perhaps she was disheartened and had lost all hope. Han Shuo immediately knew that Rose was thinking the wrong thing. But for some unknown reason, when he saw Rose's dejected expression, Han Shuo felt a little sorry for her. He shook his head and cast away the strange feeling in his heart. Then, he said in a cold voice, I have never thought of sending my own people to their deaths. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Rose, who had a dejected expression on her face, suddenly raised her head in pleasant surprise and asked, Then what do you plan to do? A demon head gradually materialized. Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he stared at Rose. He ordered, Take off the headscarf. Rose was somewhat uncomfortable under Han Shuo's intense gaze. She avoided Han Shuo's gaze and took off the headscarf. Her silky silver hair flowed out and hung down to her waist. Han Shuo stared at Rose. Rose's expression became more and more strange. She didn't know why Han Shuo's gaze was so strange at this time. Suddenly, Rose covered her sexy lips in panic, fearing that she would scream. Her other hand pointed at the demon head that was gradually transforming. Rose couldn't believe it. Her heart was in a mess. It's not you. It's just a condensed illusion. How is it? It's very realistic, isn't it? Under Han Shuo's mental manipulation, the demon head took on the appearance of Rose. Her beautiful silver hair was very eye-catching. Rose looked at Han Shuo and nodded repeatedly. She was so astonished that she couldn't utter a word. Anyone who was not mentally prepared for this would be at a loss like Rose. They would not know what to do for a moment. It will lead those divine guards away for you. As long as they keep a suitable distance, those divine guards won't be able to tell the difference between you and the real you. By the time those divine guards discover the difference in aura between you and the demon head, it will have completed its mission, and will have vanished into thin air. By then, we will have joined hands to kill Hasling, explained Han Shuo smilingly. Rose stared blankly for a long while before she finally came to her senses. She cried out in surprise, That's amazing! Is there any problem now? Han Shuo, who was in a hurry to get rid of Hasling, asked Rose one last time. Yes, there's no problem now. Rose suddenly felt rather embarrassed. Perhaps it was because she had misunderstood Han Shuo's plan. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that she had been overthinking. Alright then, I will make my move now. Once those divine guards are lured away, we will immediately go and slaughter them, shouted Han Shuo. The demon head in Rose's form slowly walked out from his hiding spot and rapidly flew towards the Godswamp Pharmacy. The demon head in its tangible form was as light as a feather. It floated towards the Godswamp Pharmacy like a catkin. There were many divine guards in the vicinity. Almost as soon as the demon head appeared, the divine guards discovered Rose. They immediately started shouting. It's the white-haired woman. It's her. It must be her. How dare she come? The city lord has ordered us to kill them on sight. Don't hold back. Move. Do not let them escape, or we will not be able to answer to the city lord. The shouts and shouts of the divine guards broke the silence of the night. Those divine guards who did not see Rose's demon head were alarmed. They came out from their hiding spots and chased after the demon head. As soon as the demon head approached the Godswamp Pharmacy, Rose and her demon head immediately sensed that something was amiss. She immediately turned around and left, disappearing into the distance. All the divine guards became excited. They shouted and chased after the demon head. The divine guards at the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy also flew out, shouting and yelling. City Lord of Hushvale City, Hofs, had given them a deadline of 3 days. These divine guards knew that Hofs was a hot-tempered person. If they could not kill the murderer within 3 days, he might reprimand the divine guard chiefs. If their chief were to suffer, they, as subordinates, would not be able to escape punishment. They did not know how badly they would be reprimanded by their chief. Therefore, in order to avoid the worst consequences, the divine guards chased after the demon head as though they were high on aphrodisiacs. In the blink of an eye, the divine guards surrounding the Godswamp Pharmacy dispersed. Their gazes were fixed on Rose as they chased after the demon head. Hasling, who was on top of the tallest building, also noticed the anomaly. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to give chase. It was the duty of the Hushvale City Divine Guards to hunt down murderers. Although he was very curious, he could only suppress his curiosity. He thought to himself, has that woman gone mad? She knows that the Godswamp Pharmacy is the most important location for the murder case. There will be a large number of Divine Guards around. As soon as the Divine Guards at the entrance of the Godswamp Pharmacy left, Han Shuo immediately shouted, "Let's go." Without the surveillance of the Divine Guards, Han Shuo and Rose did not have to worry about being discovered before they even entered the Godswamp Pharmacy. Although Hasling was standing on the tallest building, he could not see everything below him. As Han Shuo and Rose had chosen a secluded corner, they did not attract Hasling's attention. The two had successfully snuck into the Godswamp Pharmacy. Once inside, there were many more places for them to hide. With his demon generals scouting ahead of time, Han Shuo had already picked a place to stay before entering the Godswamp Pharmacy. He led Rose through the shadows of walls and rocks, avoiding several Godswamp Pharmacy Divine Guards along the way. Finally, they arrived at the building where Hasling was staying. Instead of flying straight up, the two concealed their auras and rushed to the top floor from the first floor at top speed. Time was of the essence. Han Shuo did not waste a second and arrived at the lowest floor of the building in an extremely short amount of time. Who's there? It was at this moment that Hasling suddenly sensed an aura rushing towards him from below. He let out a loud shout and without thinking, he prepared to make the first move. He knew very well that anyone who suddenly appeared at this moment would not be a friend. The stone slab from the bottom to the top of the building suddenly exploded. Shards of rock shot towards Hasling's head. The 17 flying swords flew out and enveloped Hasling in an instant. Without saying a word, Han Shuo closed his eyes and absorbed Cauldron Spirit's energy into his body at the fastest speed possible. He then deployed the Avicii Inferno and attacked Hasling with all his might. The commotion above had attracted the attention of the Godswamp Pharmacy Divine Guards below. A dozen or so Divine Guards rushed up to the top of the building in the blink of an eye. When they saw Rose wearing a cold face, they attacked without hesitation. The reason why Han Shuo insisted on bringing Rose along was so that she could help him take care of the small fries and finish off Hasling as quickly as possible. Rose knew that Han Shuo could not afford to be distracted at this moment. Rose obviously did not disappoint Han Shuo. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The dozen or so Godswamp Pharmacy Divine Guards that charged at her were sent flying by Rose's long hair. Arrows of blood shot out from their chests and rained down to the ground. Han Shuo closed his eyes and turned a blind eye to everything around him. He focused all his attention on the Avicii Inferno. The ear-piercing screeches of the 17 flying swords pierced through the silent night sky and spread far and wide. Not far away, many Hushvale City Divine Guards heard the soul-stirring screeches from the Godswamp Pharmacy. Some of them seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and hastily returned to the Godswamp Pharmacy. Hasling's cultivation realm was slightly higher than Avery's. He possessed mid-stage high god strength. He was able to endure the Avicii Inferno for a much longer period of time. He desperately resisted the corrosive power and cold toxins of the 17 flying swords. He shouted, "I recognize you. You are the master of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I recognize you too. You once framed me and nearly caused my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's downfall in the City of Shadows. Also, you have an extraordinary relationship with the God Hunters, and the Godswamp Pharmacy is the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion. Therefore you must die today." Han Shuo suddenly let out a low roar and opened his eyes wide. The 17 flying swords that enveloped Hasling suddenly transformed into indistinct shadows that interweaved into a large net that wrapped around Hasling. Han Shuo, who had seen the Hushvale City Divine Guards approaching with his demon generals, abruptly approached Hasling. Han Shuo summoned all the energy in his body and swung the Demon's Lair edge at Hasling. The energy of his two avatars and his main body blasted out. In an instant, as though some sort of bizarre transformation had occurred, Hasling's head was sent flying by the Demon's Lair edge. Cauldron Spirit suddenly flew out and collected Hasling's divine soul at the fastest speed possible. Han Shuo casually collected Hasling's space ring and shouted, "Let's go!" Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo flew into the distance with Rose following closely behind. With things having come to this, Han Shuo had no more misgivings. The 17 flying swords streaked across the sky while emitting ear-piercing whistles. The 17 flying swords glowed brilliantly under the dazzling light. The divine guards in front of Han Shuo had barely formed an encirclement when they were struck by the flying swords one step ahead of them. The 17 flying swords were extremely sharp and carried terrifying toxins of acid and frost. Any divine guard who was struck by the flying swords would have his divine body begin to melt and turn into a puddle of blood and water. Without uttering a single word, Han Shuo used his demon generals to scan for any abnormalities in his surroundings. The 17 flying swords whizzed past him and killed any divine guards who dared to block his way. His attacks were ruthless and decisive. The 17 flying swords were deployed. Under the blinding light, the divine guards blocking his way were killed one after another. In just a short while, nearly 30 low-god and mid-god divine guards had been turned into puddles of blood. Naturally, the cauldron of myriad demon would not let go of such an opportunity to improve its strength. It immediately flew out from Han Shuo's body and started absorbing the divine souls. Han Shuo's face was as calm as a boulder. Strange lights flashed in his eyes as the images of the 17 flying swords were reflected in his eyes. With the 17 flying swords paving the way, any divine guards in Han Shuo's way would be killed before they could even get close to him. There was simply no way for them to form an encirclement. They could not hinder Han Shuo for even a second. Han Shuo was able to charge through the defensive circle formed by the divine guards and kill his way out. Wherever Han Shuo and Rose passed, they left behind a trail of melted corpses. The divine guards in the vicinity who saw Han Shuo killing anyone who got in their way started hesitating. When a group of divine guards saw the 17 flying swords whizzing towards them, they actually parted in fear and made a path for Han Shuo. As soon as the 17 flying swords appeared, the 17 flying swords whizzed past in 17 streaks of light. They did not waste any time killing the divine guards who made way for them. As soon as the 17 flying swords passed through, Han Shuo and Rose's figures flashed and disappeared. They broke through the encirclement of the divine guards. After the 17 flying swords appeared, Han Shuo killed all the divine guards in his way. His acid and frost poisons killed all the divine guards who got in his way. All the divine guards who witnessed the scene were indescribably terrified. After the first batch of divine guards made way for Han Shuo, more and more divine guards made way for him, allowing Han Shuo to break through their encirclement. Cauldron Spirit transformed into a hazy shadow and followed closely behind the 17 flying swords. It was wholeheartedly collecting the divine souls killed by the flying swords. From time to time it would release a few demon generals to assist it. Without encountering a single high god, Han Shuo's journey was unimpeded. As soon as Han Shuo exited the street block, the chief of Hushvale City's second corps hastily rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Han Shuo who was brimming with murderous intent. The chief of Hushvale City's second corps was enraged by Han Shuo's arrogant behavior. Without saying a word, he dashed towards Han Shuo and said in a sinister and cold voice, "Let's see where you can run to now." Han Shuo's heart sank when he saw a mid-stage high god charging at him with a large group of divine guards. There were also many divine guards from various regions gathering around him. He hastily changed his direction, evaded the chief of Second Corps, and charged in another direction. Even with the 17 flying swords operating the Avicii hell to the limit, there was no way Han Shuo could kill the mid-stage high god divine guard chief in a single exchange. Every second counted. The chief of 6th Corps behind him and the other divine guard chiefs from Hushvale City would arrive. Once he was surrounded by so many experts, Han Shuo believed that he would not be able to escape alive. Therefore Han Shuo did not waste a single second on the chief of divine guards. He evaded the chief and charged from the weaker side. The whistling noises of the 17 flying swords were extremely ear-piercing. The divine guards on the other side were caught off guard. In an instant, the 17 flying swords pierced through their abdomens. Their bodies that had yet to melt into puddles of blood were sent flying high into the air. Blood spurted everywhere like arrows. "Don't retreat. Stop him even if you have to die," shouted the chief of Second Corps when he saw that the divine guards on the other side were instinctively retreating under the terrifying destructive power of the 17 flying swords. The divine guards on the other side, who were initially planning to temporarily retreat, upon hearing the chief of Second Corps' command, made a move. With the determination to die, they unleashed all the divine energies in their bodies. Instead of attacking the 17 flying swords, the divine weapons in their hands flew towards Han Shuo, who was charging at them. As Han Shuo and Rose were simply too fast and did not slow down in midair, the divine guards who were separated from them did not launch any long-range attacks. This was because they could not keep up with Han Shuo and Rose's movements. Even if they tried, they would not be able to achieve anything. After the 17 flying swords were unleashed, the divine guards at the front lines had the opportunity to attack. But under the terrifying destructive power of the 17 flying swords, they were too preoccupied with protecting their own lives that they forgot to attack Han Shuo, who was controlling the flying swords. However, after the chief of Second Corps shouted, those divine guards of the Second Corps finally cast aside their fear of death. With the determination to die, they unleashed the divine weapons in their hands with all the divine energies in their bodies, bypassing the 17 flying swords and heading straight for Han Shuo and Rose. As expected, the 17 flying swords landed on the divine guards and riddled them with holes. However, the divine weapons that the divine guards had unleashed before their deaths were too much for Han Shuo and Rose to dodge. They had no choice but to temporarily stop the battle and defend against the divine weapons. Although the divine guards were only mid-gods, the all-out attacks they had unleashed before their deaths were not to be underestimated. Although Han Shuo and Rose managed to neutralize all the divine weapons, they were also delayed. In just a few short seconds, nearly 100 divine guards had surrounded Han Shuo and Rose. Once Han Shuo and Rose stopped moving, the divine guards would be able to launch long-range attacks. In an instant, hundreds of dazzling rays of light and oddly shaped divine weapons shot at Han Shuo and Rose. The 17 flying swords that were used to kill Han Shuo and Rose had no choice but to return to their sides to defend against all kinds of attacks. Not only was Rose's long hair fluttering in the wind, but she also had to rapidly deploy darkness divine energy to deploy layers of boundaries to defend against the long-range attacks of the divine guards. This was the situation that Han Shuo feared the most. No matter how powerful he and Rose were, it would be very troublesome for them to be surrounded by hundreds of divine guards, especially when one of them was the chief of Second Corps. Furthermore, the chiefs of Sixth Corps and the other corps were also rushing to the scene. At this rate, Han Shuo and Rose would not be able to escape alive. Han Shuo immediately realized that he had fallen into the most difficult and most disadvantageous situation. Under such circumstances, if he could not break out of the encirclement in the shortest time possible, when the other chiefs of Divine Guard arrive, Han Shuo and Rose would not be able to leave this place alive. Han Shuo calmly controlled the 17 flying swords to form the Avicii Hell, swallowing all kinds of attacks. His mind was constantly thinking of ways to break out of the encirclement. Rose's face grew darker and darker. A feeling of despair gradually rose in her heart. Surrounded by so many divine guards and with even more powerful divine guards on their way, Rose knew that it would be impossible for them to walk out of Hushvale City alive. Bang! The darkness boundary deployed by Rose was destroyed by the chief of Second Corps. Several mid-god divine energies rushed in and bombarded Rose's body, causing Rose's body to sway slightly. When the chief of Second Corps saw that Rose seemed to be the weaker of the two, he immediately put on a cold smile and focused his attacks on Rose. Han Shuo's face jolted. He calmly commanded Cauldron Spirit, "Release all the demon generals. I want to turn Hushvale City upside down." Chapter 766. Han Shuo and Rose were surrounded. Time was of the essence. If more divine guards and divine guard chiefs were to arrive, their situation would become even more precarious. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo had no choice but to use every means at his disposal to break out of the encirclement. Ever since Han Shuo arrived on Elysium, he had been purposefully replenishing Cauldron Spirit's divine soul. After so many years, the demon generals in Cauldron Spirit's body had multiplied several times over. At present, there were more than 600 to 700 demon generals. Usually, Han Shuo would only use a small portion of his demon generals to gather information. He had never released all of his demon generals for battle. Cauldron Spirit and Han Shuo's minds were linked. Cauldron Spirit knew that the situation was dire. It released its demon generals the moment Han Shuo gave the command. At first, the demon generals were still illusory. The only exception was Rose, who was beside Han Shuo. Suddenly, she sensed that many living beings had emerged from her body. The divine guards who were attacking from a distance could not see the demon generals. In an instant, phantoms that were hard to see with the naked eye started dispersing in the middle of the divine guards attacking Han Shuo and Rose. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit commanded his demon generals to attack. Dusky shadows instantly took shape and pounced at the divine guards who were caught off guard. Some of the demon generals in the vicinity that were there to spy on the divine guards also materialized and charged towards the divine guards in the form of ferocious ghosts. The demon generals gathered together and pounced at the divine guards while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They tore, bit, and clawed at the divine guards, fully displaying the advantage of their untraceable speed. The demon generals, refined from the divine souls of mid-gods and high-gods, possessed extremely powerful offensive power. Furthermore, the demon generals would attack in large groups. They were not afraid of ordinary divine weapons or divine energy. The sudden burst of demon generals instantly penetrated the divine guards' bodies and gnawed at their divine souls. Suddenly, the divine guards of Hushvale City started shrieking in terror. Many of them had their divine bodies invaded by the demon generals. The divine energy in their bodies was being drained like a broken dam. Their divine souls were being corroded by the demon generals, and their consciousness was fading away bit by bit. The demon generals could materialize and transform into an illusory form. They could cause great damage to the divine body and divine soul of the divine guards, especially the divine guards. Once their divine souls were corroded by the demon generals, they would not be able to put up any effective resistance. When the divine guards' divine energy and life force were completely consumed by the demon generals, their divine souls would lose their self-awareness and become fertilizer for the cauldron of myriad demon. One demon general after another whizzed past. Among the dazzling light, gray shadows flashed across the battlefield. The divine guards screamed in agony. Many of the divine guards had their life force rapidly drained away. Although there was not a single trace of blood on their bodies, their eyes were rolled up and they fell to the ground. When the other divine guards went to check on them, they discovered that they were all dead. The battlefield was in utter chaos. 500 to 600 demon generals were rampaging about. The demon generals outnumbered the divine guards around them. More often than not, the demon generals would gather in groups of a dozen or so, and suddenly rush into a divine guard's body. They would devour the divine guard's life force in an extremely short amount of time. What's that? What the hell is that? Alak is dead. What the hell is that? Why are divine weapons ineffective against me? What's in my body? I can't kill him. Why can't I kill him? Everyone retreat. Is it a large-scale invasion? I'm going to die too. The Hushvale City divine guards were panic-stricken. They had never seen a life form as unique as demon generals. Ordinary attacks could not pose any threat to the demon generals. The divine guards who could not find a suitable way to deal with the demon generals were unable to retaliate at all. The demon generals took the opportunity to kill dozens of them. Cauldron Spirit drifted out like a feather. Cauldron Spirit concealed itself and began harvesting divine souls from the divine guards. At the same time, it commanded the demon generals to attack the divine guards who were most susceptible to the demon generals. The chief of Second Corps was shouting and yelling among the divine guards. He was trying to rally the divine guards to put up an effective resistance. However, as everyone was panic-stricken and the demon generals were constantly howling and wailing, not many could hear his voice. Cauldron Spirit knew that the Chief of Second Corps possessed extraordinary strength. Therefore, it did not allow the demon generals to get close to him. It focused on attacking the weaker divine guards, and made the battlefield more and more chaotic. The demon generals refined from High God Eugene were even more powerful. The divine guards had no way to defend against them. In the blink of an eye, their life force was completely devoured by the demon generals of the highest grade. Their souls were immediately collected by Cauldron Spirit. 200 to 300 divine guards were screaming and yelling. People around them were dying one after another. Under such circumstances, no one had the energy to deal with Han Shuo and Rose. Han Shuo and Rose, who had managed to break free from the encirclement, did not let go of the opportunity to beat the enemy down. 17 flying swords whizzed through the dense crowd. Divine guards were dismembered one after another. Heads, limbs, and blood splattered everywhere. Han Shuo calmly commanded the 17 flying swords to kill the divine guards. Meanwhile, Han Shuo and Rose used the few demon generals at the outermost perimeter to observe the situation from afar. They took the opportunity to kill the divine guards with Rose, so that Cauldron Spirit could absorb more souls. Rose was indescribably excited. She thought that she was going to die for sure. But now that she had a chance to live, her willpower to survive gave her an astonishing fighting spirit. Following behind Han Shuo, Rose mercilessly slaughtered the divine guards around her. In just a few short minutes, more than 100 divine guards surrounding Han Shuo and Rose were killed. Although the Chief of Second Corps was shouting and yelling, it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the number of divine guards around him dwindled and died. The divine guards started screaming in panic. They could not think of a way to deal with the demon generals. The more anxious they were, the more powerless they became. The sight of their friends dying one after another had cast a psychological shadow on their hearts. They were at a complete loss as to what to do next. The Chief of Second Corps frantically shouted, but to no avail. Instead, he discovered that Han Shuo and Rose were charging towards him. The 17 flying swords cleared a path for the divine guards. One after another, divine guards were sent flying into the air. Dozens of demon generals swarmed over like a dark cloud behind Han Shuo. The Chief of Second Corps was greatly shocked. Rose's long hair fluttered in the wind. She had injected her darkness divine energy into her hair. Her hair was as sharp and cold as needles. All the divine guards that were struck by her long hair were instantly pierced through. They fell to the ground dead. The Chief of Second Corps wore a gloomy face as he stared blankly at Han Shuo and Rose approaching him. His mind was racing to come up with a solution. A few dozen seconds later, the Chief of Second Corps decisively retreated. He had given up on fighting Han Shuo and Rose head-on. Physical attacks won't work. Use the divine energy and flames in your body to attack. Those things are afraid of cold and fire. They are also afraid of the distortion of divine energy. Suddenly, a divine guard among the crowd shouted. He had unintentionally found a way to deal with the demon generals. The divine guards who had been helpless against the demon generals, all this while immediately started attacking the demon generals according to the divine guards' method. Immediately, they discovered that the demon generals were retreating in fear. Some of the demon generals that failed to escape in time would even shriek strangely after being burned by the flames. They seemed to have sustained some injuries. With that, the divine guards were no longer at a loss. They started using the new method to deal with the demon generals. The remaining divine guards had found the weakness of the demon generals, and the number of casualties sharply decreased. Those divine guards who had their bodies invaded by the demon generals would burn the demon generals with their flames. The demon generals would flee before their divine bodies were charred black. When Han Shuo saw that the divine guards had found the demon generals' weakness, and that more and more divine guards were converging on the battlefield through the demon generals that were patrolling in the distance, he coldly groaned and said to Rose, "Let's go." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo took the lead and charged towards the battlefield. Rose did not hesitate and immediately followed after him. Several hundred demon generals gathered like a large dark cloud that covered the 17 flying swords. They cleared a path in front of Han Shuo. The few scattered divine guards who tried to block their way were either killed by the demon generals or killed by the 17 flying swords. Han Shuo and Rose were unimpeded. Every living being had a weakness. Nothing was invincible. Demon generals were no exception. However, even if demon generals were afraid of cold and fire, several hundred demon generals could easily entangle a single person to death. It was just like how a swarm of locusts and ants in the desert would not be scary if they were alone. Anyone could easily pinch an ant or a locust to death. However, if a swarm of tens of thousands of locusts and ants were to charge at them, they would have no choice but to retreat or be gnawed to death. Therefore, with several hundred demon generals and the 17 flying swords hidden in the dark cloud, the divine guards who tried to block their way were all annihilated on the spot. Han Shuo and Rose were able to escape the encirclement. With the help of a few dozen invisible demon generals, Han Shuo and Rose took advantage of the fact that the encirclement had yet to fully take shape. They chose areas with fewer divine guards and slaughtered their way out of the encirclement. Then, without saying a word, they charged towards the city gate they came from. The night was even crazier than the night before. Han Shuo believed that if he didn't leave tonight, the patriarchs of all the major family clans in Hushvale City would be mobilized. Perhaps even the city lord of Hushvale City would join the fray. Han Shuo did not believe that he alone could fight against everyone in an entire city. Therefore, he had to escape from Hushvale City as soon as possible. Once they left Hushvale City, they would enter a vast mountain range. By then, even if they were pursued by all the experts of Hushvale City, Han Shuo was confident that he could escape from Hushvale City with the help of the demon generals. After leaving the Godswamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Rose showed no intention of concealing their tracks. They headed for the city gate at top speed and prepared to force their way out. It was at this moment that the city lord of Hushvale City, Hafs, received the news that Han Shuo had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City. Hafs might have been furious the last time, but this time he had gone completely insane. When he learned that Han Shuo and Rose had publicly killed Hasling, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, and released a large number of strange lifeforms to kill hundreds of his city divine guards, Hafs had truly gone insane. Inform all the patriarchs of major family clans to mobilize their divine guards. The family clan that kills the two will be the next chief of divine guards. Hafs had truly gone insane. His family clan only had 3 chiefs of divine guards. If any family clan had 2 chiefs of divine guards, it would very possibly threaten their family clan's position. Hafs knew this very well. That was why he issued such an order. Patriarch, how can we do that? An elder of the house of Hoffley immediately objected. Cut the bullshit. Send the message immediately, roared Hafs. He left the house of Hoffley and led the most elite divine guards of the house of Hoffley to the streets of Hushvale City. They rushed towards the city gate according to the message transmitted by their chiefs of divine guards. Hafs, like Wallace, possessed late-stage high god strength of darkness. For many years, Hafs had never personally participated in a battle. This time he was truly infuriated. He wanted to capture Han Shuo and Rose and tear them to pieces. Although Hushvale City was ranked last among the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion, no one had ever dared to bully him. This time Han Shuo and Rose had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City and massacred everyone in Haf's domain. Even until now, no chiefs of divine guards had been able to apprehend the duo. Hafs was clearly infuriated. Hushvale City's strength was inferior to the other 7 cities to begin with, and it had not accumulated much strength over the years. After the massacre by Han Shuo and Rose, Hushvale City's strength would be greatly diminished. If Hushvale City were to allow Han Shuo and Rose to escape from Hushvale City alive, there would be no hope for Hushvale City to rise again. Perhaps even the Overgod of Darkness would think that Hushvale City was incompetent and kill him. The 3 Overgods of Death, Destruction, and Darkness were warlike Overgods. Their requirements for their subordinates were very simple. Submit to them and become as strong as possible. The reason why Wallace, Hafs, and the others were able to become the lords of the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion was that they possessed extraordinary strength and their family clans were powerful. If they could not prove themselves to the Overgod of Darkness, it was very likely that they would be abandoned by the Overgod. When Hafs led the most elite divine guards of his family clan out of the Hoffley residence, the patriarchs of the other major family clans in Hushvale City had also received the news from the Hoffley residence. When they heard that the person who killed Han Shuo and Rose would take over the position of Chief of Divine Guards that had been left vacant after Eugene's death, they were all excited. These patriarchs who had their own plans immediately began to gather the most elite divine guards of their family clans. For the sake of their family clans' future interests in Hushvale City, all the major and minor family clans in Hushvale City were mobilized. All the major and minor family clans in Hushvale City, who were interested in the position of Chief of Divine Guards, were mobilized. The most elite divine guards of the major family clans were mobilized. Hushvale City, which had not yet calmed down, was plunged into an even greater commotion. Some of the ordinary gods in the city who did not know what was going on were indescribably shocked. They thought that the Dominion of Life and the Dominion of God of Light had launched a large-scale invasion. Hushvale City was in chaos. Rumors were flying everywhere. There were many different versions of the actions of the major family clans. Some of the divine guards who knew the details had exaggerated the strength of Han Shuo and Rose, adding a layer of mystery to the duo. Who knows, there might be an accident along the way. Anchor chuckled, shook his head and replied, what accident can there be? Even if the two of them possess the strength of the city lord, it will be impossible for them to break out of our encirclement of more than 1,000 men. Besides, we have 500 of our House of Simon's most elite divine guards with us. After hearing Anchor's words, Weston, who had been calmly waiting for Han Shuo and Rose to arrive, felt that Anchor's words made sense. He was very confident in the elite divine guards of his House of Simon. There was no way that the two of them could break out of the encirclement. I'm not worried that they will break out of the encirclement. Weston put on a faint smile and said, I'm just worried that the two will immediately turn around and leave. That way, the other family clans will benefit from it. Anchor stared blankly for a moment before he agreed, that's right. We have more than 1,000 men here. As long as they aren't fools, they will definitely retreat after they get here. Brother-in-law, it seems that we should give them some hope. Otherwise, the other family clans will benefit from it. Weston nodded, thought for a moment and instructed, 4th team, 6th team and 7th team spread out further. Find a building and hide yourselves. 1st team and 2nd team stay at the city gate. Don't scare the intruders away. Following Weston's instructions, the elite divine guards of the House of Simon spread out even further. They did their best to hide themselves in buildings and followed Weston's instructions. Soon, the House of Simon's divine guards became more and more dispersed. Many of their divine guards also disappeared into the darkness. Weston was secretly relieved. He waved his hand and said, Come, let's go to the energy towers nearby. Don't let anyone know that we have already arrived. We don't want them to retreat without a fight. Anchor and another high god of the House of Simon, Chandler, nodded in agreement after hearing Weston's words. They hastily followed Weston and hid in the energy towers nearby, fearing that they would alert the enemy and ruin their plan. Just as the House of Simon's divine guards made their arrangements, Han Shuo and Rose arrived. Han Shuo sneered coldly in his mind. The demon generals who arrived ahead of Weston had heard every word of their conversation. How could they possibly hide their intentions from Han Shuo? However, Weston's arrangement was exactly what Han Shuo wanted. If all the divine guards of the House of Simon were to gather at the city gate, it would be very troublesome for Han Shuo and Rose to force their way through. But now that Weston had his divine guards spread out, it gave Han Shuo the perfect opportunity. Sometimes a good strategy could be used over and over again. As long as the timing was right, it could yield miraculous results. With one thought, Han Shuo transmitted a command to Cauldron Spirit. The two demon generals transformed into Han Shuo and Rose and charged towards the city gate. As soon as they arrived at the area, the two demon generals were startled. They vigilantly gazed at the place where the House of Simon divine guards were hiding. Han Shuo and Rose's faces jolted. They glanced at each other and turned around at the same time. The expressions on their faces were impeccable and flawless even when viewed from afar. Weston and Anchor's hearts sank. They fixed their gazes on Han Shuo and Rose and saw the changes in the demon general's expressions. They are indeed experts. They had discovered the divine guards hiding in the dark as soon as they arrived. It seems that the situation is not looking good. Weston and Anchor were startled. As soon as the thought came to their minds, the two demon generals who had transformed into Han Shuo and Rose retreated the way they came. They had retreated. God damn it, chase after them. Before Weston could react, Anchor, who was waiting to take over Eugene's position as Chief of Divine Guards, took the lead and charged out of the energy tower. Those divine guards who were hiding in the dark immediately followed Anchor and chased after the two demon generals. Rose put on a delighted face and softly cried out, "We did it!" Han Shuo was as calm as ever. Using his two most powerful demon generals, he saw that Weston did not follow Anchor out of the energy tower. This patriarch of the House of Simon was clearly not an impulsive person. Perhaps he had discovered something unusual, but not only did Weston not follow Anchor out of the energy tower, he even instructed Team 1, Team 2 and Team 5 stay here. This is the only way for them. They won't give up so easily. If they missed this golden opportunity, the city gates of Hushvale City would be locked even tighter, and the security would be even tighter. Weston believed that Han Shuo and Rose would not let go of this opportunity to break out of the encirclement tonight. Therefore, he did not go out with Anchor. As the two demon generals were rather far away, Weston did not know that Han Shuo and Rose were just illusions. The reason why he was so certain was because of his many years of intuition. As the patriarch of the House of Simon, Weston had experienced many trials and tribulations. The experience he had accumulated through countless battles was a great asset. Sometimes, such experience was even more important than one's strength. This time, Sicker had made the right bet by relying on his past experiences. But was this his good luck or bad luck? It was not up to him to decide. Following Sicker's instructions, a portion of the House of Simon Divine Guard stayed behind and were on high alert. The other High God, Chandler, did not leave either. He only followed Sicker's lead. Seeing that Sicker did not leave, he did not make any rash moves. He silently hid in an energy tower nearby and observed the changes below with cold eyes. There are still some who have not left. Rose had also noticed the danger at the city gate. She said in a low voice, "And it seems that there are more than just those divine guards at the city gate. Something is not right. There are two high gods hiding in the two energy towers nearby." Han Shuo pointed at the two energy towers and said in a low voice, "We don't have the time to compete with them in patience. The experts from the other major family clans of Hushvale City should be converging on this place. We have to get there before Anchor returns. Be careful, the high gods in the two energy towers might suddenly attack. Don't let them injure you." "Ready to move?" asked Rose in a rather excited manner. Han Shuo nodded indifferently. The demon generals that were hiding in the dark started drifting towards the House of Simon's divine guards that were hiding at the city gates. After the demon generals turned invisible, they carefully avoided the two high gods Simon and Chandler. Therefore, they did not attract the attention of the divine guards hiding at the city gates. "Let's go," shouted Han Shuo in a deep voice. With an ice-cold face, he dashed towards the city gate at top speed. "They have come." Weston's pupils contracted. He was overjoyed. He immediately focused all his attention on Han Shuo and Rose, who had appeared out of nowhere. He was ready to attack at any moment. Those House of Simon divine guards hiding in the dark were all excited. They were greatly impressed by their patriarch Weston's judgment. They were not the least bit afraid when they saw Han Shuo and Rose charging at them. They felt that under Weston's leadership, they would surely be able to slay Han Shuo and Rose. Following Weston's instructions, the path leading to the city gate was deliberately left open for Han Shuo and Rose to enter. Han Shuo knew what Weston was planning. However, he had no other choice. He had to force his way out of the city gate. Therefore, he had to go through that path. 17 flying swords whistled across the sky. Amidst the scalp-numbing whistling noises, Han Shuo and Rose followed behind the 17 flying swords. Han Shuo knew that there were many divine guards lying in ambush around the path. The 17 flying swords, as though they had eyes of their own, purposefully flew towards the secluded corners and killed the divine guards who thought they were hiding. At the same time, the demon generals that were scattered around the divine guards materialized into blurry shadows and attacked their targets. Caught off guard. Many divine guards of the House of Simon were struck by the demon generals and killed in an instant. The ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded. Although the divine guards knew the weaknesses of the demon generals beforehand, they were powerless against the sudden attack. The demon generals usually attacked in large groups and did not give the divine guards any chance to react. They were killed in an extremely short period of time. The elite divine guards of the House of Simon were hiding in the dark. However, Han Shua's attacks seemed to have eyes of their own as they targeted those divine guards who were hiding in the dark. The demon general's sudden transformation was even more stealthy than the divine guards. The divine guards were caught off guard and let out miserable shrieks. Weston wore an astonished face on his energy tower. He did not expect that Han Shua could have such miraculous foresight. Seeing that the divine guards hiding in the dark were being ambushed by the demon generals, Weston immediately issued a new order: stop hiding and come out. These two are determined to break through the city gate today. I would like to see how they are going to kill their way out. Han Shua and Rose advanced at high speed. They constantly dealt with the long-range attacks from the divine guards around them. Han Shua released the Jade Flame Shuttle, Poison Dragon Cloud Net, Green Phosphorus Gravel, and Banner of Hallucination and sent them flying towards the divine guards in all directions. The Jade Flame Shuttle whizzed past while the Poison Dragon Cloud Net descended from the sky. The poisonous cloud was as corrosive as the 17 flying swords. The Green Phosphorus Gravel incinerated anything it came into contact with. The Banner of Hallucination had folded the figures of Han Shua and rose into many different shapes. In an instant, many divine guards were affected by the Cyan Demon Blaze Shuttle, Venomous Dragon Cloud Net, and Green Phosphorus Sand. The demonic weapons that Han Shua had repeatedly tempered were more and more vicious than the last. They were extremely lethal to their divine bodies and divine souls. For a moment, the divine guards were thrown into confusion. Many of them were engulfed in flames. Some were impaled by the Cyan Demon Blaze Shuttle, while others were entangled by the Venomous Dragon Cloud Net and turned into skeletons. The Banner of Hallucination had folded into many different shapes. The attacks coming from all directions were indistinguishable. The pressure on Han Shua and Rose was greatly reduced. They continued to charge forward. With the support of the many demonic weapons, the two arrived at the city gate in no time. There were naturally more divine guards at the city gate. The city gate was locked from the inside. It became Han Shua's last hurdle. Han Shua took out a large handful of pearls of annihilation and threw them at the city gate without even looking at them. Ever since he had used the pearls of annihilation, Han Shua had become very interested in explosive demonic weapons. He had learned a new method from Cauldron Spirit that increased the power of the pearls of annihilation by several times. After throwing a large handful of pearls of annihilation, the entire Hushvale city seemed as though it was about to collapse. Earth-shattering explosions sounded from the city gate. Many divine guards were sent flying in all directions. It was a gruesome sight to behold. The city gate was blasted open by the dozens of pearls of annihilation. Chapter 768. The violent explosion from the city gate instantly blasted dozens of divine guards into pieces of flesh and blood. The earth-shattering rumble alerted everyone nearby. The city gate of Hushvale City could not withstand such a violent explosion and was blasted wide open. "Run!" shouted Han Shua in a deep voice. He raised the power of his various demonic weapons to the limit and attacked the House of Simon divine guards that were surrounding them from the dark. Weston and Chandler flew down from the energy towers and attacked Han Shua and Rose at the same time. The 17 flying swords suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua. The 17 flying swords interweaved into a curtain of light that completely blocked the area in front of Han Shua, preventing Casey and Chandler from attacking. Rose knew that Han Shua's main purpose was to buy time for her. As long as Weston and Chandler were stopped, The ordinary divine guards with their demonic weapons and demon generals wouldn't be able to effectively stop her. Despite being in such a perilous situation, Han Shuo was willing to take the risk to buy time for her. This gave Rose a wonderful feeling. She turned her head to look at Han Shuo, who was wearing a cold and callous face as he intercepted Weston and Chandler with his 17 flying swords. Traces of gratitude appeared in Rose's eyes. She turned around and left. While Han Shuo was obstructing Weston and Chandler, and while the divine guards around her were being bombarded by demon generals and demonic weapons, Rose successfully passed through the broken city gate and arrived outside of Hushvale City. The 17 flying swords crisscrossed and suddenly stopped above Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo's heart sank. He immediately turned around and flew out of Hushvale City. Go to hell! A furious roar sounded from afar. A jet-black spear streaked across the sky like a bolt of black lightning. It carried an astonishing amount of darkness energy and suddenly attacked Han Shuo. As soon as Weston and Chandler heard the roar behind them, they simultaneously launched attacks at Han Shuo with all their might in an attempt to stop Han Shuo. Weston was a mid-stage high god and Chandler was an early-stage high god. Although it wasn't easy for Han Shuo to deal with them, it wasn't too much of a problem. The 17 flying swords intertwined behind Han Shuo like streaks of lightning and dispersed Weston and Chandler's attacks. However, the jet-black spear possessed astonishing power. It was rather difficult to deal with the lightning-fast attack of the spear. At this moment, with so many divine guards surrounding the city gate, if Han Shuo were to turn around and deal with the spear behind him, he might not have the chance to leave the city. The 17 flying swords that had dispersed Weston and Chandler's attacks did not have the time to return to Han Shuo's back. However, the spear was still flying at him like a shadow. Han Shuo steeled his heart. Instead of turning around to deal with the spear, he charged at the city gate that had yet to be fully sealed by the new divine guards. Han Shuo's two hands were constantly moving forward to deflect the incoming attacks. Invincible Omen Body was automatically activated. Even if an ordinary mid-god's attack landed on his invincible Omen Body, it would not cause any damage to him. Bang! The spear whizzed through the air and pierced at Han Shuo's back. The demon slayer edge shot out from the torn clothes on his back and blocked the spear. A surge of ferocious darkness divine energy suddenly surged into Han Shuo's back from the demon slayer edge. The invincible Omen Body instantly withstood the assault of the darkness divine energy. The all-out attack from Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, was no trivial matter. Even the invincible Omen Body could not neutralize all the energy. The area on Han Shuo's back suddenly caved in as though it was pierced by a sharp awl. Han Shuo tasted something sweet in his mouth. 2 streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Han Shuo immediately knew that he had been injured by the all-out attack from the late-stage High God City Lord. Fortunately, the invincible Omen Body had neutralized most of the energy. Otherwise, the attack would have pierced through Han Shuo's back and rendered him unable to fight on the spot. 2 streaks of blood flowed out from Han Shuo's back. Han Shuo took a quick look at his body and immediately realized that his injuries were not serious. With the help of Haf's attack, Han Shuo flew even faster towards the city gate. It was at this moment that the 17 flying swords returned from Weston and Chandler to help Han Shuo fend off the attacks from the surrounding divine guards. Han Shuo's figure flashed through the open city gate like a bolt of lightning. Outside the gate, Rose was waiting anxiously. The city lord of Hushvale City is here. Let's go! Shouted Han Shuo. He grabbed Rose's hand and activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens, using Cauldron Spirit's energy. Together with Rose, they rapidly disappeared into the distance. Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, was a late-stage high god. With the help of the 17 flying swords and Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo believed that his strength would not be inferior to Hafs. However, Hafs had brought several high gods of Hushvale City with him. Simon and Chandler were also waiting at the city gate. The patriarchs and high gods of 2 other family clans were also rushing towards the city gate. As long as Han Shuo wasn't crazy, he would know that it would be unwise to fight them at the city gate at this time. If he were to be surrounded by so many high gods, Han Shuo would have absolutely no chance of breaking out of the encirclement other than using the blood disassembly. The blood disassembly was too damaging to his demonic body and demonic arts. Han Shuo would not use it unless absolutely necessary, especially when his cultivation of demonic arts was progressing at a slow pace. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Although her speed was much faster than an average person, Han Shuo believed that she was still inferior to Hafs, who was also a late-stage high god of darkness. Han Shuo, who was flying at full speed with the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, was much faster. Therefore, Han Shuo had to pull Rose away from the city gate. The two demonic figures flashed outside Hushvale City and rapidly disappeared into the thicket of ancient trees and shrubs. Hafs, along with his family clan experts and Simon, closely followed Han Shuo and Han Shuo. Hafs wore a malevolent face. As he flew, he shouted, "Search! I have shot that youngster with my spear. He won't be able to get far. Whoever kills them will be the one to fill the gap left by Eugene's death." It was at this moment that the patriarchs of the other two family clans finally arrived. They happened to hear Hafs shout. The two patriarchs, who were still shocked by the tragic scene at the city wall, immediately led their family clan divine guards and chased after Han Shuo and Han Shuo. Hafs took the lead. He, Weston, Chandler, and a few other high gods flew at high speed towards the direction Han Shuo and Han Shuo had escaped. Hushvale City had been plunged into chaos and countless divine guards were killed. Not only that, the intruders had managed to break into Hushvale City. If word of this were to spread, Hafs would be utterly humiliated in the Darkness Dominion. The status of the House of Hoffley in Hushvale City would also be questioned. This was the last thing Hafs wanted. Weston, the patriarch of the House of Simon too, was filled with rage. The House of Simon was in charge of guarding the city gate. Yet, Han Shuo and Han Shuo had killed their way out of their tight encirclement. This was a great humiliation to the House of Simon. Given Haf's temper, he would surely seek revenge. Most importantly, the House of Simon had just lost more than 200 elite divine guards. The earth-shattering explosion at the city gate alone had killed nearly 100 of their divine guards. Those elite divine guards had been painstakingly recruited by the House of Simon for tens of millions of years. Each and every one of them was incomparably precious. How could the House of Simon not be enraged by the loss of more than 200 of their elite divine guards? The experts of Hushvale City left the city and entered the vast mountain range in the vicinity with various motives. Without the ubiquitous energy towers and energy boundaries, the mountain range was now filled with towering ancient trees and towering mountain peaks that reached into the clouds. Concealment was everywhere. For the experts of Hushvale City, the difficulty of finding a single person in the mountain range had increased by 100 times. At first, Rose, whose hand was pulled by Han Shuo, was very nervous about Hafs, the city lord of Hushvale City, chasing after them. But gradually, Rose noticed that the high gods of Hushvale City were getting further and further away from them. Not only did Han Shuo not slow down, he even increased his speed. It was as though he knew every region of the mountain range like the back of his hand. He constantly changed his position as he traveled, widening the gap between him and Han Shuo. Rose was relieved. With that, Rose could think about other things. Then she discovered that her delicate hand was tightly grasped by Han Shuo's big and rough hand. Han Shuo's big hand was thick and warm. His meridians were pulsating vigorously. Rose suddenly felt that her palm was covered with sweat. She immediately realized that she had been overly nervous. With some peculiar emotions in her heart, Rose turned her head to look at Han Shuo, who was right in front of her. She discovered that Han Shuo's face was calm and unwavering. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still confident. His face was as angular as a sculpture, brimming with the toughness and callousness that a man should have. Even the bloodstains on the corners of Han Shuo's mouth seemed to be filled with charm. Rose, who was about to wipe the bloodstains off Han Shuo's mouth, did not act rashly. Instead, she stared blankly at Han Shuo. For a moment, her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Perhaps only a man like Han Shuo could stand proudly above everyone else. Rose thought to herself. After going through so much with Han Shuo, not only did she no longer have any prejudice against Han Shuo, she even admired Han Shuo's tenacious and indomitable character. He was decisive, steady, and scrupulous in achieving his goals, and would never give up. All these qualities were concentrated on a single person. How could a person like him not succeed when he still had unlimited potential and terrifying strength? Han Shuo did not pay any attention to Rose, who was beside him. He continued flying at high speed with a calm face. He sneered in his heart and listed Hushvale City as his new enemy. What Han Shuo and Rose had done in Hushvale City today would shock the entire Hushvale City. Even if Han Shuo and Rose changed their appearances and went into hiding, their identities would be discovered by Hoff sooner or later. Hushvale City would not let such a great humiliation go so easily. A grudge had been formed. What Han Shuo was thinking about was how to deal the greatest blow to Hushvale City's strength, so that Hoffs and his family clan would have no time to deal with Han Shuo, the malefic star of Hushvale City. Suddenly, Han Shuo turned around and said to Rose in a deep voice, "We are the hunters in the mountain range. They have chased us for so long that they have dispersed. Now the stage is ours." Chapter 769. As soon as they escaped from Hushvale City, it meant that Han Shuo and Rose were safe and sound. There were plenty of cover in the vast mountain range, and there was no boundary that shrouded the sky. Han Shuo and Rose were like fish swimming in the sea. They no longer had to worry about being surrounded. Instead of rushing forward desperately, Han Shuo and Rose used the omnipresent vision of demon generals to weave through the forest in search of the best hiding spot. A rock wall shrouded in mist became Han Shuo and Rose's temporary hiding spot. Han Shuo and Rose stood still on the rock wall. Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and smilingly said, "The mist is thick. Unless an expert like Hofs comes, no one will be able to detect our presence. Let's take a break and wait for those from Hushvale City to arrive." The pursuers from Hushvale City had been left far behind by Han Shuo. It would take some time for them to arrive. Han Shuo and Rose could take this opportunity to rest and wait for the pursuers. "Can you let go of me now?" asked Rose softly with her head lowered. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. It was only then that he realized that he was still holding onto Rose's hand. Han Shuo immediately let go of her hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and tried to adjust his breathing. "How are your injuries? Are you all right?" Rose hesitated for a moment before she asked in a soft voice. Han Shuo opened his eyes and looked at Rose. He smilingly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." "Thank you for stopping them and letting me escape," said Rose. Han Shuo could sense the change in Rose's attitude. Han Shuo, who was used to Rose's silence and cold words, was not used to Rose's sudden concern. Startled, Han Shuo said indifferently, "I'm not used to letting the people around me die. Besides, I'm also confident that I can rush out. You don't have to worry too much about it." After saying that, Han Shuo closed his eyes again, his face full of concentration. Rose, who was about to say something, saw that Han Shuo had begun to focus on restoring his strength, did not continue to disturb Han Shuo. She just quietly watched Han Shuo from the side. For some reason, Rose felt very at ease when she and Han Shuo were in such a cloud-shrouded rock wall. There was also an indescribable sense of comfort. The corners of Rose's mouth curled into a faint smile. She too had calmed down contentedly. She sat beside Han Shuo and began to restore the divine energy she had consumed in Hushvale City. Hofs put on a gloomy face and furiously roared, "Search! Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." After searching for a long time, Hofs and his party did not even see a shadow of Han Shuo. The experts of the 3 major family clans who had chased after Hofs began to doubt if he had actually hit the murderer. According to Hofs, he had struck the assassin's back with all his might. Given Hofs' late-stage high god strength, as long as the attacker was not an over-god, there was no way he would be unaffected by such an attack. Even a late-stage high god like Hofs would be seriously injured if he were to be struck by such an attack. There was no way that a heavily injured high god could remain unaffected. After such a long pursuit, the murderer would surely show signs of fatigue and eventually be killed on the spot. However, the reality was vastly different from what they had expected. Not only was the murderer not affected by the attack, but he was also moving faster and faster. After a long period of pursuit, he had left them far behind, causing them to lose track of the murderer. This was clearly not in line with Hofs's statement. If Hafs wasn't the city lord of Hushvale City and the patriarch of the House of Hoffley, these people would have jumped out to reprimand Hafs. They would have accused him of incompetent command, of not understanding the situation, and of lying. City Lord, this mountain range is too vast. Now that the target has disappeared, it would be inappropriate for us to search like a swarm of bees. Why don't we split up and search in groups of family clans? Although the two possess extraordinary strength, our family clans can definitely take them down. At the very least, we can send out a signal. What do you think, my lord? Suggested the patriarch of the House of Granro. Hafs, who had been blinded by anger, immediately knew that this was the most appropriate method given the current situation. He put on a gloomy face and nodded. He said, "All right, we will split up and search in groups of family clans. Once we find any traces of the two, send out a signal immediately." Weston, who had lost more than 200 of his family clan's elite divine guards, had been waiting for those words from Hafs. Without a word, he signaled his family clan's divine guards with his eyes and was the first to leave with his family clan's divine guards. Shortly after, the other two family clans also left Haf's side and started searching in different directions. With that, the four major family clans of Hushvale City, including Haf's, split up into four groups and continued searching. As the search progressed, the four groups of divine guards gradually split up again. The situation was somewhat similar to the time when Han Shuo toyed with the god hunters. Night was gradually replaced by day. When the scorching sun hung high in the sky, the distance between the four major family clans grew larger and larger. The dazzling rays of the scorching sun penetrated through the layers of mist and shone on Han Shuo, who was sitting on the cliff wall. Suddenly, Han Shuo opened his eyes and cried, "Someone is coming." Rose, who had been cultivating in silence, blinked her long eyelashes. Her beautiful eyes appeared before Han Shuo. She looked at Han Shuo and said, "We'll do as you say." After fighting side by side with Han Shuo in Hushvale City, Rose was thoroughly impressed by Han Shuo. She no longer doubted Han Shuo's ability to carry out his missions. Rose's words fully proved that she had complete faith in Han Shuo. "It's the House of Simon. This family clan is really unlucky. They just have to bump into us every time." Han Shuo grinned and stood up. He said to Rose, "This time, we will hunt that high god named Anchor." "Yay!" Rose cried out in excitement. She stood up after Han Shuo and asked, "How do we do it?" "Follow me." Han Shuo made his way through the mist and slowly descended into the dense forest below. He avoided the eyes and ears of the divine guards in the vicinity and stealthily headed towards Anchor with Rose. The reason why he chose Anchor was that Anchor cultivated in the energy of death. To Han Shuo, as a cultivator of the energy of death, the divine energy of death in Anchor's body could be of use to Han Shuo. The demon generals had long been watching Anchor and observing his every move. Anchor had shown too much greed for the position of chief of Hushvale City Divine Guards, and was unable to control his desires. Han Shuo had seen through Anchor's impatience back in Hushvale City. Therefore, he had used an illusion to deceive Anchor. After entering the mountain range, Anchor became even more impatient. He constantly yelled at his subordinates to spread out and search further. Given the strength of these divine guards, even a dozen of them wouldn't stand a chance against Han Shuo and Rose. Anchor's orders clearly showed that he did not care about the lives of his divine guards. Perhaps he was hoping that Han Shuo and Rose would kill those divine guards and expose their whereabouts, so that he could lead more divine guards to encircle and annihilate them. Having missed the scene of Han Shuo and Rose killing divine guards, Anchor had yet to realize just how terrifying Han Shuo and Rose were. At this moment, Anchor's greatest wish was for Han Shuo and Rose to appear as soon as possible so that he would have the opportunity to obtain the position of Chief of Hushvale City Divine Guards. Perhaps the creator deities had been moved by the hope in his heart. Han Shuo and Rose's silhouettes gradually appeared in the distance. They were walking towards Han Shuo step by step. Anchor was overjoyed. After praising the creator deities in his heart, he immediately shouted, "Kill them!" These divine guards of Anchor's had charged out of Hushvale City together with him. Just like Anchor, they did not know just how terrifying Han Shuo and Rose were. Yet, under Anchor's command, they charged out fearlessly. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Han Shuo nodded at Rose. Taking advantage of the fact that the divine guards of the House of Simon had yet to approach, he flew towards Anchor smilingly. Before Anchor's excited smile could fade away, the 17 flying swords whizzed out from his body and enveloped Anchor. Before Anchor could even attack, he discovered that he had fallen into an evil dimension. Evil energies that he had never seen or heard of were surging towards him from all directions. He felt as though he was a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. He suddenly felt that he was very close to death. It was only at this moment that Anchor realized that he had made a mistake, a very big mistake. But it was a pity that his regret came a little too late. Anchor, who had just recently become a high god, could not withstand the frenzied corrosion of Han Shua's 17 flying swords. The divine energy in his body was rapidly draining and his life force was growing weaker and weaker. Han Shua's avatar of death suddenly flew out from his body and shot towards Anchor, who was in the middle of the 17 flying swords. Meanwhile, his avatar of destruction flew towards a mid-god of destruction who had been seriously injured by Rose. He launched a sneak attack from behind and subdued that person. In an instant, the two avatars simultaneously started to absorb the divine energy in the bodies of their subdued victims. At the same time, Han Shua's mind and body were tranquil and calm. With the demonic blades, he assisted Rose in slaughtering the divine guards around her. Since Han Shua had started devouring the divine guards, he could not leave any of them alive. Otherwise, if news of this were to spread, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. The moment Han Shua's mind and body calmed down, he seemed to have affected the other two avatars that were devouring the divine guards. In an instant, the divine souls of the two avatars and the consciousness of Han Shua's main body formed a miraculous connection. The three symbiotic souls seemed to have fused together in an instant. The domains of divinity of death and destruction suddenly formed from the two avatars that were devouring the divine guards. The two domains of divinity abruptly overlapped and rapidly fused together in a bizarre manner that no one could understand. All of a sudden, a completely foreign domain of divinity was strangely generated. The edict of destruction energy surged all over the domain of divinity. The element of death in the surroundings started to pour into the domain of divinity at a speed that was several dozen times faster than usual. All the elements except for the element of death abruptly disappeared from around Han Shua. The strange changes were still going on. Chapter 770. Tiny threads suddenly appeared in the fused domain of divinity. Han Shua could clearly sense those tiny threads, but he couldn't see them with his naked eyes. After carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shua discovered that those threads seemed to originate from the power of faith of profound continent and the abyss realm in his divine soul. The power of faith could not only increase the power of the domain of divinity, but also provide him with weak divine energy at all times. Although the divine energy transformed from the faith of mortals was so weak that he could only sense a tiny bit of it, it was an endless stream. After accumulating for many years, it would become a considerable amount of divine energy. All this while Han Shua could sense the weak divine energy that the power of faith provided to him. However, he had never sensed the effect of the power of faith on the domain of divinity. At this moment, however, Han Shua clearly sensed it. The thread-like power of faith appeared in the fused domain of divinity in a densely packed manner. They revolved around the edict of destruction. With Han Shua at the center, the thread-like threads constantly twisted and changed. They intertwined with each other and condensed into thicker and thicker threads. However, Han Shua could only sense it with his divine soul. He couldn't see the slightest change with his naked eyes. Even more element of death madly converged towards the domain of divinity. Han Shua didn't deliberately release any energy or techniques, but he suddenly discovered that the three boundaries of aging, fear, and weakness had taken shape on their own. Each boundary was filled with threads that were hard to see with the naked eye. Those threads seemed to be able to absorb the element of death that was constantly pouring into them, and alter the composition of the three boundaries. All of a sudden, the power of the three boundaries kept increasing. Han Shuo could clearly sense that the influence of the three boundaries was rapidly expanding. In no time at all, they overlapped and covered the entire domain of divinity. With Han Shuo at the center, the threads that reflected the power of faith entangled the element of death that was crazily pouring into Han Shuo's body, in the Edict of Destruction. They constantly altered the boundaries in the domain of divinity, causing the power of the three boundaries to grow stronger and stronger. Huh! Rose cried out in alarm. She suddenly sensed the abnormality in the area next to Han Shuo and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Han Shuo came to a sudden realization. He immediately realized that this wasn't the right time to carefully sense his new domain. The two targets that were being devoured had already exhausted their life force. Han Shuo summoned a flying sword and stabbed Anchor and the mid-god of destruction. The two gradually turned into puddles of blood. Rose's long silver hair had been dyed scarlet. She stood coldly among the corpses on the ground, her clear eyes staring at Han Shuo, full of bewilderment and bewilderment. Not a single one of Anchor's dozen or so divine guards survived. They were all killed by Rose. Through his demon general, Han Shuo could sense that even more experts of the House of Simon were rapidly converging on the battlefield. "Let's go!" Han Shuo softly shouted and took the lead in retreating. As soon as the two left, Weston and Chandler arrived with hundreds of elite divine guards of the House of Weston. The scene before them was too horrible to look at. The ground was covered with corpses. Half of Anchor's body had melted and he had lost his life force. Needless to say, the sight of Anchor's body melting into puddles of blood was enough to prove who the murderer was. Weston had never been as furious as he was at that moment. The strength of the House of Simon was declining sharply. The death of a high god was like adding snow to snow, especially when Anchor was the younger brother of his wife. "Patriarch, what should we do?" Chandler approached Weston and asked in a deep voice. "Those two come and go without a trace. They possess terrifying strength. What should we do to force them out and kill them?" Unlike Anchor, Chandler had personally witnessed the terrifying destructive power Han Shuo and Rose displayed at the gates of Hushvale City. As a member of the House of Simon, it was only natural for Chandler to hate Han Shuo and Rose to the bone. However, he was also somewhat fearful of the duo. He knew that even Weston would not be a match for that callous young man in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he always had his divine guard stick close to him in case something went wrong. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that Han Shuo did not come after him. He managed to escape unscathed, but Anchor was killed. Anchor's death had a great impact on Chandler. He began to worry that he would be the next target. "Release the signal. Tell them that those two are in the vicinity," Weston suddenly commanded after keeping silent for a moment. After taking a short pause, Weston continued, "Our men are to stick close to each other. Do not leave without a good reason. Our previous understanding of the situation is completely wrong. I don't think that guy was seriously injured by the city lord at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exposed himself and attacked us." "Patriarch, are you saying that the city lord is lying?" Chandler was dumbfounded. He looked left and right before asking in a low voice. Weston shook his head, let out a soft sigh and said, "The city lord would not make such a joke at a time like this. Besides, based on my understanding of him, I know that he disdains lying." Weston took a deep look at Chandler and said, "The city lord's words cannot be wrong. Not to mention that not only did that guy not leave, he even treated us as his prey. This can only mean one thing: that he is stronger than the city lord." Chandler's face jolted when he heard those words. After thinking about it for a moment, Chandler's face turned even more unsightly. He thought of the overgod who had transcended high god rank but did not possess the quintessence. Chandler became even more terrified when he thought of that. He asked in a slightly panicked manner, "What should we do then?" "Don't even think about killing them. Our family clan has exhausted too much of our strength. We will be fine as long as we can bring our men out of the mountain range." Weston wore a helpless and humiliated face. However, he continued, "If other family clans want to touch him, let them. It is time for them to suffer some losses. Otherwise, the House of Simon's position in Hushvale City will be challenged." As the patriarch of the House of Simon, Weston had to make difficult decisions for the benefit of the family clan. His many years of battle experience had given him keen observation skills. Just like how he had previously determined that Han Shuo would return to the city gate, his decision this time was correct. Han Shuo, whose strength had been overestimated due to his invincible omen body, was having a headache. Facing Rose's questioning gaze, Han Shuo didn't know how to explain. Previously, as the 17 flying swords blocked Rose's view of Han Shuo devouring Anchor, she couldn't see what was going on. But later on, when Han Shuo devoured another mid-god of destruction, Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she saw what Han Shuo was doing. God hunters were hated by everyone on Elysium. Obviously, Rose knew about the existence of god hunters. She watched as Han Shuo devoured that mid-god of destruction. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect that Han Shuo was a notorious god hunter. After the two successfully escaped from that area, Rose continued to look at him suspiciously, which made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. They came to an ancient tree with dense foliage. Han Shuo braced himself and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you know?" Rose looked deeply at Han Shuo and asked, "Are you a god hunter?" "No, I'm not," Han Shuo firmly denied. Then he solemnly explained to Rose, "God hunters are a group of people who cannot control their desire to devour. Their minds are occupied by greed. They are a special group of people who wholeheartedly seek to devour the divine energy of others to increase their own strength. This group of people have their own alliances and organizations. Their desire to devour has replaced the rationality of an ordinary person. As long as they are alive, their desire to devour will continue to exist, causing them to constantly devour." "I don't need you to explain that to me. I have been on Elysium for a much longer time than you. I know about god hunters." After taking a short pause, Rose calmly continued, "Could it be that you are different from them?" "Of course I am." Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "I can overcome the desire to devour and will not be affected by greed. As long as I don't want to, even if you trap someone in front of me, I will not devour them. They are a group of people who are dominated and influenced by greed. I, on the other hand, am different. I can control my desire and do such things rationally." "I don't believe you. I have never heard of anyone who can overcome that desire. Once it starts, there is no stopping it." Rose's slender brows were tightly bunched. She softly sighed and asked, "Why are you such a person?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, "You should know very well whether I am such a person or not. If I were a god hunter, everything I do would be for the sake of devouring others. Since we have known each other for so long, have you realized that I do things for the sake of devouring others?" Rose stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Shuo's words. She carefully thought for a moment and realized that Han Shuo's words made a lot of sense. She had known Han Shuo for quite some time, and she knew that god hunters were driven by the desire in their hearts. If they did not devour others for a period of time, they would feel very uncomfortable and would act involuntarily for their goals. Rose and Han Shuo had been together for quite some time. Because of their master-slave relationship, Rose had never left Han Shuo's side. During that period of time, she really did not notice any abnormal behavior from Han Shuo. Not only was Han Shuo behaving normally, but he was also clearly an extraordinary individual who had an extremely strong will and could control himself to the greatest extent. Such a person was obviously different from a god hunter. Rose couldn't be sure. After a long while, she doubtfully asked, "No one can overcome that desire. You say you can?" "I believe that there are definitely people who can overcome that desire. It's just that most people don't know about it." Han Shuo let out a soft laugh and said, "You will slowly come to understand the truth. We will be spending a lot of time together in the future." "I'll believe you for now," Rose mumbled. Suddenly, she recalled something and cried out in surprise again. "Right, I remember that when you devoured that mid-god of destruction, he was clearly there, but you seemed to be fighting not far away from him. Could it be that you used that life form to devour him? If that's the case, you won't be affected." Han Shuo knew that he and Rose would be spending a lot of time together in the future and that sooner or later, She would learn about the secret of his avatars. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo replied, more or less. Han Shuo did not explain too much and decided to wait for Rose to find out about it. Rose did not pursue the matter. She was very curious about Han Shuo, but when she saw that Han Shuo had no intention of talking about it, Rose decided not to pry too much. After leaving the house of Simon, Han Shuo used his demon generals to observe for a while. He discovered that all the divine guards of the house of Simon had gathered together. Han Shuo knew that with Weston on his guard, it would not be easy for him to find another opportunity to strike. The family clans of Hushvale City, who had received Weston's message, were converging on the area. Han Shuo and Rose hastily retreated from the area. By the time City Lord Hafs and the others arrived, Han Shuo and Rose had long vanished from the area. They had once again conducted a carpet search around the area, but as the boundaries were clearly visible, they did not discover anything. Very soon, these people dispersed again and continued to search this mountain range in groups of clans. The few chiefs of Hushvale City also dispersed. Some joined their family clans and some acted alone. They expanded the search area. For the next half a month, Han Shuo would kill whenever he had the chance. Before the main force could approach, he would use the omnipresent patrolling ability of his demon generals to retreat. Nearly 100 divine guards and 2 high gods from the House of Hafs and House of Salohauser were killed in the span of half a month. No matter how cautious Hafs and the others were, the number of casualties would only increase. Once the distance between the divine guards and the divine guards reached a certain distance, a massacre was inevitable. After that, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find even a shadow of Han Shuo and Rose. In the vast mountain range, Han Shuo and Rose were like 2 invisible men. They would constantly kill the divine guards around them. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of them. Fear shrouded all the ordinary divine guards. Even the high gods of the few family clans were frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to spread out and gather together. They were so close to each other that they could arrive at any moment if they called for reinforcements. None of them dared to underestimate the 2 murderers who seemed to be invisible. Hafs felt that the past half a month had been the most frustrating period of his life. Almost all the expert family clans in Hushvale City had mobilized their forces, but not only did they fail to find the 2 murderers, they were constantly being killed. Hafs grew more and more irascible. Sometimes, he would lose control of his temper and severely punish his divine guards for the slightest mistake. Those divine guards of Hafs had served Hafs for many years, and they knew that Hafs had gone mad. No one dared to provoke him or even get close to him. Even some of the elders of the House of Hafli were apprehensive. They feared that Hafli would be so mad that he would attack them without a care for anything else. What's the point of hiding? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. God damn it, I guarantee that I will not use a single divine guard around me, roared the furious Hafs from the bushes. His voice spread far and wide. Hafs was infuriated. He had lost his composure, and it was not something a city lord should do. Hafs' composure and shrewdness had been worn away in half a month's time. With all other methods having failed, Hafs had somewhat lost himself. While yelling, Hafs flew away by himself. Whenever a divine guard approached him, Hafs would glare at the divine guard and coldly shout, "Get back." He was prepared to fight Hantu one-on-one. The divine guards were already afraid of Hafs in his current state. Therefore, when they heard that Hafs was asking them to leave, they were more than happy to do so. They obediently kept a distance from Hafs and allowed him to fly away by himself. The experts of the Hafli family originally wanted to go after Hafs. But after thinking about Hafs' strength and how much more terrifying Hafs would be in his berserk state, they decided not to worry about him. Having Hafs in an extremely irascible state around them was a form of torture. The Hafli family divine guards secretly rejoiced when they saw Hafs taking the initiative to leave. They thought to themselves, you can do whatever you want. After all, those 2 probably won't provoke you. Since there's nothing we can do about it, we might as well stay out of it. Come out! Come out! Roared Hafs as he flew further and further away from the group. Hafs' roars were so loud and clear that Han Shuo and Rose, who were hundreds of miles away, could hear him loud and clear. Rose was amused by Hafs' craziness. She smiled sweetly and said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Look, that guy is going crazy because of you." In the past half a month, Han Shuo had proven to Rose that he could completely control the desires in his heart. In front of Rose, as long as Rose said no, Han Shuo would smile and stop devouring those divine guards. After several times, Rose finally believed Han Shuo's words. When Han Shuo proved to her that he was different from a god hunter, Rose was astonished. Naturally, Rose did not stop Han Shuo from devouring divine guards. She felt that although Han Shuo's behavior was similar to that of a god hunter, he was beyond the realm of a god hunter. He has gone mad. Han Shuo nodded and agreed with Rose's statement. Han Shuo's two avatars had devoured a sufficient amount of divine energy over the past half a month. They were currently in the process of digesting the divine energy. After this digestion period, whether or not they could advance further would depend on their understanding of the energy. "I think we should leave now. Those divine guards are all gathered together. It won't be easy to attack them," suggested Rose. Han Shuo shook his head smilingly and replied, "There's no need to rush." While Rose was puzzled, Han Shuo continued, "Those divine guards are indeed gathered together. But didn't someone just come out alone?" Rose stared blankly for a moment before she cried out in surprise, "You are planning to attack the city lord of Hushvale City? He has late-stage high god strength. He must have gone mad. Don't tell me you want to join him?" Han Shuo nodded and smilingly replied, "Since he has shown enough sincerity, how can I disappoint him?" Chapter 771. Han Shuo knew that it was impossible for Han Shuo and Han Shuo to reconcile with Hushvale City. Hafs had shown that he was determined to kill Han Shuo and Han Shuo. Even if Han Shuo and Han Shuo managed to escape from Hushvale City, Hafs would not let the matter rest. If Han Shuo could kill Hafs, the power structure of Hushvale City would be reshuffled and the House of Hofli might no longer be the sole hegemon of Hushvale City. In order to eliminate this threat, Han Shuo decided to kill Hafs in the mountain range. Besides, Han Shuo also wanted to see if the Avicii god-slaying sword formation combined with Cauldron Spirit could kill a late-stage high god. This was an opportunity and a challenge for Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo did not want to let it slip by. Rose was evidently frightened by Han Shuo's decision. From her point of view, it was unwise to fight Hafs head-on. Putting aside the question of whether or not Han Shuo could defeat Hafs, once the noise of their battle attracted the attention of the experts of Hushvale City, Han Shuo would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. But Rose knew that she could not persuade Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo had made up his mind to fight Hafs, she could only sigh helplessly in her mind. She secretly complained about Han Shuo's audacity. She bunched her brows and said, "All right, I'll hold the line for you." As a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of darkness, Rose knew that she was no match for Hafs. Once Han Shuo and Hafs start fighting, she would do her best to eliminate the threats in the vicinity for Han Shuo, and do her best to buy time for Han Shuo. "You just need to loiter in the vicinity. I know better than you whether or not someone is approaching us. Don't worry, Hafs can't stop me," said Han Shuo confidently. Han Shuo was very confident. At this moment, Hafs had completely lost his mind and was drowning in rage. Han Shuo, on the other hand, was incomparably calm. Han Shuo knew that he had gained the upper hand even without a fight. Rose put on a bitter smile when she heard Han Shuo's words. She suddenly felt that she couldn't help Han Shuo much at a crucial moment. She felt somewhat useless. As a high god, Rose had rarely experienced such a feeling of uselessness. She felt rather strange this time. Han Shuo did not say anything to Rose. By the time he made his decision known, he had already started moving towards Hafs at high speed. A dozen or so demon generals in the vicinity had already spread out in Hafs' direction. They were doing the most meticulous surveillance of that area. Every protruding boulder, every towering tree, and every shrub were quickly reflected in Han Shuo's mind. Before Han Shuo arrived, he had already grasped the terrain of the area like the back of his hand. Once the battle starts, Han Shuo would be able to make use of the advantages he grasped to evade or attack. Unlike the other high gods who died in the Hell of Avicii, Hafs possessed late-stage strength and was extremely experienced in combat. The darkness divine energy contained in that black spear was extremely ferocious. Han Shuo knew that Hafs was a formidable opponent. Han Shuo had no choice but to go all out and make use of every advantage he could to prepare for the battle. Gradually, Han Shuo arrived at the area where Hafs was. Hafs was still howling in a frenzy. His voice spread far and wide like ripples on water. The shrubbery close to Hafs was shredded into pieces as though it was sliced by a sharp blade. Just stay close to me. Don't come any closer. Han Shuo's body suddenly came to a halt in midair. He adjusted his state of mind to its optimal state and slowly took a deep breath. Rose, who was following closely behind Han Shuo, nodded indifferently. She knew that she was not as strong as Hafs and that she would be discovered if she got too close to Hafs. That way, Han Shuo would not be able to conceal his presence and Hafs would immediately know that someone was coming. Rose was rather worried about Han Shuo. She stammered for a moment before she softly said, "Be careful. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Han Shuo put on an indifferent smile and his eyes gradually turned cold and fierce. It was as though all emotions had vanished from his body. His mind entered a state of absolute calmness that was most suitable for combat. In the next moment, Han Shuo's figure gradually turned blurry. Rose watched as Han Shuo got further and further away. Suddenly, she discovered that as Han Shuo's figure disappeared, his aura also began to fade. Finally, she could no longer sense any trace of Han Shuo's aura in her divine soul. Rose was astonished. She put on a bitter smile and shook her head. She mumbled to herself, "Just how many more secrets do you have?" Hafs roared furiously as he walked further and further away. Suddenly, Hafs quietened down. His crazed eyes looked around and his brows were slightly bunched. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as though someone was hiding in the dark and watching him silently like a wild beast. The feeling came so abruptly that Hafs instinctively raised his guard. Could it be that the two have really come? Hafs grew even more astonished when such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He did not hold much hope when he shouted and howled. He did not think that Han Shuo and Rose would pay any attention to him. However, the feeling of being watched felt so real. Based on his many years of experience, Hafs knew that it was no illusion. Before he arrived, he had ordered the divine guards around him to stand down. Even the experts of his family clan were ordered to stay put. The person hiding in the dark was definitely not someone from Hushvale City. The uneasiness that Hafs felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles made him calm down. His eyes were still filled with intense crazed glints as he constantly scanned the surroundings. His divine soul was also doing its best to detect any abnormalities in the surroundings. Wisps of dark smoke flew out from his body and gradually spread to the surrounding shrubs and towering ancient trees. After a while, Hafs grew puzzled. The feeling of being hidden in the dark did not disappear. However, the darkness divine energy that flew out from his body did not detect any signs of life in the vicinity. This made him more and more uneasy. Hafs once again released his darkness divine energy and leaped into the sky. He looked down coldly from above and tried his best to find the target that made him uneasy. However, the feeling was still there, but the target was nowhere to be found. "Come out. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't keep hiding," Hafs suddenly shouted. He was getting impatient. A figure abruptly appeared beside an ancient tree. The figure raised his head and looked at Hafs in the sky smilingly. He said, "You have injured me." "Haha. I'm here to let you have a taste of being attacked from behind. It's really you." Hafs was so angry that he started laughing. He suddenly leaped down from the sky. Boundless aura of darkness abruptly formed around his body. In an instant, the aura of darkness revolved around his jet-black spear. He thrust the spear towards the top of Han Shuo's head at extreme speed. The spear emitted strange noises when the aura of darkness was attached to it. The spear moved like a bolt of black lightning. It was so fast that the spear's afterimage could no longer be seen. In an instant, endless darkness came down from above. It was as if the day had been swallowed by the darkness. This area was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness where one could not even see their own fingers in front of them. Thick black divine power wrapped around the spear, and the spear disappeared in the endless darkness. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. An enormous hole was created deep in the ground. All the ancient trees, rocks, and shrubs were swept away. However, Han Shua's figure had vanished into thin air. Hafs landed in the boundless darkness. He stood in the enormous hole in the ground with a ferocious expression. He once again held the jet-black spear in his hand. His eyes were glistening as he looked around, searching for the vanished figure. Hafs, who had created the boundless darkness, was obviously unaffected. He knew that his attack just now had no effect. He became even more vigilant and took Han Shua as an evenly matched opponent. "It's my turn now." A sneer suddenly sounded from the boundless darkness. All of a sudden, 7 blurry silhouettes shot towards Hafs from all directions. Each and every one of the silhouettes had Han Shua's appearance. All of them carried extraordinary auras. At first Hafs thought that they were illusions, but after carefully sensing with his divine soul, he discovered that each and every one of the shadows were very real. Their auras also carried the aura of high gods. This made Hafs somewhat uncertain. Hafs, who had no idea what was going on, did not recklessly attack any of the shadows. Instead, he adopted defensive measures. He swung the spear in his hand and layers of barriers of darkness rapidly formed. Dense, dark aura gushed towards Hafs and enveloped the entire area. Each of the shadows was an illusion of a high god demon general. The demon generals formed by high gods possessed extraordinary strength and they were real. Hafs's intuition was right. They were not illusions. Hafs, who was uncertain about the situation, was right to adopt defensive measures. However, Han Shua's purpose was to force Hafs to adopt defensive measures. Only by doing so would Han Shua be able to fully control the 17 flying swords and allow them to deploy the Avicii God-slaying sword formation to trap him. Once Hafs was trapped by the 17 flying swords, Han Shua would be able to attack with all his might without having to worry about anything else. The 17 flying swords whizzed out. The shadows formed by the demon generals vanished into thin air. Only Han Shua was left standing proudly in front of Hafs. It really was just an illusion. Hafs stared blankly for a moment. The disappearance of the demon generals formed by Han Shua had caused him to doubt his intuition. He had assumed that the demon generals formed by Han Shua were just illusions. With that, Hafs had fallen for Han Shua's trick again. Under Han Shua's control, the 17 flying swords pierced towards Hafs, who was in the middle of the dense aura of darkness. However, as though they had struck an incomparably pliable cotton ball, the 17 flying swords failed to pierce through the darkness divine energy and arrived before Hafs. A late-stage high god is indeed powerful. Han Shua praised in his mind. He then said to Cauldron Spirit in his consciousness, "Gather your energy." It seems that if I want to defeat him, I will have to borrow your energy. Cauldron Spirit wasted no time and immediately channeled the energy of demon generals into Han Shua's body to assist Han Shua in his battle against Hafs. The towering ancient trees, rocks, shrubs, and distant streams were all pulled by the power of the black hole and involuntarily flew into it. Even the few incorporeal demons nearby felt the terrifying suction force and were more or less affected. Fortunately, the demons were incorporeal. Under this suction force, as long as the demons paid a little attention, they wouldn't be pulled into the black hole. The 17 flying swords cleansed the darkness divine energy on Haf's spear. The spear turned into a beam of black light and was sucked into the black hole. It should have returned to Haf's hand. The 17 flying swords shot towards Hafs at an incredible speed. With the addition of the enhanced suction force of the black hole, the 17 flying swords arrived before the black hole in an instant. The Avicii God-slaying sword formation suddenly took shape and encircled the black hole. The demonic yuan in Han Shua's body frantically flowed into the 17 flying swords. The Avicii Hell was immediately activated. Chilly winds blew and killing intent soared into the sky. The 17 flying swords let out soul-stirring screeches. The moment the Avicii Hell was formed, the 17 flying swords were no longer affected by the suction force of the black hole. Rays of chilling sword rays interweaved into a net of light that whooshed towards the black hole. The corrosive power and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords rapidly whittled away the thick mass of darkness surrounding the black hole. The darkness divine energy that made up the black hole was gradually dispersing. Hafs immediately realized that he was the one being surrounded and he had a bad premonition. Under the simultaneous corrosive and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords, Han Shuo could sense that the darkness divine energy on the surface of the black hole was being whittled away bit by bit. The black hole was also shrinking and becoming smaller and smaller. Han Shuo was fully focused on controlling the 17 flying swords to deal with Hafs. However, Hafs possessed astonishing strength and the divine energy in his body was extremely abundant. Even though the 17 flying swords possessed formidable corrosive and chilling aura, it would take them at least a few hours to completely whittle away the darkness divine energy in Hafs' body. Under the influence of Hafs' domain of divinity, the element of darkness within a radius of 100 miles was rapidly converging towards Han Shuo. The element of darkness was also helping Hafs neutralize the corrosive power of the 17 flying swords. With that, it would be even more difficult for Han Shuo to whittle away the darkness divine energy in Hafs' body with the Avicii Hell. Hafs, who was inside the black hole, had nothing to fear. He was also using the terrifying suction force of the black hole to digest the demonic yuan Han Shuo had poured into the 17 flying swords. The reason the 17 flying swords were not affected by the black hole was that they were continuously supported by the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. All of a sudden, the battle between the two had turned into a battle of attrition. To Han Shuo, if he were in any other situation, he wouldn't mind fighting against Hafs in a battle of endurance. In a battle of endurance, Han Shuo believed that with the help of the cauldron spirit that provided him with an endless supply of energy, there were very few people who could win against him in a battle of endurance. Hafs was no exception. If there were no mishaps, Han Shuo was certain that the final victor would be Han Shuo. However, although this mountain range was separated from Hushvale City, it was still part of Hushvale City's territory. Most importantly, there were divine guards of Hushvale City and experts from the 3 major family clans searching for Han Shuo's whereabouts. Given how loud the battle was, those experts from far away must have heard the commotion and rushed over. Under such circumstances, once more experts from Hushvale City arrive, Han Shuo and Rose, who had exhausted too much energy, would be in a very passive position. If Hafs were to engage Han Shuo in battle, Han Shuo and Rose would be in a very disadvantageous position. After a series of thoughts flashed through Han Shuo's mind, a thought suddenly struck Han Shuo. He recalled the miraculous effect of fusing the domains of divinity of his 2 avatars. Back then, when the domains of divinity of his avatars fused together, it was extremely domineering and repelled all other elements. Only the element of death was left. With that thought, the 2 avatars gradually flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shuo's body. The 2 domains of divinity of death and destruction unfolded simultaneously. However, they did not fuse. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. The energy of the 17 flying swords was stopped and Hafs nearly regained his senses. Han Shuo's main body's attention was once again focused on controlling the 17 flying swords. The 2 avatars' divine souls continued to search for a way to fuse the domains of divinity. However, even after trying for a while, they still could not find the gist of it. After carefully recalling the last time when the 2 domains of divinity fused, Han Shuo suddenly seemed to have grasped something. His 2 divine souls tried to adjust the state of his soul imprint and the consciousness of his main body. Suddenly, a miraculous connection was formed between the 3 souls. Once again, the 2 domains of divinity started fusing. Countless threads that were hard to see with the naked eye filled the entire domain of divinity. The element of death from all directions frantically converged towards the domain. As the domain of divinity expanded, it inevitably came into contact with Haf's domain of divinity of darkness. The new domain of divinity formed by the fusion of 2 mid-gods was extremely domineering and invasive. The moment Han Shua's domain of divinity came into contact with Hoff's domain of divinity, Han Shua's domain of divinity immediately displayed a belligerent nature. It instantly severed the element of darkness that was being transported into Hoff's domain of divinity, not allowing any element of darkness to approach that region. At the same time, the domains of divinity formed by Han Shua's two avatars were gradually closing in on Hoff's domain of divinity. Threads that were hard to be seen by the naked eye were flying at high speed in trajectories of the Edict of Destruction. The thin threads were madly absorbing the element of death that was converging from all directions. Han Shua's domain of divinity kept expanding. It was like a giant bubble that was desperately squeezing Hoff's domain of divinity. Hoff's domain of divinity was being pressured by an external force. Clouds of pitch-black aura swirled around Hoff's domain of divinity. They formed barriers of darkness around Hoff's domain of divinity. Under the deliberate manipulation of Han Shua and Hoff's, the two domains of divinity pushed against each other, neither giving way to the other. Logically speaking, the domain of divinity of two mid-stage mid-god avatars should not be able to contend against Hoff's domain of divinity because the two were on completely different levels. However, the domain of divinity formed by the fusion of the two mid-god souls of Han Shua's domain of divinity was actually on par with Hoff's domain of divinity. It was nothing like the domain of divinity of an ordinary mid-god, which could be destroyed with a single blow. With that, Hoff's had to expend a lot of energy and mental energy to control his domain of divinity. His black hole was gradually weakening under the corrosion of the 17 flying swords. Hoff's domain of divinity was showing signs of defeat. Chapter 773. Unlike Han Shua, Hoff's did not have two avatars and he did not have Cauldron Spirit's energy to borrow. Therefore, he could not fight the black hole and domain of divinity at the same time. Gradually, Hoff's domain of divinity was reduced to a very small area. The element of darkness in the surroundings no longer surged into his domain. All of a sudden, Hoff's felt remorseful. He began to feel that it was a mistake for him to come alone. But unfortunately, this was not the time for regrets. No matter how much Hoff's regretted his decision, he could not turn the situation around. All he could do was try his best to support the black hole with the aura of darkness. Gradually, Hoff's felt more and more exhausted. When the element of darkness within a radius of 100 miles could no longer flow into his domain of divinity, his divine energy of darkness could no longer be replenished. Moreover, with Han Shua's peculiar domain of divinity, and the 17 flying swords closing in on him, Hoff's divine energy was being digested to a great extent. It would be great if those fellows came after hearing the commotion. Hoff suddenly had such a thought. He did not know if his luck had come, but the experts of Hushvale City seemed to have heard the cries in Hoff's mind. Hoff's, who was fully focused on defending against Han Shua's terrifying attacks, was unaware of what was happening around him. But Han Shua, who had the vision of his demon generals, discovered what was happening. Those experts were experts from several major family clans of Hushvale City. The few leading them possessed high god strengths. These people must have heard the commotion between Han Shua and Hoff's. They all knew how terrifying Han Shua was. Therefore, when they arrived, they brought their family clan's divine guards with them. They formed a ring around Han Shua and encircled him. Rose was still unaware of the situation around her. She was still roaming around the vicinity as instructed by Han Shua. Originally, Han Shua hoped that Rose could help him hold off some mid-god divine guards. But when those high gods rapidly approached, Han Shua knew that Rose, who didn't know much about the situation around her, would suffer a calamity sooner than expected. Although Hoff seemed to be on the losing side, he possessed late-stage high god strength. Han Shua could not kill Hoff's in a short period of time. Han Shua's mind raced as he searched for a way to kill Hoff's. Suddenly, Han Shua instructed Cauldron Spirit in his consciousness, "Lend me more energy. I need to deploy the second form of the Avicii God-slaying sword formation, deicide/." No. Cauldron Spirit appeared rather appalled. It hastily explained the second form, deicide/ requires a lot more energy to activate. Although I can give you more energy, your body definitely won't be able to withstand it. Once you use deicide/, your demonic infant will most likely be injured. I know what I have to do. Lend me more energy. And when my demonic infant reaches its limit, I deicide demon deity demon infant can't take it anymore. Hurry up, time is of the essence, said Han Shuo impatiently. Han Shuo was, after all, the master. Under Han Shuo's insistence, Cauldron Spirit had no choice but to channel more energy into Han Shuo's body. In an instant, Han Shuo's eyes turned as red as blood. As more Cauldron Spirit's energy poured into his body, Han Shuo's demonic body was torn apart. The veins on his neck bulged as though they would explode at any moment. The energy that was 5 times more intense than before filled his demonic body. Pain that was 5 times more intense assaulted his entire body. Han Shuo found the pain to be unbearable. His eyes turned red and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he roared at the sky like a ferocious beast. His deafening roar swept across all directions. Ferocious demonic yuan frantically surged into the 17 flying swords. The 17 flying swords that formed the Avicii Hell suddenly shone brightly with dark radiance. Like 17 enraged dragons, the 17 flying swords slashed at Hoffs from 17 different directions, leaving long streaks of dark radiance behind them. The dark radiance of the 17 flying swords converged. Every time the 17 flying swords converged, the killing intent of the 17 flying swords grew denser. When the dark radiance from the 17 flying swords formed a gigantic pillar, the 17 flying swords finally hacked at the black hole formed by Hoffs from all directions. Earth-shattering killing intent surged out from the black hole. All of a sudden, an aura of destruction erupted. The 17 flying swords seemed to have fused into one. The thick pillar of dark radiance formed by the 17 flying swords fiercely bombarded the black hole. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Hoffs let out a miserable howl after the explosion. The deicide/ had destroyed all the aura of darkness in the black hole. The power of the 17 flying swords had merely slowed down for a moment before they continued on with unstoppable momentum. They blasted Hoffs and his black spear deep into the ground. Hoffs' right arm that was holding the black spear suddenly exploded into smithereens. Hoffs was buried deep into the ground after his right arm exploded. However, the black spear in his hand suddenly exploded into pieces of black iron sheet. It was unknown what material the black spear was made of, but after it exploded, it formed a powerful boundary of darkness that blocked Han Shuo's deicide/. Cauldron Spirit's energy receded from Han Shuo's body like tidewater. Han Shuo vomited a mouthful of blood. At the next moment, Han Shuo realized that he could not fully unleash the deicide/, as his demonic infant had been injured. Cauldron Spirit knew that Han Shuo's demonic infant was injured. Therefore, it took the initiative to withdraw its energy from Han Shuo's body without waiting for Han Shuo to withdraw his energy. The boundary of darkness that blocked the deicide/ was destroyed. At this moment, Hoff's injuries were even more serious than Han Shuo's. As long as he could borrow Ding Li's energy again, Han Shuo believed that he could definitely kill Hoffs. However, his body had just endured a force that was 5 times stronger than usual. His meridians and cells could no longer utilize Cauldron Spirit's energy before they fully recovered. Most importantly, the experts of Hushvale City had finally arrived. Han Shuo knew that if he did not leave now, not only would he fail to kill Hoffs, he might even lose his life. As Han Shuo had forced himself to use the deicide/, his demonic body was severely damaged. Even his demonic infant, the foundation of his demonic cultivation, was slightly injured. If Han Shuo were to use the demonic blood disassembly at this moment, it would be like adding hail to snow. It would take him at least 100 years to fully recover. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to give up on attacking Hoffs. He decisively flew towards Rose and said, "Let's go." The huge commotion caused by the battle between Han Shuo and Hoffs had alarmed everyone in the vicinity. When the terrifying aura of the deicide/ spread far and wide, even Rose couldn't help but fly towards Han Shuo. She wanted to see what was going on with Han Shuo. But before Rose could approach, Han Shuo had arrived beside her. As Han Shuo could not borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy this time, he could only fly at the same speed as Rose. Han Shuo did not grab Rose and carry her. When Rose saw that Han Shuo was rapidly fleeing with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, she was filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Not long after the two left, many experts of Hushvale City rushed to the scene from all directions. The earth-shattering explosions and Han Shuo's beast-like roar attracted everyone's attention. They were all frightened and their curiosity was piqued to the max. When these experts finally arrived at the scene, they discovered that the place was a scene of devastation. A large area had been razed to the ground. There was a circular crater at the center of the crater. Rocks were scattered all over the crater. Intense killing intent still lingered in the center of the crater. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere. Hafs, whose face was covered in dirt, emerged from the crater. He panted heavily as he stared at his surroundings. Patriarch, your right arm, an expert of the House of Hoffley cried out involuntarily. Haf's right arm was destroyed along with his spear. As Hafs did not possess Han Shuo's monstrous regenerative ability, his right arm was destined to be lost forever. The loss of his right arm would greatly affect Haf's strength. The next time he encountered Han Shuo, he would be in an even more miserable state. When the experts of the House of Hoffley saw that Hafs had lost his right arm, their faces were filled with terror. The patriarchs of the other three major family clans of Hushvale City bunched their brows tightly. They had listed that young man who had disappeared without a trace as the most terrifying character they had ever encountered. They secretly decided that even if Hafs gave the order, they would do their best to avoid this grim reaper. As the city lord of Hushvale City, Hafs possessed late-stage high god strength. He was the strongest expert in Hushvale City. If even he lost his right arm, who else could possibly be a match for that young man in a one-on-one fight? While they were terrified of Han Shuo, the patriarchs of the three major family clans were secretly delighted. To them, one of the main reasons the House of Hoffley was able to firmly occupy the position of the #1 family clan in Hushvale City was because of Haf's valiant strength. But now that Hafs had lost his right arm, his strength would be greatly reduced. With that, the House of Hoffley's influence in Hushvale City would be greatly reduced. That would give the three major family clans more opportunities. City Lord, what should we do? Weston put on a solemn face and said in a sorrowful voice, City Lord, your arm is more important. You should recover from your injuries first. Our three major family clans will do everything in our power to find the culprit. So many experts of Hushvale City had searched for Han Shuo, but not a single trace of the culprit could be found. More than 100 of his family clan divine guards had perished. Weston's words were obviously just empty words. Even he himself did not believe that he could capture Han Shuo. I'll return to the city first. I'll leave the rest to you. Hafs put on a ferocious face. He looked like a lone wolf that had starved for 100 years. He looked at the three patriarchs one by one and said, You three major family clans will stay in the mountain range for the time being and search for the culprit. Upon finishing those words, Hafs gathered all his House of Hoffley divine guards and returned to Hushvale City. Han Shuo had lost an arm and his body had sustained serious injuries. He had to return to Hushvale City. On one hand, he had to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. On the other hand, he had to make arrangements to prevent the three major family clans from betraying him. Come, let's return to Hushvale City. Now that the matter had come to an end, Han Shuo knew that Hafs was heavily protected, and that he had lost his chance to strike again. Chapter 774. The news of Haf's right arm being chopped off spread across the entire Darkness Dominion in no time at all. All the city lords and family clans were secretly discussing what happened in Hushvale City. All of a sudden, Han Shuo and Rose became the most eye-catching characters in the Darkness Dominion. Although Han Shuo and Rose had turned Hushvale City upside down, no one in Hushvale City had ever seen Han Shuo. Therefore until now, no one in Hushvale City knew who Han Shua and Rose were. According to the guesses of all the major family clans in Hushvale City, Han Shua and Rose were from the House of Saint. Wallace and Andre, of course, knew that the House of Saint had nothing to do with the incident. They came forward to refute the rumors, claiming that they had nothing to do with the incident in Hushvale City. With that, the situation became even more confusing. After Hoff's right arm was chopped off, he kept a low profile. He paid no attention to the happenings in Hushvale City and went into seclusion to recover from his injuries. Without Hoff's explanation, the rumors grew more and more complicated. Unknowingly, the image of Han Shua and Rose became more and more terrifying. At the Saint residence in the City of Shadows. Wallace and Andre were dealing with yet another wave of questions from other city lords. Those city lords wanted to know if the two who caused such a huge commotion in Hushvale City were from the House of Saint. Who could it be? Wallace put on a dark face and said, although Hoffs is the weakest of the 7 city lords, he still possesses late-stage high god strength. Who would have thought that one of his arms would be severed in the territory of Hushvale City? How unbelievable! Why would he kill Avery and Hasling? What enmity do they have with him? Andre was also full of doubts. No matter what, the deaths of Avery and Hasling are beneficial to us. It's no wonder that everyone suspects our family clan to be the culprit. Wallace laughed involuntarily and continued, although I can defeat Hoffs in a one-on-one fight, I don't have the confidence that I can escape from so many experts of Hushvale City, and even kill so many Hushvale City Divine Guards. That fella is too amazing. Big brother, could it be Brian? Andre bunched his brows and said, in the City of Shadows, other than our family clan, only Brian, Avery, and Hasling have a grudge against each other. Brian is an expert in concealment and has outstanding means of escaping. But recently, Brian has disappeared mysteriously. Could it be him? Impossible. Wallace smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Andre and said, that kid's strength isn't bad, but it's not that bad, right? Impossible. Impossible. How could he cut off Hoff's right arm? I know Hoff's strength very well. That's not necessarily true. Andre said with a straight face, we still haven't figured out Brian's true strength. As the daughter of the goddess of destiny, Andrina was able to sense her hidden strength. But if Brian hadn't attacked in the banquet hall, who would have known that he was so terrifying? Andre took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Big brother, if it really is Brian, what should we do? Wallace kept silent for a moment before he replied, if it really is Brian, that would be even better. But what about Hushvale City? Asked Andre hesitantly. Hoffs has been injured and Hushvale City has lost too much strength. Why would I be afraid of him? Wallace coldly groaned and said, I haven't even settled the score with Hushvale City for hiding Avery. How dare he provoke us? After taking a short pause, Wallace let out a soft chuckle and continued, if it really is Brian, there shouldn't be too many problems. When I met the Overgod of Darkness last time, I mentioned Brian to him. When the Overgod heard that the Goddess of Destiny had taken the initiative to express goodwill to Brian, he instructed my family clan to treat Brian well. What problem do you think he would have? The Goddess of Destiny sure is influential. Andre thought for a moment before he praised in a low voice, that kid sure is lucky. All right, even if it really is Brian it won't matter, said Wallace smilingly. But we must be worrying too much. That kid doesn't have that much power. The uproar in the outside world naturally spread to the Han family. When Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert and the others heard the news, they immediately knew that Han Shua was the culprit. The reason was simple. When Han Shua left with the 3, he happened to bring Rose with him. Also before Han Shua left, he said that he was going to do something. He even felt that the 3 would get in his way and did not bring them along. After comparing the incident at Hushvale City, the 3 immediately realized that it was Han Shua and Rose who did the earth-shattering deed in Hushvale City. The 3 were pleasantly surprised. They were extremely impressed by Han Shua's strength. Soon enough, Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, Mike Cotton, and the other important figures of the Han family learned the truth from the 3. Statholm, Mike Cotton, and Emily knew what to do. They immediately forbade the three from spreading the news but discussed it in private. The divine guards of the Fifth Corps had also seen Rose. However, as there were many white-haired women in the Darkness Dominion and they did not know much about Han Shuo, they did not think that Han Shuo was the culprit. Therefore, only those in the Han family knew the truth. A month later, Han Shuo and Rose returned to the City of Shadows. During this period of time, Han Shuo collected many rare and precious medicinal herbs from Elysium, and refined many medicinal pellets to nourish his demonic infant. After a month of recuperation, the demonic infant gradually recovered. However, it would still take some time for it to fully recover. Unlike the demonic body, the demonic infant was the foundation of a demonic art cultivator. It would be very troublesome to recover once it was damaged. This was also why Cauldron's spirit immediately withdrew its energy from Han Shuo as soon as the demonic infant was damaged. While Han Shuo used all kinds of medicinal herbs to nourish his demonic infant, he constantly practiced fusing two domains of divinity. During this period of time, Han Shuo had found the knack of fusing two domains of divinity. He understood that once the divine souls of his avatars and the main body were aligned, he would be able to fuse the two domains of divinity. Han Shuo had yet to fully understand the specific uses of the new domain of divinity. However, he knew that the new domain of divinity could rival Hoff's domain of divinity. After the previous battle, Han Shuo had found a new direction of cultivation fusion of energies. After a month of exploration, Han Shuo discovered that in the new domain of divinity, any boundary energy released by his avatars of death and destruction would increase several-fold. The speed of elemental energy absorption was also much faster than before. The domain of divinity also possessed a domineering and invasive nature. Han Shuo and Rose arrived at the City of Shadows before he could completely familiarize himself with the new domain of divinity. As Rose's silver hair was too eye-catching, to avoid being noticed, Han Shuo asked Rose to cover her long hair with a green headscarf. This way, her most eye-catching features would be hidden. Han Shuo himself had heard some of the rumors that had been spreading around Hushvale City. He did not expect that he would become famous so quickly, and become the center of attention of everyone in the Darkness Dominion. He found it rather strange. When Han Shuo arrived at the Han residence, he immediately calmed down when he saw that the Han family had taken on a brand new look. Rose seemed to be very curious about the scenery of the Han family. The decorations that were native to Profound Continent were to Rose's liking. She suddenly felt that even in a bustling city, life was not completely boring. However, what made Rose feel more at ease was Han Shuo. After spending some time with Han Shuo, Rose had gradually gained a better understanding of Han Shuo. She discovered that although she and Han Shuo had a master-servant relationship, Han Shuo had never treated her as a servant. He never yelled or ordered her around. Instead, he was very amiable. In times of crisis, Han Shuo as the master would take the lead and bear the burden. He would never let her, a servant, bear any burden. This made Rose less worried about the slave relationship between the two. Instead, she felt that it wasn't a bad thing to have such a relationship. After Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows, Sanguiner, Han Shuo, Emily, Statholm, and the others immediately came out to greet Han Shuo. Soon enough, they arrived at a secret chamber to discuss what had happened after they parted ways. Nothing major happened in the City of Shadows. The only major event was that the 7th Corps competition was about to begin. Those from the City of Shadows were very curious about Han Shuo's experiences in Hushvale City. They kept asking about Han Shuo's situation in Hushvale City. Han Shuo knew that with Sanguiner, Han Shuo and Han Shuo present, it was impossible for the crowd not to know that he was the one responsible for the incident in Hushvale City. Therefore, Han Shuo gave a brief account of what happened. Emily and the others kept glancing at Rose. They were secretly astonished by this silver-haired beauty's terrifying strength. They had no idea how Han Shuo managed to subdue such a beauty. From today onwards, she is a member of our Han family. Han Shuo declared as he pointed at Rose. Master, all the materials for the 8 Desolation and Torment formation have been transported to Hushvale City. Should we find the largest gymnasium and deploy it? Asked Gilbert. Upon hearing Gilbert's words, Emily, Statholm, and the others displayed great interest. The divine guards of the 5th Corps in Sanguiner, Han Shua, and Han Shua had informed them of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. They were all prepared to enter and temper themselves in it. Most of the divine guards who entered the 8 Desolation and Torment formation had more or less improved their strengths. Every one of these divine guards from Profound Continent had decent aptitudes. After undergoing the tempering of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, they would surely gain a deeper understanding of the formation and improve their foundations. Alright, let's reconstruct the 8 Desolation and Torment formation in the Han family. This time the power of the formation will be even greater. If Sanguiner and the other two are interested, I can let them have a taste of the attack of a high god soul. After obtaining so many divine souls from Hushvale City, including a few high god divine souls, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation would become even more powerful. Naturally, it would also be more effective in tempering the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Chapter 775. It took Han Shua 5 days to reassemble the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Han Shua deployed the 8 Desolation and Torment formation under the largest training ground in the Han residence. He deployed nearly 9 layers of boundaries around it. 6 energy towers were specifically used to provide energy for the 9 layers of boundaries, concealing the soaring killing intent that overflowed from the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. The Han family was the only ones who knew about the formation. Most outsiders would not be able to enter the training ground without permission. Even if they did enter the training ground, without the guidance of the Han family, they would not be able to find the entrance to the formation. As soon as the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completed, those who came from Profound Continent impatiently entered it. Even Sanguiner and the other two were encouraged by Han Shua to enter the formation to temper themselves. When the new 8 Desolation and Torment formation was under the control of Cauldron Spirit, it opened up many small dimensions. Each of the dimensions contained a different power. Han Shua only came out after the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completed. Statholm and the others entered the formation to cultivate. Han Shua did not have to worry too much about his safety in the City of Shadows. He temporarily left the Cauldron of Myriad Demon in the formation to train those who entered. After Rose arrived at the Han residence, he arranged for her to stay in a secluded building. Rose was very quiet. She shut herself in the room and didn't come out. Han Shua didn't have to worry about anyone recognizing her. After returning to the city for a few days, those in the House of Saint had urged him several times to finish deploying the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Inevitably, Han Shua paid a visit to the Saint residence. As the competition between the 7 Corps Divine Guards was just around the corner, Carmelita was not forced by her father to continue cultivating. After arriving at the Saint residence, the first thing Han Shua did was chat with Carmelita about her recent life. Carmelita complained about how boring her days were. When Carmelita asked Han Shua what he had been up to recently, Han Shua told her that he was in Fort Lossberg and did not mention anything about what had happened in Hushvale City. Carmelita had also heard about what had happened in Hushvale City. However, she clearly did not suspect Han Shua. Instead, she enthusiastically discussed the chaos that had befallen Hushvale City with Han Shua. She sincerely admired Han Shua and Rose, who had caused everything that had happened in Hushvale City. When Han Shua heard Carmelita praising him without the slightest scruple in front of him, he felt a little strange. He chatted with Carmelita for a while before going to see Andre. The competition of the 7th Corps is about to begin. Since you have requested to participate, you should prepare in advance. After Andre asked Han Shua to sit down, he went straight to the point. However, his eyes were fixed on Han Shua as he probed, "Where did you go previously?" "I was in Fort Lossberg." Fort Lossberg now belongs to my Han family. "Of course I have to manage it well," replied Han Shua calmly. Han Shua replied calmly. Andre's inquisitive gaze made Han Shua realize that Andre was suspicious of him. His and Rose's actions in Hushvale City had been too conspicuous, and they would not be able to hide it for long. Hanshua was still hesitating whether or not he should tell Andre everything. Brian, something big has happened in Hushvale City. Do you know about it? Andre's eyes were fixed on Hanshua. He suddenly put on a warm smile and said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that what happened in Hushvale City has something to do with you. Others, including my elder brother, don't think that you are capable of doing such a thing. Hanshua's heart skipped a beat. However, he maintained a calm and natural expression on his face. He replied with a faint smile, Lord Andre, you really think highly of me? Andre's pupils contracted. He nodded and replied in a low voice, that's right. Over the years, I've always been a very accurate judge of character. But even after spending so much time with you, I've never been able to discover your true strength. If you hadn't chased after Portlam in the banquet hall, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have known that you possess high god strength. After taking a short pause, while Hanshua was pondering with his brows bunched, Andre continued, so far, you are the only person who has managed to fool my senses. Therefore, I believe that it is not wrong to think highly of you. After keeping silent for a few seconds, Andre looked deeply into Hanshua's eyes and softly asked, Brian, can you tell me the truth? Were you behind the incident in Hushvale City? If you were the culprit, our City of Shadows must take precautions against the possible consequences. Hanshua looked at Andre in a daze. Hanshua could sense sincerity from Andre. He knew that Andre had no ill intentions towards him. The House of Saint and his Han family shared the same interests. Avery and Hasling, whom Hanshua had killed, were enemies of the House of Saint. From this perspective, Hanshua's actions could be said to have fulfilled the wishes of Andre and Wallace. No matter how he looked at it, the House of Saint would protect him. Besides, it was only a matter of time before his actions in Hushvale City were discovered. Hanshua knew that there was no need for him to hide anything from Andre. Hanshua grinned and did not admit to anything. He took out 2 glassware from his space ring. Inside the glassware were the heads of Avery and Hasling. Andre did not need to explain or prove anything. With just a glance at Avery's head, he immediately knew that Hanshua was the culprit behind the incident in Hushvale City. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still shocked when Hanshua took out Avery and Hasling's heads. Andre took a deep breath. His voice was somewhat different from before as he said, It's really you. It's really you. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Hanshua was rather surprised by Andre's reaction. He had thought that Andre must have sufficient evidence to make such a solemn statement. But after seeing Andre's shocked expression, Hanshua immediately realized that Andre was just guessing. Andre widened his eyes and looked at Hanshua. The astonishment on his face lasted for a long time. Eventually, Andre took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Immediately he said, Come, let's go to my elder brother's place. The incident in Hushvale City has gotten out of hand. We must discuss it with my elder brother. Soon enough, Andre led Hanshua to Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. Without saying a word, Andre placed Avery and Hasling's heads in front of Wallace. Then he pointed at Hanshua with a strange smile. Wallace stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. He looked at Hanshua with even more astonishment than Andre. He cried out in surprise, It's you. Hanshua calmly admitted to it and nodded. Wallace was also dumbfounded by Hanshua's admission. He stared at Hanshua for a long time before he forced a smile and nodded. He mumbled to himself, Unbelievable, unbelievable. Even I have misjudged you. It's really you. After taking a short pause, Wallace cried out in surprise, How did you do it? Hanshua stared blankly for a moment before he shrugged and replied, Just like that. Elder brother, I think we should handle this matter appropriately. Hafs of Hushvale City is a mad dog. He will not let this matter rest. We should prepare in advance. Andre said in a deep voice, Don't worry. For the time being, no one will know that the incident in Hushvale City was caused by Brian. Wallace suddenly put on a smile and said, Over the past few days, Some of the major cities' family clans that have a grudge against the House of Hoffley have claimed that they were the culprits behind the Hushvale City incident. 3 major family clans are willing to bear Hoffley's wrath. It was Han Shua's turn to be surprised by those words. He forced a smile and asked, "What are those people after?" "The name," Wallace explained, "to be able to cut off Hoff's right arm, kill so many people in Hushvale City, and then escape unscathed. Is this something that just anyone can do?" For those family clans, admitting to the incident in Hushvale City would mean that their family clan's name would immediately resound throughout the Darkness Dominion. Many experts might even go to their family clan to seek refuge with them. With that, their family clan's strength would rapidly increase. "Brian, you might not know how much influence your actions in Hushvale City have in the Darkness Dominion." Andre put on a smile and continued, "In the Darkness Dominion, some women even deliberately dye their hair silver. That woman who was with you has become the object of many people's desire to imitate her. Don't you think it's very interesting?" Han Shua laughed involuntarily. He did not expect that his and Rose's actions in Hushvale City would have such a huge impact. "Therefore, you don't have to worry for the time being. Those family clans have attracted too much attention. As long as you don't jump out with Avery's head and say that you are the one who did it, no one will suspect you." Wallace comforted Han Shua. He smilingly said, "It seems that there will be a big change in the ranking of the Divine Guard chiefs of the 7 Divine Guard Corps." Andre nodded and replied, "Aobashi has always been the strongest among the Divine Guard chiefs. I reckon that this time she will be ranked 2nd. Han Shua's ability to cut off Hoff's right arm and create rivers of blood in Hushvale City was not something that Aobashi could do. It was only natural that Andre and Wallace would think so. Andre, and I will not tell anyone about what happened in Hushvale City. Tell those around you to keep quiet as well. For the time being, there won't be any trouble." After taking a short pause, Wallace continued, "Now that you have killed Avery, the position of Chief of the 5th Corps is firmly in your hands. You must take the competition of the 7th Corps seriously. Defeating Aobashi will greatly benefit your Han family. As for the competition of the 7th Corps, you don't have to worry about it. After all, your 5th Corps doesn't have many experts." It seemed that Andre and Wallace were certain that the 5th Corps would come in last in the competition of Divine Guards. Erebus and Aobashi were of the same opinion. "Got it," replied Han Shua with a nod. After discussing some details with Andre and Wallace, Han Shua left the Saint residence. In his mind, he was thinking about how he should surprise the 5th Corps Divine Guards who came out from the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. The 5th Corps Divine Guards had made breakthroughs in all aspects after going through the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. They had great teamwork and coordination. In a team battle, they would be the most terrifying team. Han Shua believed that they would not disappoint him. Chapter 776. In the Gymnasium of the Han family, the 2 avatars of death and destruction unleashed their domains of divinity. The 3 souls reached an agreement, and the 2 domains of divinity quietly fused together. Strange changes gradually took place in the gymnasium. The gymnasium was protected by the energy towers, isolating the elemental energies from all directions. Under normal circumstances, even if the 2 avatars of divinity released their domains of divinity, the elemental energies would not be able to pass through the barrier and enter the gymnasium. However, when the domains of divinity of Han Shua's 2 avatars fused together, the barrier towers on the walls of the gymnasium began to make popping sounds. The elemental energies of death in the surroundings seemed to be strongly tempted, desperately trying to break through the energy barrier and enter the gymnasium. The 3 avatars of Han Shua stood side by side in the gymnasium. The 2 avatars of death and destruction were using their divine souls to carefully sense the changes taking place in the gymnasium's domains of divinity. Strands of faith filled the domains of divinity, spinning rapidly in the trajectory of the Edict of Destruction. With a thought, the destruction divine energy in Han Shua's body condensed into an orb of destruction. In the new domain of divinity, The speed at which the orb of destruction was condensed increased by several times. As soon as the orb of destruction was formed, it automatically flew in a special trajectory in the domain of divinity. The trajectory was the same as the strands of faith in the domain of divinity. One after another, the orbs of destruction took shape under the control of the avatars of destruction. Each of the orbs of destruction shone with a dark luster. The destruction divine energy within the orbs of destruction crackled like lightning, filling the orbs of destruction with the terrifying power of destruction. In the new domain of divinity, the orbs of destruction moved in a special trajectory, causing Han Shuo to lose control of the orbs of destruction. Everything seemed to be under the control of the new domain of divinity. This surprised Han Shuo greatly. The orbs of destruction flew everywhere in the new domain of divinity. Strands of faith that were hard to see with the naked eye were entangled on the surface of the orbs of destruction. The fist-sized orbs of destruction gradually grew larger, and the destruction divine energy within them grew stronger and stronger. After breaking free from Han Shuo's control, the orbs of destruction became much more powerful in the new domain of divinity. As the orbs of destruction rotated rapidly in the domain of divinity, Han Shuo's domain of divinity became even more chaotic. Right at this moment, a beautiful and tall figure walked over from outside the training grounds. As soon as the newcomer entered the gymnasium, the energy in the new domain of divinity formed by the two avatars seemed to have found a vent. It suddenly swarmed toward the newcomer. The orbs of destruction that were spinning in the domain of divinity were also filled with destructive energy. They collided with the newcomer in a special trajectory of the Edict of Destruction. A series of crackling noises sounded from that area. That beautiful silhouette reacted to the attacks launched by Han Shuo's domain of divinity, as though she was facing a formidable foe. She retreated in a very sorry state. With a single thought, the tacit understanding between the three souls disappeared, and the new domain of divinity that had fused together vanished without a trace. The moment the new domain of divinity disappeared, Han Shuo regained control over the orbs of destruction. One by one, they flew back into Han Shuo's palm and disappeared without a trace. This side of the domain of divinity disappeared without a trace. Only then did that beautiful figure re-enter from outside. Looking at Han Shuo in surprise, Rose asked curiously, "What happened this time?" "Nothing," replied Han Shuo with his brows bunched. He seemed to be deep in thought. As the competition between the 7 divine guards of the City of Shadows was just around the corner, Han Shuo had been staying at the Han family for a period of time. Due to the appearance of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, Emily and the others from Profound Continent had entered it to cultivate. Meanwhile, Han Shuo continued to treat the injuries of his demonic infant, while secretly studying the miraculous effects of fusing 2 domains of divinity. Back when he fought Hoffs in Hushvale City, Han Shuo was greatly astonished by the bizarre and miraculous effects of fusing 2 domains of divinity. Since then, he had been constantly releasing new domains of divinity in an attempt to figure out just what miraculous effects they had. After returning to the City of Shadows with nothing better to do, Han Shuo asked Rose to be his sparring partner. Rose was extremely astonished by the existence of Han Shuo's 2 avatars. The fusion of the 2 avatars' domains of divinity made Rose turn pale with fright. Rose had never heard of such a thing and therefore, she displayed great interest in studying the new domain of divinity with Han Shuo. She wanted to figure out the differences between the new domain of divinity and those of a single element. Your domain of divinity is extremely exclusive. Other than yourself, anyone who comes close to your domain of divinity will be affected and attacked by it. This is very overbearing. Can you control it? Asked Rose worriedly after thinking for a moment. This was indeed a big problem. After experimenting for a long time, Han Shuo discovered that he could not control the new domain of divinity very well for the time being. Once the 2 domains of divinity fused together, anyone other than himself would be attacked by the new domain of divinity. Even his closest friends would be attacked. To Han Shuo, this was truly a headache-inducing matter. Once he was in battle, he could not bring his friends with him. Otherwise, his friends would be the first to suffer the indiscriminate attacks of his domain of divinity. It was extremely dangerous to be in such an uncontrollable situation. For example, some of his weaker friends like Emily and Lisa could be gravely injured or even killed in his domain of divinity. This was obviously not something Han Shuo wished to see. Han Shuo, who was pondering with his brows bunched, forced a smile and shook his head. He said, I don't know what's going on. I'm still looking for a way to control it. I believe that sooner or later I will find a solution. After a short pause, Han Shuo put on a delighted expression and said, the orb of destruction can spin and move according to the edict of destruction within the new domain of divinity. The power of the orb of destruction will be greatly enhanced within the new domain of divinity.